views. Next, we went to Malaysia. We're again, in another country, welcomed in a very positive way. And I say when we were welcoming the president's initiative, because that is much of what we were representing. Next, we went to Taiwan. Again, security, economics, and governance. Had very positive meetings there, and I'll come back to that. Next, we went to South Korea to pay our respects to our 28,000 troops who are there and their families, to thank them for their courage and thank the government for their hospitality. We visited Panmunjom and again focused a great deal on the threat of North Korea in terms of their aggression, their possible aggression. And now we're in Japan. This morning we had a very impressive meeting, impressive from our standpoint, of the Prime Minister, congratulating him on his successes already in terms of security, economy, and governance. You may be more interested in, again, what the Chinese did while we were traveling, and we have said from the start that our representation here is not about changing the status quo here in Asia, changing the status quo of Taiwan. It's about, again, the Taiwan Relations Act, the U.S.-China policy, all of the pieces of legislation and agreements that have established what our relationship is, to have peace in the Taiwan Straits and to have the status quo prevail. To that end, as you see, the Chinese made their strikes, probably using our visit as an excuse. Let me close by saying this. The Chinese have tried to isolate Taiwan, keeping them most recently from the World Health Organization by not even letting their participation be on the agenda of the World Health Agency, whatever that makes these determinations. They may try to keep Taiwan from visiting or participating in other places, but they will not isolate Taiwan by preventing us to travel there. We've had high-level visits, senators in the spring, a bipartisan way, continuing visits, and we will not allow them to isolate Taiwan. They are not doing our travel schedule. The Chinese government is not doing that. Our friendship with Taiwan is a strong one. It is bipartisan in the House and the Senate, overwhelming support for peace and the status quo in Taiwan. With that, I want to just say how honored I was to travel with our delegation. We were more like 6 co-chairs of the delegation. We are coming to Asia. One of our members born in India, another whose parents were, that would be Mr. Raja Krishnamurthy, another member whose parents were born in South Korea, another who is Japanese American and proudly so. All of us representing the beautiful diversity of Asia in our states, and in my case, in my district. When it came to security, you'll hear from our members. Economy, we have the vice chair of the Ways and Means Committee to talk about that, and trade and possible continuation of our discussions about a trade agreement in the region. But you'll hear directly from them, and I thank you for your interest in our trip. It's about, again, security. We never can have a CODEL unless we talk first and foremost about honoring our oath to protect and defend. Security first, economics tied in with that, as well as governance. In all cases, each of the countries we visited, we had very positive conversations and great respect for what they are doing in their countries, great candor in how we thought each of us could do better in our countries, and we were very honored to be received so well in the region. With that, I'm going to yield to the distinguished chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee in the House of Representatives, a champion for security, economics, governance, and trade, Mr. Chairman Gregory Meeks.
Nancy Pelosi there, U.S. House Speaker in Tokyo, speaking about her recent visit, the presence of the United States in Asia. She says that her representation in Asia is not about changing the status quo on the continent. It's about relations with Taiwan. It's to have peace and to have the status quo prevail. China, she said, has tried to isolate Taiwan, but the U.S. will not allow that to happen anymore. And news about External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar meeting U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken ahead of the ASEAN summit. Coming up next here on Republic, stay tuned. Also coming up, United States declares the monkeypox outbreak as a public health emergency.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Ornov's debate at 9 p.m. 59%. Republic TV 39%. Republic Bharat 13%. Republic Bangla 30%.
From this body only, I have won 21 international medals, including that of Asian Games, World Championships, and the first ever medal in the Paralympics. That means somewhere I have contributed in getting my national flag to fly high in the global arena.
You're watching World This Morning on Republic. In other top world stories, top Southeast Asian diplomats met in Cambodia's capital to bring down escalating violence in Myanmar. Meanwhile, India's Foreign Minister S. Jaishankar met U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken ahead of the ASEAN meet.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met with India's Foreign Minister Jaishankar in Cambodia ahead of ASEAN meeting. Blinken said he was looking forward to comparing notes with Jaishankar, and both the leaders discussed issues including the situation in Sri Lanka and Myanmar.
This is an opportunity for us to compare notes as we head into these very important ASEAN meetings. We're both strong proponents of ASEAN centrality. We have a shared vision together for a free and open Indo-Pacific that we work on in so many different ways every single day. And of course, we have some immediate challenges that we're both concerned with, to include the situation in Sri Lanka, Burma, and a number of other hotspots. So I very much look forward to once again being able to go through a number of these issues with my friend, and then we'll both head over to our meetings.
Meanwhile, Jaishankar welcomed Blinken's meet, making it an opportunity for unfurling major developments.
Let me reciprocate your sentiment. I think it's always good to meet. And, there's a lot that we need to talk about, and it's actually been a very busy year. We had a very good quarter, and since then, I think a number of developments all over the world. And, thank you for the time. So that we can exchange numbers.
The two leaders were joined by top diplomats from United States, China and other world powers amid tensions over the invasion of Ukraine and concerns over Beijing's growing ambition in the region. Meanwhile, New Zealand Foreign Minister met with foreign ministers as part of a series of annual meetings involving ASEAN's 10 member states and key dialogue partners. The meetings come against a backdrop of spring tensions in the region following US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan.
As we reconnect here as partners, I look forward to reflecting on what it is that we value most in our partnership, reviewing where there may be areas to advance our collaboration and reinforcing those elements which are fundamental for ensuring we maintain a vital, responsive and progressive partnership. I share this mindful of the complex challenges we face across the region, and our ability to keep open the pathway of dialogue and commitment to our shared objectives should put us in good stead for the period ahead.
Earlier, New Zealand became a dialogue partner in 1975 and engaged across a range of issues including economic, security and political. Additionally, Australian Foreign Minister also met with her Southeast Asian counterparts. This is the first in-person meeting of the ASEAN foreign ministers since the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, which left weakened economies and complicated diplomacy in its wake. Agency Report, Republic TV.
The United States and Indonesian militaries began annual joint combat exercises Wednesday on Indonesia's Sumatra island amid China concerns. Take a look.
Amid raging China-Taiwan tensions, the United States and the Indonesian militaries began annual joint combat exercises on Indonesia's Sumatra island. Other partner nations who joined the exercise also vowed for stronger ties amid growing maritime activity by China in the Indo-Pacific region. More than 5,000 soldiers from the United States, Indonesia, Australia, Japan and Singapore were participating in this year's exercises, making them the largest since the drills were established in 2009. The exercises are designed to strengthen interoperability, capability, trust and cooperation for a free and open Indo-Pacific. The exercises will last until August 14th, encompassing the Army, Navy, Air Force and Marine drills. This comes at a time when, irked by the United States House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit, China also pushed military drills close to Taiwan's shores. Agency Report for Republic TV.
As the space tourism industry continues to grow, Blue Origin launched the Space Tourist Mission Crew on the New Shepard rocket. The mission, called NS-22, carried 6 passengers on a suborbital space flight from West Texas. Here's a detailed report.
In another development within the space industry, the West Texas launched a rocket capsule on a 10-minute flight. The flight, launched from Jeff Bezos' owned Blue Origin, New Shepard rocket blasted off with 6 crew members. Setting a milestone, the automated capsule soared into space, providing a few minutes of weightlessness before parachuting into the desert. The booster also came back to land successfully. This comes as the company continues to compete with Elon Musk's SpaceX with Richard Branson's Virgin Galactic for space tourism dollars. New Shepard is named after Mercury astronaut Alan Shepard, the first American in space. The 10 minutes flight to space marks the third mission for Blue Origin this year. The company is also working on a larger orbital class rocket named New Glenn after the first American to orbit the world, John Glenn. Agency Report, Republic TV.
Titanium, we should see some thumbs up, some clap.
And in latest updates in the Patra Chaul scam, there's to be no relief for the Raut family in the case, as the ED is to quiz Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha Raut today. All the details coming up on Republic after a very short break. Stay tuned.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
The court has extended Sanjay Raut's custody till the 8th of August. It's a huge setback for him, given all the proof and the money trail that's emerged. Big setback to Sanjay Raut. Deal for the sale happened for total of 40 lakh rupees and the rest 36 lakh rupees was paid in cash. The cash of 36 lakhs was given by Sanjay Raut for the purchase of the land on the name of his wife Varsha Raut and Swapna Patkar, family member.
Arnav's debate at 9 p.m. 59%. Republic TV 39%. Republic Bharat 13%. Republic Bangla 30%.
From this body,
संजय राउत को लेकर निकल चुकी है ईडी की टीम। मिस्टर राउत, 4 दिन की रिमांड है, 4 दिन की रिमांड।
At Jabalpur, there's been a fire at a hospital. 5 lives have been lost.
No relief for Sanjay Raut in the Patra Chaul scam case. Now the ED will be questioning his wife, Varsha Raut. Amid the ED's crackdown in the National Herald case, the Congress calls for pan-India protests. West Bengal Chief Minister and the TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee is in the national capital, likely to meet Prime Minister Modi and President Murmu. Jammu and Kashmir marks its 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370. Amid escalating tensions between Taiwan and China, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says will not allow China to isolate Taiwan. India's medal tally goes up to 20 at the Commonwealth Games. India bags 6 golds, 7 silvers and 7 bronze. Good morning and welcome. You are watching the Morning Express on Republic TV. I'm Nupur Talwar Suri. We begin with news that's just coming in. Now, as the Congress party has called for pan-India protests over the ED's probe in the National Herald scam, the police in New Delhi has imposed Section 144 in the national capital. Now, as per the Delhi Police's directive, Section 144 of the CRPC has been imposed in the entire area of New Delhi except the areas of Jantar Mantar. Now, that's the designated protest site that's usually given out for protests of any sort that are to be held in the national capital. So, apart from Jantar Mantar, where there is no Section 144, all other areas have been put under Section 144. I'm going to try and go across to our correspondents on the ground to give us more details. But do remember, this comes at the back of the Congress calling for mass protests, not just in the national capital, but also elsewhere in the country. This is over the sealing of the National Herald House in the national capital and the questioning of both Sonia and Rahul Gandhi by the ED. Anuj is joining us live from New Delhi. Good morning, Anuj. Anuj, give us a sense of the kind of security arrangements that have been made, because in the past we have seen how Congress workers have come out in the streets and protested in large numbers and essentially, causing a lot of trouble to the common people.
Well, exactly, Nupur. This is the repetition of the same. First, let me give you the visuals from where I am reporting. This is the AICC headquarter entry at the Akbar Road from where I am reporting. Let me give you the sense of the area, what exactly has been done, because the proper barricading has been already done. As you were pointing it out very rightly, that 144 has been already imposed. No permission for any kind of satyagraha, any kind of protest has been given by the Delhi police. Earlier also we have seen the same kind of protest of the Congress Karyakarta and the Congress workers when they were out on the streets of the national capital in the Lutyens Delhi, specifically when Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi was called by the enforcement directorate. And as now Young Indian office is being sealed, the Congress could be clearly seen in the panic mode, and there a pan-India level protest has been called by the Congress party today, where the Congress party is planning to move toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan also. When we are talking about the national capital, from the parliament to the Rashtrapati Bhavan, this particular call is taken to go ahead with the protesters and the senior leadership of the Congress party. So I was giving you a sense of the area also, what exactly is happening. If we are talking particularly about the Akbar Road, as we do know that the permission has been not given, and this is 144 which is already imposed. Only Jantar Mantar is allowed, which is a designated place to go for any kind of protest. So that is the first barricading which has been done. I'll move towards the AICC now and will give you the sense what exactly has been the arrangement is. So this is the second barricading which has been done. So you can see, as on my right I have just shown, at the entry of the Akbar Road, this is the first barricading which has been done. That is the second, and there I can see third barricading which has been done to reach to the AICC headquarters, because we have seen it earlier how a high voltage drama was seen when Rahul Gandhi was called by the enforcement directorate, when Sonia Gandhi was called by the enforcement directorate, how the Congress Karyakartas was there on the streets of the national capital in the Lutyens Delhi specifically. So these are the live images from the AICC headquarters. 3 barricading has been already done. If we talk about the entry of the Akbar Road, this is where the AICC headquarters is. That's the Congress headquarters in the national capital. So 3 barricading have been already done.
Anuj, I just wanted to ask you, we are now getting to understand that the protests inside the AICC have already begun, and I think we've got those visuals on our screens right now. Can you take us through what's happening?
अरे दूध पे जीएसटी, पनीर पे जीएसटी, अरे छाछ पे जीएसटी, काफी पुस्तक पे जीएसटी, पेन पेंसिल पे जीएसटी, हॉस्पिटल पे जीएसटी, अरे होटल पे जीएसटी, होटल खाने पे जीएसटी, अरे दूध पे जीएसटी, पनीर पे जीएसटी, अरे दूध पे जीएसटी, मोदी के शासन में सब कुछ महंगा, अरे घर द्वार भी महंगा, अरे होटल भी महंगा, हॉस्पिटल भी महंगा, मोटर कार भी महंगा, रेलवे टिकट भी महंगा, अरे चावल भी महंगा, अरे आटे भी महंगा, अरे सब्जी भी महंगा। मोदी गाड़ी बोला भाई इसी में चली
As we are seeing those pictures that are coming from the AICC headquarters in the national capital, this protest seems to have taken a wider turn. Congress leaders and workers over there protesting the increase in prices due to the increase in GST that's been levied. Now, that's also something that, you know, the Congress party has been talking about.
Well, exactly. This is the issue which has been taken by the Congress party. If we talk about today's protest or today's call which has been taken for the protest, is the key points in that particular matter, or rather today's protest, are taken as inflation, are taken as Agnipath scheme, unemployment. So these are going to be the subject of the Congress party for today's protest. But on the other hand, yes, the enforcement directorate action is something which is obviously on which the Congress party is reacting. We are seeing the same. We have seen the same when enforcement directorate was conducting raid at the office of Young Indian in the national capital itself, which has been sealed now. So these are the live images. Let me give you the sense from outside AICC headquarters also now, as we have shown it earlier to the viewers, how 3 barricading to reach here is already done, as 144 is already imposed, and from inside the AICC headquarters we were just getting the visuals. We have seen how the Congress Karyakartas is protesting inside the AICC headquarters also. Many of the senior leaders are expected to reach here. What I have been told, this is going to be the chief ministers of the Congress ruled state also who are going to be there, including Ashok Gehlot, including Bhupesh Baghel, what we have been told. But these are the live images from the AICC headquarters. That's the main entry of the AICC headquarters. This is the Congress headquarters in the national capital, and the Congress Karyakartas have already assembled here. Many of them are inside. Many of them are not allowed to cross the barricading. So there you can clearly see the proper bandobast which has been done by the Delhi police. And these are some posters, some posters which are pasted, which have been kept right outside the AICC headquarters. So there, Modi hai to Mehangai hai. So this is something which is written over here, and this is from the Mahila Congress. And let me give you the sense from the other side also. This exactly is another poster, same kind of poster which has been pasted on the other side also. This is the entry of the AICC headquarters, from where we were just getting the visual, where many of the Congress Karyakartas had already assembled, and we'll give you a view from this particular gate also, and there you can clearly see the arrangement that has been done. So they are going to protest from this particular site also. They are going to protest from inside the AICC headquarters also, and they will try to move ahead on the road. But the proper bandobast, as we are seeing, is already done. 144 is already imposed. Whereas let me also tell you about the other planning of the Congress party is that they have planned to move from the parliament, as the parliament monsoon session is going on. So the MP from the of the Congress party from the parliament has planned to move toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan, where they want to gherao and where they want to give a letter to the president, what I have been told. But this is something which has been made in very much clear by the Delhi police, that they are not allowed to move ahead, because no permission for any kind of satyagraha, any kind of protest, no permission has been given. And this is 144 which is imposed, and the clear direction has been given to KC Venugopal, who is the position holder, who is communicating with the Delhi police. So everything is made in very much clear by the Delhi police that there is no permission for any kind of protest. But still, we are seeing the kind of bandobast which has been done, barricading which has been done. These are the live images from the AICC headquarters, where the Congress workers are now planning to move ahead with their protest. But let's see how it goes, because proper bandobast could be clearly seen. Yes, back to you.
All right, Anuj, of course, continues to bring us the details. Now, Anuj, we are also given to understand that part of what they're going to do is to be gheraoing, leaders of the BJP as well. So give us a sense into that broader strategy. And we were hearing that Congress ruled states, of course, that's Rajasthan. They will also be making their way, leaders from Rajasthan.
Well, exactly. This is a pan-India level protest which has been called in, and from the different state of the country, wherever the Congress party is ruling, they have been given a line. They have been given an instruction by the top brasses of the Congress party. They have to be involved in the protest which has been called for today. On the other hand, if we talk about the planning of the Congress party or the strategy of the Congress party, earlier this was planned that they are going to move toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan. They are going to get out that. On top of that, let me tell you, the part of strategy was was to move toward the Prime Minister's residence also, and they were planning to go to the Prime Minister's residence at the Racecourse Road, which is now APJ Abdul Kalam Road, and they were planning to go towards the Prime Minister's residence also, although no permission has been given. And this is if we talk about these particular roads, then the barricading has been clearly done, and so no permission for any kind of movement has been given by the Delhi police. So earlier this was the plan of the Congress party to gherao the Prime Minister's residence, to move toward the Prime Minister's residence with their leaders from the parliament. They were planning to go in different groups. One group will be going toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan, another group they were planning to go toward the Prime Minister's residence, but this has been made in very much clear by the Delhi police that there is no permission for any kind of movement, any kind of protest, any kind of satyagraha. And that is why 144 has been already imposed, and that is why it has been made in very much clear by the Delhi police. If you want to protest, go to Jantar Mantar, which is a designated place for any kind of protest. Yes.
Absolutely. However, what we've seen in the past obviously does indicate that there could be, a clash between what the Congress is saying and what the Delhi police is saying. So for the moment, Anush, thank you for joining us. All right, so those are protests that are taking place at the AICT headquarters in the national capital, and we are expecting more protests to take place even as Section 144 has been imposed in New Delhi. Now, as the Shiva Sena leader Sanjay Raut faces the Patra Chaul scam, the former director of Guru Ashish Constructions Private Limited, Praveen Raut, is also being quizzed in a multi-thousand crore chit fund scam case. Now, trouble is looming as the frontman for the Patra Chaul's case is questioned for another scam.
There is no relief for the controversial politician Sanjay Raut. Even as his ED custody is extended till August 8th, his name is being associated with another scam now. As per sources, Praveen Raut, who is under ED's arrest in the Patra Chaul scam case, is also being questioned in a multi-thousand crore chit fund case of Pearls Group, where Raut's name has also come up. According to ED sources, while interrogation in case related to Pearls Agrotech Corp Limited, one person named Sanjay Raut in statement.
There's more trouble in store for Shiva Sena leader Sanjay Raut while he's already being investigated in the Patra Chaul redevelopment scam. Top sources within the investigative agency now indicating that there is a high possibility that Sanjay Raut could also be probed in the Pearls scam. Now, what exactly is the Pearls scam? This is again a chit fund scam that is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate's Delhi unit. In fact, here too, you have the same kingpin. That's Praveen Raut. Praveen Raut has already been arrested in the Patra Chaul redevelopment scam. But now what turns out is that the Enforcement Directorate's Delhi unit has recorded the statement of one person, whose name perhaps cannot be disclosed at this point in time, but he has now taken the name of Sanjay Raut in the Pearls scam. In the 45,000 crore chit fund scam, we are given to understand Sanjay Raut's name has also figured.
Though not connected with the Patra Chaul case, the Pearls scam can escalate woes of Sanjay Raut.
As far as the Patra Chaul scam is concerned, remember the Enforcement Directorate essentially making remarkable progress, as the court points out, saying that they have been able to establish the money trail, and the fact that there are witnesses who have come forward saying that they've actually received cash transaction of about 36 lakh rupees, and this amount was given by Sanjay Raut to buy a land in Alibag. In fact, not just that, about 4 lakh rupees was given in check to this particular witness, who's now come forward before the Enforcement Directorate saying that it was Sanjay Raut who gave the money and he wanted this property to be named after his wife Varsha Raut.
And the Raut camp continues to play victim.
राज्यसभा के प्रतिज्ञा पत्र में हमने प्रोड्यूस किया है, उसमें कोई चोरी नहीं और कोई कैश नहीं। जो हुआ है वो सरकार के गवर्नमेंट के हिसाब से हुआ है, उसमें हमने चोरी की नहीं। मैं वापस एक बोलता हूँ, ये पॉलिटिकल केस है, इसमें संजय राउत को अटकाना चाहते हैं, ये संजय राउत को उद्धव जी से तोड़ना चाहते हैं और उद्धव जी को थोड़ा कम, उनकी ताकत कम करना चाहते हैं।
And now that the ED has even summoned Sanjay Raut's wife Varsha in the Patra Chaul scam, can Sanjay Raut play martyr? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Now, it has been 3 years since the abrogation of Article 370 in Jammu and Kashmir, and on the 3rd anniversary, Omar Abdullah has tweeted saying that we will continue our peaceful struggle using all legal and constitutional means to challenge what was done in Jammu and Kashmir on the 5th of August in 2019. The road ahead may be long, one full of twists and turns, but it's not one that the JKNC will abandon. Gursimran is reporting on this. Gursimran, so that's a tweet that's coming in from Omar Abdullah, but we have seen also the kind of voices that have been coming in from Mehbooba Mufti, who's also been raising this issue.
See, the local parties, be it the People's Democratic Party or the National Conference, they are now decrying the abrogation of Article 370 and 35 alpha. But what they also know that this is in the Supreme Court, and the decision that has been taken by the Union government, that was by following all the procedures, that is from the lower house to upper house to the consent of the President of the country. This entire process has been followed, and now they are doing it because they also know that the possible assembly elections in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir are around the corner, and this time this is going to be one of their agendas in the election. They know they won't be able to sell Azadi or self-autonomy this time, and that's why they have taken the issue of the abrogation of Article 370 and 35 alpha. See, yesterday evening it was the Jammu and Kashmir police that has shared data that clearly speaks of the volumes that from 2016 to 2019 there were over 3,600 law and order situations, incidents that have taken place in Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir. But post abrogation of Article 370 to till date, there have been only 438 terror linked or the law and order linked incidents that have taken place. This shows that how the security forces have got a grip over the situation post abrogation of Article 370 and 35 alpha, and this is directly benefiting the common people, the Aam Admi of Jammu and Kashmir, because without any law and order situation, the people of the Jammu and Kashmir, they are living happily, and that is something that has been achieved post abrogation of Article 370 and 35 alpha. We have seen how the Pakistan has been pushed to the totally on the back front. Yes.
Right, absolutely. As you're pointing out, obviously we are expecting these local political parties to come up with statements today. Thank you for joining us. In fact, moving on to the other big news story that we're tracking this morning, as the Shiva Sena leader Sanjay Raut faces the Patra Chaul scam, the former director of Guru Ashish Constructions Private Limited, Praveen Raut, is also being quizzed for a multi-thousand crore chit fund scam case. Now, trouble is looming for him in the Patra Chaul case as well as another case.
There is no relief for the controversial politician Sanjay Raut. Even as his ED custody is extended till August 8th, his name is being associated with another scam now. As per sources, Praveen Raut, who is under ED's arrest in the Patra Chaul scam case, is also being questioned in a multi-thousand crore chit fund case of Pearls Group, where Raut's name has also come up. According to ED sources, while interrogation in case related to Pearls Agrotech Corp Limited, one person named Sanjay Raut in statement.
There's more trouble in store for Shiva Sena leader Sanjay Raut while he's already being investigated in the Patra Chaul redevelopment scam. Top sources within the investigative agency now indicating that there is a high possibility that Sanjay Raut could also be probed in the Pearls scam. Now, what exactly is the Pearls scam? This is again a chit fund scam that is being probed by the Enforcement Directorate's Delhi unit. In fact, here too, you have the same kingpin. That's Praveen Raut. Praveen Raut has already been arrested in the Patra Chaul redevelopment scam. But now what turns out is that the Enforcement Directorate's Delhi unit has recorded the statement of one person, whose name perhaps cannot be
disclosed at this point in time, but he has now taken the name of Sanjay Raut in the Pearl scam. In the 45,000 crore chit fund scam, we are given to understand Sanjay Raut's name has also figured.
Though not connected with the Patra Chaul case, the Pearl scam can escalate. Who's Sanjay Raut?
As far as the Patra Chaul scam is concerned, remember the enforcement directorate essentially making remarkable progress, as the court points out, saying that they have been able to establish the money trail, and the fact that there are witnesses who have come forward saying that they've actually received cash transaction of about 36 lakh rupees, and this amount was given by Sanjay Raut to buy a land in Alibag. In fact, not just that, about 4 lakh rupees was given in check to this particular witness, who's now come forward before the enforcement directorate saying that it was Sanjay Raut who gave the money and he wanted this property to be named after his wife Varsha Raut.
And the Raut camp continues to play victim.
राज्यसभा के प्रतिज्ञा पत्र में हमने प्रोड्यूस किया है, उसमें कोई चोरी नहीं और कोई कैश नहीं. जो हुआ है वो सरकार के गवर्नमेंट के हिसाब से हुआ है, उसमें हमने चोरी की नहीं. मैं वापस एक बोलता.
And here's a quick look at some news in brief now. Slamming the Congress's intimidation claims, the BJP has said that Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are afraid of answering questions.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को. लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है.
After the leader of the opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress General Secretary K. Venugopal has underlined that the upper house of parliament is in session, and Kharge was taking part in a debate when he was summoned by the ED, reiterating that it was an attempt to suppress the voice of the opposition.
हम तो वेलकम किए, सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं. That is nothing. We are supporting. It should be passed unanimously. लेकिन इस सदन में अगर नहीं बोलूंगा तो कहाँ बोलूंगा?
Well, trouble seems to be mounting for National Herald, as its Bhopal-based building has also now come under the scanner of the Madhya Pradesh government. The MP government claims that the National Herald building in Bhopal is being misused and has also hinted at sealing it.
देखिए, कांग्रेस जो है, राहुल गांधी जो है, वो एक तो चोरी की और ऊपर से कह रहे डरेंगे नहीं, अपने आप को देश के कानून से ऊपर समझते हैं, ये अपने आप को राजा समझते हैं भारत का.
Citing the Delhi High Court and Supreme Court's orders in the National Herald case, the BJP spokesperson Shambit Patra has slammed the Congress party for protecting the Gandhi family. He's also slammed the Congress party and its leader for their remark, no more plea but war now, over the sealing of Young Indian office within the Congress-owned National Herald building in Delhi. Another BJP leader and national spokesperson, Nalan Kohli, has accused the Congress party of converting the investigation over corruption charges and presenting them as if actions are being carried out as political vendetta.
स्वाभाविक रूप से उसमें इस प्रकार का एक व्यवहार, ड्रामा, और आज सुबह यह कहना कि अब याचना नहीं रण होगी, रण मतलब युद्ध करेंगे, अब याचना नहीं रण होगी. नहीं, आप ये बताइए, पहले तो कह रहे थे सत्याग्रह होगी, अब कह रहे हैं रण अर्थात युद्ध होगा. दोनों डायमेट्रिकली ऑपोजिट है. आप करने क्या वाले हैं? सत्याग्रह करने वाले हैं, दुराग्रह करने वाले हैं, रण करने वाले हैं, या युद्ध करने वाले हैं? जनता जनार्दन बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से कह रही है, न रण होगा और न रन होगा, RUN रन. Neither you should fight against the system, nor you should run away from the system.
Now, Bihar leader of opposition Tejasvi Yadav has launched a scathing attack at the centre, saying that federal agencies are working as cells of the BJP. He's also claimed that agencies like the CBI and the IT department are like toys for the BJP.
भ्रष्टाचार के विषय के ऊपर में सत्याग्रह आज तक दुनिया में ऐसा शायद हुआ ही नहीं होगा.
कि भ्रष्टाचार के आरोपों का जवाब नहीं दे रहे और सत्याग्रह की बात कर रहे हैं और फिर इसका राजनीतिकरण कर रहे हैं। भाई आपके पास सही जवाब है तो स्वाभाविक पूर्ण रूप से सबके सामने रख दीजिए। राजनीतिकरण क्या कर रहे हैं? याचना क्या हो रही है? ये जांच है, जांच की पूर्ति होनी चाहिए।
And in fact, a teacher along with her bike was washed away in the flood waters but later rescued by locals in Telangana. We are now getting pictures of this incident that took place.
After Enforcement Directorate action on Gandhis, now Congress has given a Pandya call for protest. Keep watching Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The Vadra Congress and their bosses, the Vadra Gandhis, should really stop it. They should stop making their display of panic so public. And instead, they should accept the fact that the massive scam that they have engineered has been unraveled. For the fact is, ladies and gentlemen, that there is nobody in the country today, nobody except their party acolytes, who are outraging over their parliament leader Mallikarjun Kharge being interrogated inside the National Herald building. And on the contrary, it is giving the vast majority of Indians immense pleasure to see a party that institutionalized corruption for 70 years get it back. Ladies and gentlemen, without doubt the ED will and should seize the properties, and why just the properties, the bank accounts of the Vadra Gandhis, but it must not stop at that. The Vadra Gandhis must be asked to explain to the people of India every rupee and every square inch of land that they own. They must be asked to explain the precise source of the funds for every home that they have and for every land parcel that they control. For the last 7 years, the nation has been waiting anxiously to see action against Damaj Shri, which has unfortunately not happened. I would only say, let there be no half measures this time. Half measures will not work this time. The fight against corruption must go all the way, and that's what we are debating with tonight. The court has extended Sanjay Raut's custody till the 8th of August.
No relief for Sanjay Raut's family in the Patra Chol scam case. Now the ED is to quiz Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha Raut. Amid the ED's crackdown in the National Herald case, Congress calls for pan-India protests. West Bengal's Chief Minister and the TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee is in the national capital, likely to meet Prime Minister Modi and President Murmu. Jammu and Kashmir marks its 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370. It's 3 years of the Article 370 being abrogated, but Omar Abdullah continues politics over the abrogation. Amid escalating tensions between Taiwan and China, the US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says that will not allow China to isolate Taiwan. Well, we're cutting us straight across to visuals that we are getting from the national capital to remember that Section 144 has been imposed in the national capital except for the designated protest site of Jantar Mantar. However, we are still seeing Congress party at the AICC headquarters in New Delhi gather in large numbers to protest. Now, this particular protest, of course, is being called against price rise as well as inflation. Anuj is reporting live from Delhi. Anuj, we can see the number of Congress workers swell over there at the ICC headquarters in the national capital. Take us through what's happening around you.
Well, I'm reporting from right outside the AICC headquarters. First, let me give you the sense from this particular section or the area where these protesters are sitting here, making vegetables, making food. You can see the chapati over there. You can see, as they are calling it a protest, a pan-India level protest, which has been called by the Congress party. And they're talking about the inflation, they're talking about the unemployment, the farmers issue. These are the subjects which has been taken by the Congress party. So these are the live images coming in from the AICC headquarters. The police is trying to stop them. See, I have I can see some of the police personnel here. I'll ask my video journalist to give you a sense from this side also, where they are trying to stop them. We'll try and talk to them. Madam, क्या issue है, क्या point है, क्या कहना चाहिए?
महंगाई है, सब जीएसटी लगा हुआ है, सब दही पे, सब कुछ पे, आटा पे, सब में जीएसटी लगा हुआ है, महंगाई इतना हो रहा है तो खड़े रहेंगे वहाँ। जी आप बताइए। हाँ जी, हम तो यहीं से आए जी। क्या कह रहे हैं, क्या मांगे हैं? अब यही ना, महंगाई इतनी है, बच्चों का इतना खर्चा कैसे होगा? देखो अब क्या कर सकते हैं, काम काज है नहीं, पैसों की परेशानी है, इतनी महंगाई हो गई है, क्या करेंगे?
जी आप बताइए, क्या इशू है, क्यों आए हैं आप यहाँ पे?
बेटा रोटी सड़कों पे बना रहे, महंगाई कितनी है। मोदी कहता था अच्छे दिन आए, अच्छे दिन आ गए जी, रोड पे आ गए, चूल्हा जल रहा है, कैसे करेंगे बताओ? अच्छे दिन वो कहाँ गए, अच्छे दिन कहाँ गए? मोदी से हम यही पूछना चाहते हैं। अच्छे
प्रोटेस्ट की परमिशन आज नहीं है, 144 लगा रखी है दिल्ली पुलिस ने, देखिए पीछे भी खड़ी है, मना
रोड पे आ गए। हम तो जी रोटी ऐसे ही बनाएंगे, अपने बच्चों को ऐसे ही खिलाएंगे, और हम कुछ जानते नहीं, गरीब आदमी।
These are the live images. These are the visuals I'm giving you from the AICC headquarters. There you can see another kind of protest, like they are having vegetables, they are cooking here, they are making chapatis over here. Let me give you the sense from the area from where I'm reporting. This is just right outside the AICC headquarters. That's the AICC headquarters. I'll talk to Mr. Sharma from the Congress party. क्या प्लानिंग है सर, आज क्या क्या तैयारी है?
देखिए, प्लानिंग छोटी से ज़्यादा बड़ी नहीं है। हमारे देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा था, उनको बातें याद दिला रहे हैं कि हवाई चप्पल वाला भी जहाज में घूमेगा। आज हवाई चप्पल भी नहीं है, जहाज भी नहीं है। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का सपना था, बहनों भाइयों आप मुझे सत्ता में ले आओ, एक बार सबको 2022 तक घर दे दूंगा। आप तिरंगा फहराने की तो बात करते हैं, पर घर किसी को नहीं मिला, लोग परेशान हैं।
अगर इन्फोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट अपनी कार्रवाई करती है तो उसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी इतनी परेशान क्यों?
उसका स्वागत है भाई, ये हम उसके लिए नहीं खड़े हैं, ईडी के लिए नहीं खड़े हैं। ईडी उनका स्वागत है, पकड़ो, पूरे देश को पकड़ रहे, हमें डर नहीं लगता। चोरी नहीं करी है, वो अखबार जिसने देश को जिताया, जो अंग्रेजों को भगाया, उसके खिलाफ लड़ाई लड़ रहे हैं। आप अडानी की बात नहीं करते, आप अडानी की बात नहीं करते हैं, रिलायंस की बात नहीं करते हैं, देश बेचने वालों की बात नहीं करते हैं। ईडी वहां भी जानी चाहिए, हमें ईडी से कोई नाराजगी नहीं है। ईडी तो आज भी है, कल भी रहेगी, आज भी पकड़ेगी, कल भी पकड़ेगी। समस्या ये कि देश के हालात पर हम आज हल्ला बोल रहे हैं।
देश के हालात की जो आप बात कर रहे हैं, आज दिल्ली पुलिस ने बोला है कि कांग्रेस पार्टी को कोई प्रोटेस्ट करना है तो जंतर मंतर बना हुआ है, वहां जाइए, डेजिग्नेटेड प्लेस है, 144 लगाई हुई है, सड़कों पे प्रोटेस्ट ना करें। आम जनता देखिए कितनी परेशान होती है, 4 बैरिकेडिंग यहाँ लगे हुए।
8 साल पहले प्रधानमंत्री जी के लोग, प्रधानमंत्री स्मृति ईरानी, राजनाथ सिंह कांग्रेस मुख्यालय पर सिलेंडर और चूड़ी लेके बैठ जाते थे, प्रधानमंत्री के घर के बाहर बैठ जाते थे। हमने, वो लोकतंत्र है, लोकतंत्र की मूर्ति है। विपक्ष के नाते उन्होंने विरोध करा, हमने स्वागत करा। अपनी बात रखनी चाहिए भाई, लोकतंत्र तो संविधान तो कहता है अपनी बात खुल के रखो। आप यहां भी देख लिए, कांग्रेस ऑफिस करना चाहिए, ईडी का ऑफिस सील करना चाहिए, मोदी का घर सील, और कर दिया कांग्रेस पार्टी का ऑफिस सील। कांग्रेस के कार्यकर्ताओं को रोक रहे हैं। आप लोकतंत्र को मत मारो प्रधानमंत्री जी, हम आपके खिलाफ नहीं है, लेकिन संविधान और लोकतंत्र की रक्षा करना आपने शपथ ली थी।
आगे क्या जगदीश जी, क्योंकि परमिशन तो है नहीं, 144 लगी हुई है, परमिशन दी नहीं।
भाई सरदार भगत सिंह को क्या परमिशन मिली थी? वो भी जेल में गया था, मरा था, फांसी खाई थी, तो उसी के तो वंशी से हम भी जेल जाएंगे, फांसी भी खाएंगे, मरेंगे। हमारे नेता राहुल गांधी ने क्या दिया है? फांसी चढ़ा दो, मार दो, पिता मार दिया, दादी भी मार दो, हम डरने वाले नहीं, देश बनाया, देश के लिए मजबूती से खड़े रहेंगे। आपकी
So he is Jagdish Sharma from the Congress party who was telling that they are not going to stop, they are going to go ahead. Same was the
Right.
which was taken by the Rahul Gandhi. Yes, back to you.
Absolutely. So, Anuj, as you're reporting, the number of Congress workers over there swelling in the national capital. There's a protest that's called at other places as well. Anuj, for the moment, thank you. Now, as the leaders of the Congress face questioning by the ED over the National Herald money laundering case, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi is scheduled to hold a press conference today. Questions related to National Herald scam are expected to be addressed in that press conference.
After giving one of the most arrogant responses to the ED investigation yesterday, Rahul Gandhi is set to address a press conference today.
भागने की कौन बात कर रहा है? भागने की वो बात कर रहे हैं। देखिए, सुनिए बात, हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे, हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं।
कोई राजनीतिक परिवार है क्या भारत में जिसके 3 सदस्य बेल पे बाहर हो? सोनिया गांधी, राहुल गांधी, रॉबर्ट वाड्रा। यह बात सही है कि आपको अगर डर नहीं लगता है तो डर नहीं लगता है भ्रष्टाचार करने से।
Reeling from the aftershocks of the ED action, the Vadra Congress created ruckus in Parliament yesterday.
You are a veteran leader.
Youth Congress leader, known for his lackey attitude towards Rahul Gandhi, Srinivas Bibi, made tweets declaring war.
याचना नहीं अब रण होगा, जीवन जय या कि मरण होगा। टकराएंगे नक्षत्र निकर, बरसेगी भू पर वही प्रखर, फणशेष नाग का डोलेगा, विकराल काल मुंह खोलेगा। दुर्योधन रण ऐसा होगा, फिर कभी नहीं जैसा होगा।
पहले तो कह रहे थे सत्याग्रह होगी, अब कह रहे हैं रण अर्थात युद्ध होगा। दोनों डायमेट्रिकली ऑपोजिट है। आप करने क्या वाले हैं? सत्याग्रह करने वाले हैं, दुराग्रह करने वाले हैं, रण करने वाले हैं या युद्ध करने वाले हैं? जनता जनार्दन बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से कह रही है, न रण होगा और न रन होगा, RUN रन। Neither you should fight against the system, nor you should run away from the system.
Amidst all the ruckus and din, the Vadra Congress MP Mallikarjun Kharge finally presented himself before the ED that grilled him for over 8 hours.
Senior Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate for almost 8 hours. This after the Enforcement Directorate had sealed the office of Young Indian in the national capital after they essentially said that they wanted to carry out searches, but the principal officer Mallikarjun Kharge was not present at the Young Indian office on Wednesday, and they feared that there could be tampering of evidence, and that's the reason why the Young Indian office was actually sealed.
Meanwhile, BJP spokesperson Gaurav Bhatia lambasted Rahul Gandhi.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को। लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है।
Now state governments are talking of probing commercial gains being made out of properties leased to National Herald.
जिस बिल्डिंग में जो जगह नेशनल हेराल्ड के लिए दी गई थी, इसको सील भी किया जा सकता है। जो जमीन लीज पे दी थी उसका, और इस पूरी जमीन का 2011 में लीज भी इसकी खत्म हो गई। उसके बाद जिन 6 लोगों को ये जमीन बेची गई थी उन सभी ने कोर्ट का दरवाजा खटखटाया, लेकिन अब भूपेश सिंह ने साफ तौर पर कहा है कि वो पूरे मामले की जांच करवा रहे हैं।
Madhya Pradesh's State Urban Administration Minister Bhupinder Singh spoke to Republic TV on this issue.
देखिए कांग्रेस जो है राहुल गांधी जो है वो एक तो चोरी की और ऊपर से कह रहे डरेंगे नहीं, ये अपने आप को देश के कानून से ऊपर समझते हैं, ये अपने आप को राजा समझते हैं भारत का.
And as usual, the Vadra Congress has been deployed to malign the Enforcement Directorate. But the question remains, will Rahul present facts on Young Indian? And what all statements will he be held to account once the AJL scam comes to full circle? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And here's some news in brief this morning. Section 144 has been imposed in the entire area of New Delhi except Jantar Mantar. Any kind of protest or mass dharna is totally prohibited in the area in view of security, law and order and major traffic concerns. The Congress is holding a nationwide protest against inflation and unemployment today outside the All India Congress Committee Party headquarters. Now, the protest will include senior Congress leaders and common workers. Hence, keeping this nationwide demonstration program in mind, the Delhi police has imposed Section 144 in the entire area of Delhi, except the district of Jantar Mantar, which is a designated protest site. The army chief is likely to land in Jammu and Kashmir today. If sources are to be believed, he is going to Nagrota Base 16 Corps of the Indian Army, where he will be briefed about prevailing security scenario and counter-terror mechanism that's in place. The Badrinath National Highway number 7 in Karnaprayag has been blocked for several hours due to the falling of boulders from the hill near Panchpolia. For safety, passengers going to Badrinath at night were stopped at Gochar, and vehicles of pilgrims going towards Rishikesh were stopped at Karnaprayag and Langsu. A teacher was washed away along with her bike due to flood waters in Jangaon district of Telangana. According to sources, the woman was later rescued by locals. This comes after Telangana had after reports of heavy rain came in from Telangana.
After Enforcement Directorate action on Gandhis, now the Congress party in panic called a pan-India level protest. Right now, reporting from the AICC headquarters, we'll be live on the story. Keep watching Republic TV. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
On the third anniversary of abrogation of Article 370 and 35 Alpha, the opposition parties, including the PDP and National Conference, has once again raked up the issue of the abrogation, saying that we will fight for it. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
The court has extended Sanjay Raut's custody till the 8th of August. It's a huge setback for him, given all the proof and the money trail that's emerged. Big setback to Sanjay Raut. Deal for the sale happened for total of 40 lakh rupees, and the rest 36 lakh rupees was paid in cash. The cash of 36 lakhs was given by Sanjay Raut for the purchase of the land on the name of his wife Varsha Raut and Swapna Patkar, family members.
On-offs debate at 9 p.m. 59%. Republic TV 39%. Republic Bharat 13%. Republic Bangla 30%.
From this body only I have won 21 international medals, including that of Asian Games, World Championships and the first ever medal in the Paralympics. That means somewhere I have contributed in getting my national flag to fly high in the global arena.
Welcome back. You are watching the Morning Express, and Jammu and Kashmir completes about 3 years after the abrogation of Article 370. Opposition leaders are questioning the Election Commission of India on the Union Territory's election.
जम्मू कश्मीर आरक्षण अधिनियम 2004 का और संशोधन करने वाले विधेयक पर विचार किया जाए।
5th August 2019, history was created. In what was the biggest celebration of united India since independence and the rollout of the Constitution, Article 370, which gave a special status to Jammu and Kashmir, was abrogated.
जम्मू और कश्मीर की राज्य की विधायी शक्तियां इस सदन में निहित होने एवं राष्ट्रपति द्वारा भारत के संविधान अनुच्छेद 3 के प्रावधान के अंतर्गत जम्मू और कश्मीर पुनर्गठन विधेयक 2019 को सदन के सम्मुख विचार के लिए संबोधित करने पर यह सदन जम्मू और कश्मीर पुनर्गठन विधेयक 2019 को स्वीकार करे और इसको व्यक्त करे।
3 years in, the changes are visible on the ground.
Today is an important day for Jammu and Kashmir and its relationship with the rest of the country. It is the 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of Article 370, which happened on August 5, 2019 by the centre, with which the state was also disbanded and converted into a union territory and a bifurcation, making Ladakh another union territory. Over the last 3 years, tremendous amount of work has been done to integrate the erstwhile state and now the union territory with the rest of the country.
Now there are no two flags, no two constitutions. It is finally one India, one constitution, but some are frustrated. But every patriotic Indian must wave the flag high and celebrate the 3rd anniversary of abrogation of Article 370, because now Kashmiri Pandits are able to go back home. Now we see beautiful sights of tricolour being unfurled atop the Lal Chowk Tower. In fact, opposing the politics of Omar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti, locals including children unfurled a 30-meter tricolour in Gupkar Road of Jammu and Kashmir, Srinagar. Celebrate because stone pelting on the streets is now replaced with more than 4,000 youth clubs under Mission Youth. Celebrate because there is real progress.
डेफिनेटली आप सभी समझ रहे होंगे कि पिछले 370 के हटने के बाद से पत्थरबाजी की घटनाओं में बहुत कमी आई है ही नहीं, ऑलमोस्ट नील के बराबर है।
It is anti-national to not support the abrogation of Article 370 because it would mean support for the pre-abrogation situation. So Republic Media Network has pledged to fiercely and patriotically celebrate the 5th of August this year. Every patriotic Indian across the state and every corner of the country will wave one tricolour and hold one constitution that binds India together. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
Well, news is coming. We are now learning that searches are on in Tamil Nadu. Searches are in fact being carried out at about 40 locations. Shavan Sen is on the phone line with us. Shavan, good morning. Can you give us more details, please? All right, so here's what we know so far. A mega search operation is being carried out across Tamil Nadu. Searches are on at about 40 locations. We are still trying to ascertain the details of this operation that is currently on, but preliminary information seems to suggest that searches are being carried out in Tamil Nadu. There are about 40 sites that are being raided. So that's the preliminary information that we are getting right now. search operations are carrying on across Tamil Nadu. Some information seems to suggest that various builders in the state are under the scanner, but we are still trying to get more information as to what is taking place. What we know so far, of course, is the fact that about 40 locations are under the scanner. These searches are being carried out in various districts across Tamil Nadu. Also, what we understand is perhaps that this could be linked to certain builders in the area. Shavan San on the phone line with me. Yes, Shavan, can you please tell us more?
Well, in fact, right now, Nupur, very sketchy details are only emerging. All that we can confirm at this stage that there are massive searches that are basically underway in Tamil Nadu. We have been told that certain teams from the national capital have left for Chennai, where the searches are being carried out. A total of 40 locations where these searches are being carried out, where builders and real estate names are basically under the scanner at this point in time. There's very little details that are emerging at this point in time. We'll be tracking the story very closely to get more details for our viewers. For all that we can confirm right now that the searches are basically underway in the state of Tamil Nadu. About 40 locations where these searches are being carried out. Builders, real estate conglomerates are basically under the scanner at this stage.
Right, Shavan, thank you for joining us. Shavan Sen reporting there on searches that are being carried out in Tamil Nadu. 40 locations are being searched. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come on the Morning Express. No relief for the Raut family in the Patra Chol scam case. The ED is to quiz Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha Raut.
The court has extended Sanjay Raut's custody till the 8th of August. It's a huge setback for him, given all the proof and the money trail that's emerged. Big setback to Sanjay Raut. Deal for the sale happened for total of 40 lakh rupees, and the rest 36 lakh rupees was paid in cash. The cash of 36 lakhs was given by Sanjay Raut for the purchase of the land on the name of his wife, Varsha Raut, and Swapna Patkar, family member.
On-offs debate at 9 p.m. 59%. Republic TV 39%. Republic Bharat 13%. Republic Bangla 30%.
From this body only, I have won 21 international medals, including that of Asian Games, World Championships, and the first ever medal in the Paralympics. That means somewhere I have contributed in getting my national flag to fly high in the global arena.
And here's a look at some sporting action this morning. India made sure of the top spot at Pool B in the men's hockey after a 4-1 victory over Wales, and they now face New Zealand in the semi-finals. Also, this means that England must take on Australia in the other semi-finals now. There was double cycling joy for Australia during the early action on day 7 of the 2022 Commonwealth Games at Birmingham, as Rohan Dennis and Grace Brown respectively won the men's and the women's road time trial races. Lekwan Nairn has won the Bahamas' first long jump gold medal in Commonwealth Games when he beat India's Sri Shankar on countback. Is the closest finish ever in the games. Both jumpers recorded leaps of 8.08 meters, but Nairn won gold thanks to a better second jump than Sri Shankar. Dortmund players prepared for their Bundesliga clash with Bayern 0 in the It is the head coach Edin Terzic's return to the helm after he led the club as interim manager in the second half of the 2021 season. You are watching Republic TV, and still to come, we get you the latest of what's happening in Delhi as Section 144 has been imposed across the national capital in lieu of protests.
The court has extended Sanjay Raut's custody till the 8th of August. It's a huge setback for him, given all the proof and the money trail that's emerged. Big setback to Sanjay Raut. Deal for the sale happened for total of 40 lakh rupees, and the rest 36 lakh rupees was paid in cash. The cash of 36 lakhs was given by Sanjay Raut for the purchase of the land on the name of his wife, Varsha Raut and Swapna Patkar, family members.
Arnav's debate at 9 p.m. 59%. Republic TV 39%. Republic Bharat 13%. Republic Bangla 30%.
From this body only, I have won 21 international medals, including that of Asian Games, World Championships, and the first ever medal in the Paralympics. That means somewhere I have contributed in getting my national flag to fly high in the global arena.
What about the moment when you're up there? I saw your picture there with the tricolor in your hands.
Yeah, I felt proud because there, like, I was representing the whole country, you know. Yeah. So I had that proud feeling that I made my country proud, and I think that feelings cannot be described into words.
टेम्परेचर कितना था? सबसे कम -70।
हर सैनिक को ये मौका नहीं मिलता CHN काटने का। मेरा का 22 साल के अंदर ये मौका मिला CHN काटने का।
अच्छा,
इसलिए बहुत गर्व है मेरा को।
छोटी बात नहीं साहब, बहुत बड़ा कलेजा चाहिए, है ना? फौजी ने तिरंगे की लाज रखी। अगर विजय मिली तो तिरंगा लहराया, और अगर वीरगति मिली तो तिरंगे में लिपट कर आया, और ये उस फौजी का वादा था। मेरे साथ एक ऑफिसर था, मैंने उससे पूछा क्या मतलब है वॉर मेमोरियल में खाली पत्थर लगाना। उसने बोला कि सर, ये वादा है।
मैं सिर्फ धूल, मिट्टी, टैंक का ऑयल आपके चेहरों पर देखना चाहता हूं, और अपने हुनर को उस तलवार की धार की तरह और नुकीला और पैना करेंगे, जो कि हमारे दुश्मनों के दिलों में चीरती हुई निकल जाएगी। क्लियर है? भारत माता की!
Top stories at 9 a.m. viewers, as the ED probe corners the Vadra Congress party, asks cadre to protest across India. No answers on the mega scam. Rahul resorts to antics. A press briefing expected shortly. No relief for the Raut family in the Patra Chaul scams case. Now the ED to quiz Sanjay Raut's wife, Varsha Raut. And it's 3 years of the Article 370 abrogation. Omar Abdullah continues at it again, plays politics on the same. West Bengal Chief Minister and the TMC Supremo Mamata Banerjee in the national capital, likely to meet the Prime Minister Modi and the President Murmu.
Will not isolate Taiwan by preventing us to travel there.
Amid escalating tensions between Taiwan and China, US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi states will not allow China to isolate Taiwan. And straight away cutting across to breaking updates that we're picking up, viewers, from the national capital, where in fact we are seeing how the opposition, that is the Congress party that had been carrying out protests and cornered by the ED probe, the Congress MPs from both the houses to meet today at 10 a.m. at the Congress Parliamentary Party office in the Parliament is what we're learning. Meanwhile, the party cadre protest against the price rise in Delhi. Now, viewers, we have been seeing the kind of protests that the opposition has been carrying out. The Congress party that had been appealing to all of its MPs to come out on the streets and carry out this protest today. And we had seen that this protest was not just about the price hike and inflation, but also about the investigation being carried out by the Enforcement Directorate. Anuj, my colleague, I believe, is also joining me from the national capital live on the broadcast. Anuj, tell us more about what's really happening on the ground right now. We had seen just a few minutes ago that how the protest of the Congress party was being carried out in the national capital, despite being there section 144 being imposed in the national capital, and of course police had also been deployed. What are you picking up right now?
Well, exactly. Police has made it very much clear that Section 144 is already imposed in the national capital, and no satyagraha, no protest, no march is allowed. Let me give you the sense from where I am reporting. This is AICC headquarters in the national capital. On my right, you can see that's the entry of the Akbar Road where AICC headquarters is. So 3 barricading has been done over there. On my left, 3 barricading has been done over this side because no movement is allowed. This is the AICC headquarters on my right. First, let me give you the sense from this part of this particular road where this protest is happening. This is the protest where Congress party is saying that they are protesting against the inflation. So that's why they are cooking over here. Some of the ladies are making chapatis, and there in the pan you can see the vegetables. On the other hand, let me go ahead and give you the sense from the ground what exactly has happened. There clearly the bandobast of the police that has been done could be clearly seen. Heavy security deployment could be clearly seen. These are the forces which has been deployed. This is Delhi police personnel which has been deployed because no permission for any kind of movement is there. The Congress party is in panic. We do understand that after the Enforcement Directorate has taken the action against Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, we have seen the same when they were called by the Enforcement Directorate for the investigation, and after that when it was sealed, the office of Young Indian was sealed. Then also we have seen the Congress Karyakartas on the streets of the national capital. That's the entry. That's the entry of AICC headquarters, of the Congress headquarters, and you can clearly see the Congress Karyakartas over there, and they are standing here with the placards. Some of the posters have been pasted over here, and clear bandobast. See, this is the announcement which has been made by the Delhi police. The announcement to give a direction to the protesters that you are not allowed. Section 144 is imposed here. You will be detained if you do so. This is the clear line which has been taken by the police. So there on the one side, Delhi police is making it clear, making announcement that you are not allowed to protest over here. You go inside, you can protest inside the premises of your office of AICC headquarters, but you are not allowed to come on the street. You are not allowed to come on the road and do any kind of protest. So there, the buses, I'll show you the buses which has been already deployed over here. This is for detaining, because if the Congress workers will not stop, if they will not listen to the police personnel over here, that's the DCP New Delhi, who is taking note of the situation. She is taking the note of the situation, what exactly the bandobast is and how the deployment has been done. Lady police deployment could be seen, and RAF could be seen. So all the deployment has been done because there is no permission for any kind of movement. The buses have been deployed. So this is the entry of the AICC headquarters from where I am reporting, and the Congress Karyakartas are not listening. The Congress workers are not listening as of now. They are protesting over here. They are not allowed to come outside, and there continuously he is the SHO making an announcement now, SHO making it clear, otherwise you are going to be detained if you will not stop. If you will not go inside, if you will do any kind of march, if you will go with any kind of protest, then you are going to be detained. The legal action will be taken against you. That is the clear line, because 144 has been already imposed. Now let me tell you that this is from half an hour from now, when Rahul Gandhi is going to come to the AICC headquarters, and he will be doing a press conference. So we are waiting for that also, what exactly is going to be the strategy of the same. Yes.
Let's talk about that, Anuj. Let's talk about this very crucial press briefing that you're talking about, Anuj, that you're telling our viewers about. Yeah. But we were also learning that at 10 a.m. that there is also going to be a meeting with all the Congress member of the parliaments as well. What is this meeting going to be? And also, if you could push that point further and talk about the press briefing of Rahul Gandhi as well, Anuj.
Well, first it is going to start from the presser of Rahul Gandhi, from the press conference of Rahul Gandhi, which is going to happen at 9:30 a.m. in the AICC headquarters. There, the line which is expected is obviously the same which has been taken by the Congress party earlier. And as we confronted, Republic TV confronted Rahul Gandhi yesterday, and the line taken was very much similar, that we are not afraid of anything, we are not going to stop, we are going to go ahead with this only, with this kind of protest. And if we talk about this particular meeting, what you are talking about in the parliament, then let me tell you, the MPs of both the houses are called in that particular meeting. Rahul Gandhi, after doing the press conference, will be joining that particular meeting. The planning, if we talk about, the strategy, if we talk about, of the Congress party is that they are going to march toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and they are also planning to march toward the Prime Minister's house. And seeing that only, now the 144 has been already imposed, the notice has been given, the clear instruction has been given to the Congress party that you are not allowed to do any kind of protest. You are not allowed to gherao Rashtrapati Bhavan, what their plan is, to gherao Prime Minister's house, what their plan is. So this is the planning of the Congress party, and that very particular meeting which is lined up at 10 a.m. in the parliament, there the MPs of both the houses have been called, and yes, I have been told that Rahul Gandhi, after doing the presser, will be leaving for the parliament house. So these are the live images from the AICC headquarters. I've been told that now action is going to begin. Now more barricading has been called, and as just now we have seen, the Delhi police was making an announcement. They were giving warning to the workers over here, to the Karyakartas over here, that you be inside or we will have to take the legal action against you. There you can see the DCP, I can see the DCP New Delhi herself is present over here monitoring the situation. Law and order situation should be in control, should remain in control. That is the line, and deployment of the forces, heavy deployment of the security could be clearly seen. So there, I can see the CRPF Jawans now coming, because Rahul Gandhi is going to come. These are the CRPF Jawan who are coming in, because Rahul Gandhi anytime is going to come. Rahul Gandhi anytime is going to reach AICC headquarters, because we are telling our viewers this is already a lined up press conference of the Congress party, where they are going to speak about the things, what is their strategy, and the line what we are expecting is going to remain the same. They will be targeting the Modi government and the enforcement directorate, because Congress party is in very much panic after the action which has been taken by the enforcement directorate. Yes, back to you.
Well, absolutely, Anuj. Let's take that point and push it forward for our viewers. Anuj, you were explaining it as well as far as the Congress's protest is concerned. Because what really is the philosophy of this protest? Are they protesting against the enforcement directorate itself? Are they protesting against the central government? Are they still standing in line with their political, posturing that we had seen Rahul Gandhi also do, claiming that this is a political vendetta by the central government? And also, what are the other issues that the Congress wants to raise via this protest, Anuj?
Well, if we talk about this particular protest, then let me tell you the name which has been given to this particular protest is about the inflation, about the unemployment, about the Agnipath scheme. That is the agenda and the subject and the point which has been taken by the Congress party to put forward. But if we talk about the reality, then yes, we do understand after enforcement directorate came in action, and we have seen how Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi was questioned by the enforcement directorate, and now finally the office of the Young Indian has been already sealed by the enforcement directorate. So we have seen the frustration of the Congress party regarding the same. We confronted Rahul Yesterday, and there also the line taken was very much similar. So this is going to be the agenda of the Congress party, where they are going to keep these points also. They are going to talk about the inflation, they are going to talk about the unemployment, the Agnipath scheme, the farmers issue. So they are going to talk about that. But yes, the sloganeering which I was seeing and the kind of sloganeering which has been done by the protest is always the same, like we are seeing it since the enforcement directorate came in action and questioning Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi ke jab Modi डरता है ईडी को आगे करता है. This is the line which has been taken by the protesters. So this is going to be the agenda, this is going to be the planning and the strategy of the Congress party, where they're going to move ahead. And the important part here to mention is the another protest, because one is this, I am reporting from the AICC headquarters, and one is from the parliament, where all the MPs will be marching toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan. They are planning to gher out the Rashtrapati Bhavan, they are planning to gher out the Prime Minister's house. So there the line is very much clear, the instruction has been given, no permission for any kind of protest. The buses could be clearly seen, they are all going to be detained, what I have been told, and as the proper bandobast of the forces could be clearly seen. 3 layers of barricading on my right, 3 layers of barricading on my left. Proper arrangement has been done. 144 is already imposed. There at the main gate of the AICC headquarters, the protesters are protesting, and we are continuously reporting from the AICC headquarters, showing you the visuals. And now, this is going to be any time from now, when Rahul Gandhi is going to reach AICC headquarters and the press conference will be done. There, the things will be more clear than what exactly the agenda of the Congress party is. But we do understand that the line taken is similar as they were taking earlier. Yes, back to you.
Well, that's right, Anuj. Thank you for getting us all those details and that perspective into the investigation, and also as to what the plans of the Congress party are as well. Thank you for joining us on the broadcast with that. And viewers, as we had seen how the investigation of the Enforcement Directorate continues, how the political line that had been taken by Rahul Gandhi and had been confronted by Republic TV, and he had said that this is the political vendetta of the central government. And today, Rahul Gandhi is all set to address a press conference as well. Here's more on the same.
After giving one of the most arrogant responses to the ED investigation yesterday, Rahul Gandhi is set to address a press conference today.
भागने की कौन बात कर रहा है? भागने की वो बात कर रहे हैं. देखिए, सुनिए बात. हम इंटिमिडेट नहीं होंगे. हम नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरते हैं.
कोई राजनीतिक परिवार है क्या भारत में जिसके 3 सदस्य बेल पे बाहर हो? सोनिया गांधी, राहुल गांधी, रॉबर्ट वाड्रा. यह बात सही है कि आपको अगर डर नहीं लगता है तो डर नहीं लगता है भ्रष्टाचार करने से.
Reeling from the aftershocks of the ED action, the Vadra Congress created ruckus in Parliament yesterday.
You are a veteran leader.
Youth Congress leader, known for his lackey attitude towards Rahul Gandhi, Srinivas Bibi, made tweets declaring war.
याचना नहीं अब रण होगा, जीवन जय या कि मरण होगा. टकराएंगे नक्षत्र निकर, बरसेगी भू पर वही प्रखर. फण शेष नाग का डोलेगा, विकराल काल मुंह खोलेगा. दुर्योधन रण ऐसा होगा, फिर कभी नहीं जैसा होगा.
पहले तो कह रहे थे सत्याग्रह होगी, अब कह रहे हैं रण अर्थात युद्ध होगा. दोनों डायमेट्रिकली ऑपोजिट है. आप करने क्या वाले हैं? सत्याग्रह करने वाले हैं, दुराग्रह करने वाले हैं, रण करने वाले हैं, या युद्ध करने वाले हैं? जनता जनार्दन बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से कह रही है, न रण होगा और न रन होगा. RUN run. Neither you should fight against the system, nor you should run away from the system.
Amidst all the ruckus and din, the Vadra Congress MP Mallikarjun Kharge finally presented himself before the ED that grilled him for over 8 hours.
Senior Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate for almost 8 hours. This after the Enforcement Directorate had sealed the office of Young Indian in the national capital after they essentially said that they wanted to carry out searches, but the principal officer Mallikarjun Kharge was not present at the Young Indian office on Wednesday, and they feared that there could be tampering of evidence, and that's the reason why the Young Indian office was actually sealed.
Meanwhile, BJP spokesperson Gaurav Bhatia lambasted Rahul Gandhi.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को। लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है।
Now state governments are talking of probing commercial gains being made out of properties leased to National Herald.
जिस बिल्डिंग में जो जगह नशा हेराल्ड के लिए दी गई थी, इसको सील भी किया जा सकता है। जो जमीन लीज पे दी थी उसका, और इस पूरी जमीन का 2011 में लीज भी इसकी खत्म हो गई। उसके बाद जिन 6 लोगों को ये जमीन बेची गई थी उन सभी ने कोर्ट का दरवाजा खटखटाया, लेकिन अब भूपेंद्र सिंह ने साफ तौर पर कहा है कि वो पूरे मामले की जाँच करवा रहे हैं।
Madhya Pradesh's State Urban Administration Minister Bhupinder Singh spoke to Republic TV on this issue.
देखिए, कांग्रेस जो है, राहुल गांधी जो है, वो एक तो चोरी की और ऊपर से कह रहे डरेंगे नहीं, अपने आप को देश के कानून से ऊपर समझते हैं, ये अपने आप को राजा समझते हैं भारत का।
And as usual, the Vadra Congress has been deployed to malign the Enforcement Directorate. But the question remains, will Rahul present facts on Young Indian? And what all statements will he be held to account once the AJL scam comes to full circle? Bureau Report, Republic TV.
And viewers, now cutting across to some more breaking updates as far as the 3rd anniversary of the abrogation of the Article 370 is concerned. After Omar Abdullah tweeted over the 3 years of the Article 370 abrogation, now former Jammu and Kashmir Deputy Chief Minister and the BJP leader Kavinder Gupta has made it clear that the Article 370 will not return in Jammu and Kashmir. And we have seen how the politicization of the Article of 370 we had seen being done by the likes of Omar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti, how open threats before the abrogation of the Article 370 had turned into cajoling statements that they have been making, claiming that there will be an Article 370 once again. And now we are seeing that the former JK Deputy Chief Minister and the BJP leader Kavinder Gupta has made it clear that the Article 370 will not return in Jammu and Kashmir. Let's listen in, viewers, as to what he had to say.
70 साल में इन्होंने इस प्रकार के कानून वापस यहाँ पर पास किए। नंबर 1, कोई भी पाकिस्तान आकर के जम्मू कश्मीर में रह सकता है, लेकिन जम्मू कश्मीर का जो नागरिक, चाहे वो गोरखा हो, वाल्मीकि हो या वेस्ट पाकिस्तान रेफ्यूजी हो, उसका अधिकार नहीं है। नंबर 1। नंबर, अपनी मनमर्जियाँ कि जब तक चाहो डिलिमिटेशन नहीं हो सकती। इस प्रकार के कानून, इस कानून से धारा 370 के कारण से अलगाववाद, आतंकवाद, भ्रष्टाचार, परिवारवाद वो ख़त्म हुआ है। वो इनको शायद अच्छा नहीं लगता। यही कारण है कि ये आज दोबारा उस प्रकार से 370 की बात करते हैं, और ये 370 कभी वापस आने वाला नहीं है। ये अपने जहन में रखें।
And viewers, Gursimran, my colleague, is joining me live on the broadcast with more details. Gursimran, we have always seen that this is a very politically heated up debate when it comes to the Article 370 and its abrogation, and how there are leaders in Jammu and Kashmir as well who always politicize it. But now it's the 3-year anniversary and the war of words continues. What else are you picking up with respect to the political fraternity and how it's creating ripples with respect to Omar Abdullah's statement?
See, one thing has to be seen very clearly, that the assembly elections in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir are around the corner, and this is going to be one of the political agenda for the People's Democratic Party, the National Conference and other alliance parties of the People Alliance for the Gupkar Declaration, because they will be going to fight the election on this basis that we will be restoring abrogation of Article 370 and 35 alpha. They will be telling the people that if you vote for the BJP, they will be coming to the assembly and they will be passing a resolution supporting the abrogation of Article 370 and 35 alpha, and that's why the decision will will be taken. That is, they will be going with this agenda that they will restore 370 and 35 alpha, which the people of Jammu and Kashmir also know, and even the political parties of Kashmir, that is nothing has been up to them now. It's the prerogative of the Supreme Court of the country since the matter is sub judice. But yes, this is going to be the political agenda for them for the upcoming election. But the BJP has made it very clear that Article 370 and 35 alpha won't return at any cost.
Well, that's right, Gursimran. We have seen how open threats, in fact, had turned into cajoling statements from the likes of Omar Abdullah and Mehbooba Mufti, of course. And as the third year approaches the anniversary of the abrogation of 370, we are seeing more and more political war of words breaking out. Gursimran, thank you for joining us on the broadcast with those details. And now, viewers, moving on to some more breaking updates that we're getting here on Live in Breaking from Bihar now, where the unfortunate Hooch tragedy that had come to light, in which now the death toll has risen up to 7, unfortunately, is what we're learning. Now, these 7 people had lost their lives due to consumption of spurious liquor, is what we were learning. And of course, we had seen how the incident had come to light, and there were several people that have lost their lives in this entire Hooch tragedy. And another unfortunate update that we are getting to you with respect to this Hooch tragedy that had come to light from the state of Bihar, where the death toll has risen up to 7. Viewers, let's listen into what the authorities had to say, and then we'll get you the breaking updates.
यहाँ पर पास हो, यहाँ पर पहुंचे और भी तबीयत खराब है, क्या हो रहा है? सूचना वो मिली है, जो लोग पूरी टीम यहाँ पर ले ली है, मेडिकल टीम भी गई हुई है गाँव में, सब लोग जांच कर रहे हैं। किस तरह की मेडिकल व्यवस्था कराई जा रही है सर? नहीं, हम लोगों ने मेडिकल टीम भेजी है, जहाँ पर पूरा गाँव में जो इलाका है वहाँ पर पूरा मेडिकल टीम भेजा है, ताकि घरों घरों में जाके जाँच किया जा सके।
And our senior editor Prakash Singh also joins us on the broadcast. Prakash, if I'm not wrong, there have been several incidents of the Hooch tragedy that have come to light from the state of Bihar. Now, in the latest one being where the death toll has increased to 7, what is the government machinery doing to carry out this investigation or the crackdown on this kind of spurious liquor?
Well, this incident took place day before yesterday night when after the consumption of spurious liquor in Maker block of Saran district in Bihar. Apparently 2 people died on the spot and several people were taken to the Patna Medical College Hospital for treatment. Most of them were complaining that they have lost eyesight, and around 35 of them were admitted to the Patna Medical College Hospital. Late last night we learned that and early morning that 5 more people have died, taking the death toll to 7 now. Apparently we hear that 1 people have been arrested in this case. Now, ever since this prohibition policy has been adopted by Nitish Kumar in Bihar since 2016, there have been several incidences of Hooch tragedy in Bihar. Back to you.
Well, absolutely, Prakash. Thank you for bringing us that update with respect to this Hooch tragedy that has come to light from Bihar. We trust you to keep us ahead on that story.
Congress is planning, has now called a pan-India level protest. Enforcement Directorate in action, Rahul Gandhi, to do a press conference shortly. We are reporting live on the story. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
And here is some news in brief from across the country. Slamming Congress's intimidation claims, the BJP said that the Congress's Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are afraid to answer questions.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को। लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है।
After leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress General Secretary K. Venugopal underlined the upper house of the Parliament was in session and Kharge was taking part in a debate when he was summoned by the ED, reiterating that it was an attempt to suppress the voice of the opposition.
हम तो वेलकम किए, सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, दैट इज नथिंग, दैट इज नथिंग, वी आर सपोर्टिंग, इट शुड बी पास्ड यूनानिमसली। लेकिन
What about the moment when you're up there? I saw your picture there with the tricolor in your hands.
Yeah, I felt proud because there, like, I was representing the whole country, you know.
Yeah.
So I had that proud feeling that I made my country proud, and I think that feeling.
And viewers, next up is the EBIX news alert that we're getting to you of Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. In fact, the shooting stones halted traffic on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, and the traffic on the highway has been halted, and those are the pictures that we're getting to you, viewers, of the shooting stones that have halted the traffic on Jammu-Srinagar National Highway itself. And we are waiting to get more updates on this story, but this is the developing update that we're getting from Jammu-Srinagar National Highway, where shooting stones have halted the traffic there, and traffic on the highway, in fact, has been chock-a-blocked.
After Enforcement Directorate in action, now the Congress party has planned to gherao the Prime Minister House and the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Keep watching Republic TV. We are reporting live on the story. We'll be right back after a short break. Stay tuned.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
Good evening and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. The Vadra Congress and their bosses, the Vadra Gandhis, should really stop it. They should stop making their display of panic so public. And instead, they should accept the fact that the massive scam that they have engineered has been unraveled. For the fact is, ladies and gentlemen, that there is nobody in the country today, nobody except their party acolytes who are outraging over their parliament leader Mallikarjun Kharge being interrogated inside the National Herald building. And on the contrary, it is giving the vast majority of Indians immense pleasure to see a party that institutionalized corruption for 70 years get it back. Ladies and gentlemen, without doubt, the ED will and should seize the properties, and why just the properties, the bank accounts of the Vadra Gandhis, but it must not stop at that. The Vadra Gandhis must be asked to explain to the people of India every rupee and every square inch of land that they own.
And those are visuals we're getting you from the National Capital, cornered by the ED Congress MPs from both houses to meet today. Well, those are visuals of the protests. We believe that some arrests have been made. The protests are being held amidst the prohibitory orders of the administration in Delhi. Our correspondent Anuj is there reporting from the ground. Anuj, it's over to you. Take us through what's happening. We believe some arrests have been made there at the seat. Big drama unfolding in where the Congress protests are being held.
Well, exactly. I'm reporting from the AICC headquarters. This is the Congress head office in the national capital. I'll ask my video journalist to give you the sense. As it is raining, now the police is making it very much clear again that you will be detained. Some of the protesters have been already detained because the 144 is imposed. You are not allowed to do any kind of protest, and that's the warning which is again and again being given by the Delhi police. So there at this particular gate, this is the entry of the AICC headquarters. You can clearly see. I'll move ahead a bit to give you the more clarity and more sense what is happening at the AICC headquarters. They were out a minute before. They were out, but as it is raining also, so they are moving in. But they were not listening to the Delhi police, the protesters, the Karyakartas. There also, inside the premises. Inside the premises also, I can see the protesters. I can see the protesters who are sluggering against the Prime Minister. Let me tell you that any moment from now, Rahul Gandhi is going to be here because this is the lined up press conference of Rahul Gandhi at 9:30 a.m. So any moment from now, Rahul Gandhi is going to be here. Behind me, you can clearly see the bandobast that has been done. Numbers of buses I can see who are stationed here to detain the protester because the permission is not there for any kind of satyagraha or any kind of protest. And as we have been told, this is going to be another protest of the parliament, in the parliament of the MPs of the Congress party. There, the MPs of the Congress party has been asked by the Congress party that they have to be there in the parliament, and from there they are planning to march toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan. They are planning to march toward the Prime Minister house, and the planning is to gherao the board, and the permission has not been given. 144 is strictly imposed. So after the ED came in action, we do understand the Congress party was seen in panic. We have seen what has happened on the day when Rahul Gandhi was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. We have seen what has happened when Sonia Gandhi was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate. Finally, Enforcement Directorate has taken the action also when an office of the Congress party, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, the office we are talking about is Young Indian, is also being sealed by the Enforcement Directorate. So the Congress party is in panic. We have confronted Rahul Gandhi yesterday. There Rahul Gandhi was also seen with the same line where he was saying, I'm not afraid, I'm going to move ahead with this only, targeting the Enforcement Directorate, targeting the Prime Minister Narendra Modi. These are the images from the AICC headquarters. Again and again, warning being given by the police official, but they are protesting over here. So this is a pan-India protest. Pan-India protest. A call has been taken by the Congress party to protest at the pan-India level. But the important is that 144 has been already imposed in the national capital. Nothing other than Jantar Mantar. Jantar Mantar is the designated area where you can protest. That is the line which has been taken by the Delhi police, and has been clearly instructed to the Congress party that you are not allowed to do any kind of protest on the streets of the national capital, and that's why this particular announcement could be heard again and again. Proper bandobast has been already done, but this is any time from now when Rahul Gandhi is going to do the press conference. Rahul Gandhi is going to, obviously, we are expecting the come out with the same line where he's going to target the Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Enforcement Directorate. Some of the major point which has been taken for the today's protest, let me tell you, they are going to talk about the inflation, they are going to talk about the unemployment, about the Agnipath scheme, about the farmers issue. What I've been told, they are going to list all these points in that very press conference. Rahul Gandhi is going to talk about this, and later from AICC headquarters, Rahul Gandhi is all set to move toward the parliament, and from parliament the plan is all set that they are going to march from the parliament toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan and toward the Prime Minister's house. But what I've been told that the proper bandobast there also has been done, and the instruction is very much clear. 144 is imposed, and you are not allowed to do any kind of protest. You are not allowed to move ahead with any kind of march. And there, what we have been told that the Congress party is going to do the same. They are not listening. And as Rahul Gandhi, when I confronted him yesterday, were making it clear that I'm not afraid of anything, but I'm going to move like this only. So that is something what we have been told. Rahul Gandhi, just now I have been informed, Rahul Gandhi just now has left from his residence. Right. So he's going to be here in next 5...
AICC headquarters, all eyes on his address expected to be delivered at 9:30 a.m. Meanwhile, Anuj, we are getting visuals of the arrival of Congress leader Rahul Gandhi at the AICC headquarters. It's the day of the big Congress protest, the Congress out in the streets once again. Anuj, You were telling us about the prohibitory orders issued by the administration, how they are being flouted, Congress leaders flouting those orders, even as we believe that Delhi police has issued a lot of advisory as far as traffic diversions are concerned, because there could be a lot of disruption as far as normal traffic across the city is concerned.
Well, there is no second thought about it that this is the common man who is facing the problem because of these kind of protests and these kind of satyagrahs by the Congress party. We have seen the same at the time when Rahul Gandhi was called in by the enforcement directorate. The same was repeated at the time of Sonia Gandhi. And again, today, the clear instruction advisories has been given. The barricading has been done. There are 3 layers of barricading at the Akbar Road on my left, 3 layers of barricading on my right. On the other hand, 144 is being imposed. And as you are seeing these visuals, when they are not allowed to come outside, when they are not allowed to do any kind of protest, they are protesting. Rahul Gandhi any moment from now is going to reach here. Rahul Gandhi any moment from now is going to be there at the AICC headquarters. I'll move a bit ahead so we can get the visuals. We'll try and get the visuals of Rahul Gandhi. Yesterday we confronted him. I confronted Rahul Gandhi regarding the same, what he has to say about the investigation, what he exactly has to say about the action of the enforcement directorate, about the shell companies, what enforcement directorate is investigating on. But Rahul Gandhi was on the same line and he was making it clear that he's not afraid and he's going to go ahead like this only. So these are the live images. We are continuously giving you the live images from the AICC headquarters. Any moment from now, Rahul Gandhi is expected to be here. So we are just trying to get a longer view also to get a glimpse of Rahul Gandhi if he enters from the other gate, and if he is going to enter from this particular AICC headquarters main gate, then obviously we are going to get you the more clear visuals. But yes, Rahul Gandhi any moment from now is going to arrive here at the AICC headquarters, and from here, as we are telling it to our viewers, we'll be moving toward the parliament. And in the parliament, this is all set protest. This is all lined up protest of Congress party, where all the MPs has been directed, where all the MPs has been already directed that they will have to be there. They are planning for a march, and from there they are going to move toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan. From there they are planning to move toward the Prime Minister's house. That is something what we have been told. There I'll ask my video journalist to give you a 360 view once, a 360 view of the area, a 360 view of the area of the AICC headquarters. There you can clearly standing there, you can clearly see the bandobast, the buses standing, the RAF deployed, the police personnel deployed, the announcement that has been again and again made in by the Delhi police that you are not allowed to do any kind of protest, and if you will be doing the same, then we will be taking the legal action. That is something what has been very much clear. There, this is the security of Rahul Gandhi. When Rahul Gandhi is about to come, I have been telling the viewers, then this is the security, these are the CRPF personnel. Any second, that's the carcade of Rahul Gandhi. That's the carcade of Rahul Gandhi. I can see it in the picture. I'll ask my video journalist to give it a sense. That's the carcade. That's the cavalcade of Rahul Gandhi, and there Rahul Gandhi could be clearly seen. Rahul Gandhi in this carcade. I can see Rahul Gandhi. I'll ask my video journalist to give you the visual. There we can see Rahul Gandhi, and Rahul Gandhi has now reached here. This is Rahul Gandhi who has just Rahul, what do you say about the investigation? Say about the scam, Rahul Gandhi. So that's Rahul Gandhi. We were just trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi as we confronted Rahul yesterday also. And now Rahul Gandhi has just entered. I'll ask my video journalist to stay with the picture. Stay with the pictures once. That's the carcade of Rahul Gandhi. Carcade of Rahul Gandhi just entering the AICC headquarters any moment from now. It is going to be not more than maximum 5 minutes when Rahul Gandhi is going to start the press conference. That's Rahul Gandhi who has just entered. Rahul Gandhi being questioned. He was questioned by the enforcement directorate in the same case. Mother Sonia Gandhi was also questioned by the enforcement directorate in the same case. And we have seen it. We have seen how the Congress Karyakartas was protesting earlier also, how the Congress Karyakartas was on the street of the national capital, and today also, again, the plan is same. I'll ask my video journalist to once give you the sense, once give you the visual, give you a long view from right outside the AICC. clear images, live and clear images of AICC headquarters where Rahul Gandhi has just entered. Rahul Gandhi has just entered, and we are continuously giving you the visuals of the AICC headquarters. Rahul Gandhi will be doing a press conference. It's already 9:40 and 9:30 was the scheduled time. So this is going to start any moment from now, and Rahul Gandhi will be speaking on the subjects which has been chosen by the Congress Party for today's protest. Like they're going to talk about the inflation, what I've been told. They're going to talk about the Agnipath scheme, and yes, I believe that name is not mentioned in that particular list. The subject is not there, but enforcement directorate is the issue. Enforcement directorate is one of the matter after which the Congress Party is in panic. So this is also going to be taken by the Congress Party, as we were seeing the sloganeering by the Congress Karyakartas. Rahul Gandhi has already reached inside the premises. Any moment from now, this is going to be the press conference of Rahul Gandhi, which is going to start. Any moment from now, Rahul Gandhi is going to put out the point. Rahul Gandhi going to speak about what the Congress Party planning is. Rahul Gandhi is going to speak about the future strategy of the Congress Party. What I've been told that this is the planning of the Congress Party, that they are going to move from the Parliament to Rashtrapati Bhavan to Gherao, the Rashtrapati Bhavan to Gherao, the Prime Minister's office, but the clear instruction has been already given, as we are telling it to our viewers, that 144 is already imposed. And Rahul Gandhi, any moment from now, is going to start with the press conference. Remember, viewers, let me remind you that we confronted Rahul Gandhi yesterday, and there, when I was asking Rahul Gandhi that what do you have to say about the action of the enforcement directorate when the Young Indian office has been already sealed, what do you have to say about the shell companies which has been used, as been alleged by the enforcement directorate, has been investigated by the enforcement directorate, that what exactly is the role of the shell companies if we are talking about the money laundering which has been done in that particular case. But Rahul Gandhi was mum on the same, but Rahul Gandhi was repeating the same line. Rahul Gandhi was saying it clearly that I'm not going to stop, I'm not afraid of anything, I'm going to move ahead. We are going to move ahead with our Satyagrah. We are going to move ahead with our protest. That's the line which was taken by the Rahul Gandhi, and same is the line which has been taken by the other Congress leadership, and same is the line which has been taken by the Congress Karyakartas. We are reporting live from the AICC headquarters. Rahul Gandhi has just entered. Rahul Gandhi is going to start the press conference any moment from now. But this is very important to mention here. If we talk about this particular case, then we have seen the enforcement directorate coming in action, the enforcement directorate calling Rahul Gandhi, questioning him for 4 days, calling Sonia Gandhi, questioning her for 2 days, for 2 rounds, and thereafter connecting the dots, enforcement directorate moved toward the 12 premises, the 12 location which is related to AGL, which is related to the Young Indian, and these premises were raided by the enforcement directorate, after which office, the main office in the Herald House at the IPO of the national capital, the Young Indian office has been already sealed, and after which we have seen how Congress Party came in action, came in panic, and they were protesting on the roads. They were protesting at the ITO. We have given the visuals. These are the images from the AICC headquarters. We are trying to get a sense what exactly is happening, because Rahul Gandhi any moment from now, what I've been told, is going to start the press conference. Any second from now is going to be the Rahul Gandhi who is going to speak about the things, what exactly their plan is. So these are the...
Staying with these live pictures, Anuj, stay with me. In fact, in case you're watching this broadcast this morning, Rahul Gandhi called for a news conference, and Rahul Gandhi is inside the AICC headquarters, and a handful of Congress acolytes, Congress supporters have arrived at the Congress headquarters to show their solidarity, show their support to their leader. And he's facing charges, very serious charges. And let's keep with those live pictures. We are trying to go inside, in fact, to the news conference, and some of the other channels who are usually close to the Congress Party or friendly with the Congress Party, these channels are allowed inside. It's been several years, in fact. On a lighter note, it's been several years since the Republic TV media crew was allowed inside a Congress office headquarters, because we ask questions that may not be easy to answer. We ask them tough questions, and let's see, Anuj, if you can hear me, why don't you give it a shot and try and go inside and ask a couple of factual questions on the case, because let's also keep the audio up. Let's keep the audio up from the Congress office as well. The story is, it's a freedom struggle for profit scam. Properties that were meant to be for India's freedom fighters, the bravest of the brave, who fought the British, the bravest of the brave, a company that was formed for them. They were the original shareholders, the original stakeholders in the company called National Herald. And they were the ones who were supposed to get the assets. And that was the original idea of National Herald. But somewhere in the 2000s, after 2001, 2002, and the beginning of the Vadra Gandhi rule in the Congress party, what happens is that Congress leadership, namely the Vadra Gandhi family, takes over all the properties in a sweetheart deal, in a nearly 4 lakh percent profit deal. I think my colleagues from Republic Bharat are live as well and speaking to some of the Congress supporters outside the Congress headquarters. Let's cut across live for a minute.
हमारे साथ उनसे भी हम बात करेंगे। सवाल भाई साहब टाइमिंग को लेकर है, क्योंकि एक तरफ ईडी लगातार कांग्रेस के तमाम बड़े नेताओं को जो है वो उनसे पूछताछ कर रही है, दूसरी तरफ ये प्रदर्शन समय को लेकर सवाल है। सर
देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात यह है, ईडी तो आज उनके हाथ की कठपुतली बन चुकी है। आज सीबीआई, जितनी सरकारी एजेंसी हैं वो सब मोदी के इशारों पे काम करती हैं। अगर आप बात करो तो आज अमित शाह के लड़के के ऊपर ईडी क्यों नहीं छापा मारती? आज हमारा ये सवाल है। अगर आज महंगाई की बात करो अगर आज आप महंगाई की बात करो तो महंगाई का लेवल इतना लेवल हो चुका हाई कि जीएसटी का लेवल देखो, स्कूल की किताबें बच्चों की, उसके ऊपर आप देखो। अगर आप ये बात करो तो बच्चों के खाने पीने की चीजों पे जीएसटी लगा दी है। आप ये चीज देखो, कहां जा रहा है गरीब आदमी खाने को।
हमारा आज का मुद्दा है, महंगाई मुद्दा है, और राहुल गांधी जी ने हाउस से लेकर प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय तक कांग्रेस का एक एक कार्यकर्ता एकता, अखंडता, संप्रभुता का नजर रखते हुए किसानों की, मजदूरों की, युवाओं की, गृहिणी की, घर की, चूल्हे तक की जो दिक्कतें हैं उसको राहुल गांधी जी मोदी जी की आंख में आंख डाल करके वो हिसाब पूछ रहे हैं कि देश को किस तरह देश बेचू प्रधानमंत्री साबित हो रहे हैं आप, और देश की नींद कब जागेगी आप।
And more pictures coming in from the national capital, outside the Congress party headquarters. What seems like a small gathering of supporters of the Congress party at the AICC headquarters, holding banners. The original reason for the protest, we are told, is because of the crackdown of the Enforcement Directorate. That's the original reason. That's the original reason why they're protesting. But they don't like the crackdown. They don't like the ED heat on them. And they don't like the fact that their leaders have been called by the Enforcement Directorate. They've been calling it vendetta. Rahul Gandhi, when asked a specific question on National Herald and the freedom struggle for profit scam by the Republic Media Network, tried to say that, okay, there are more live pictures coming in. I'm staying with these live pictures. We're all standing by for a news conference of the Congress party that is expected to begin any time now. So as we wait for this news conference, let's also tell you that so far, in every question that has been asked to the limited number of Congress leaders who speak to Republic TV, Rahul Gandhi took a question yesterday. He had no choice when he opened the car door. Republic was there asking the questions, ready with the questions, and we asked him the specific allegations as per the Enforcement Directorate, as per the investigation, as per the claims being made that properties were usurped, and they didn't like that question. They didn't like that question. He said that it's a vendetta. He said it was part of the government's attempts to intimidate his party and his cadre. And these are live pictures coming in. They're calling it a protest against price rise, but very curiously timed to the time when the Herald House has been sealed, to the time when Rahul Gandhi has been summoned, to the time when Sonia Gandhi has been summoned, to the time when Mallikarjun Kharge has been questioned by the ED. Now these are live pictures coming in. Let's see if we can go across to Anuj. I'll get in one word from Anuj on these live pictures. What's going on here, Anuj? So, each time the Congress party meets, what happens is its leaders chief ministers included, rush, and there you will see that some of the supporters of Ashok Gehlot also there. Ashok Gehlot, one of the few Congress chief ministers apart from Bhupesh Baghel as well. He's just arrived there to show support. Of course, Rajasthan, his ministers are there in Rajasthan to ensure the state is governed. He's not needed there. It's more important for him to show solidarity with the leadership of the Congress party. So he's come here in the national capital, and those were live pictures coming in. And I think some of the Congress supporters are also there right outside the AICC headquarters, where more barricading is being done. Anuj is still live with me. Let me go across to him to get in a quick word on the latest situation there. Anuj, looking at even chief ministers of Congress-ruled states coming in to show their solidarity. Of course, they're not there to support, to protest against price rise. Seems like they're simply there maybe to show their anger. Okay, the news conference.
साथियों,
you agree with that?
शुरुआत करें। साथियों, हमारे बीच में राहुल गांधी जी आ चुके हैं, राजस्थान मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी हैं, हमारे संगठन के प्रभारी श्री केसी वेणुगोपाल जी हैं और हमारे राजस्थान के प्रभारी श्री अजय माकन जी हैं। आज जैसा कि आप जानते हैं, आप बैठ जाइए पीछे प्लीज। ऑडियो राहुल जी क्या आएगी? जैसा कि आप जानते हैं, आज दिल्ली में और हर एक राज्य में विशाल प्रदर्शन का आयोजन किया है कांग्रेस पार्टी ने मोदी सरकार की आर्थिक नीतियों के खिलाफ। बढ़ती हुई महंगाई, चिंताजनक बेरोजगारी और मूर्खतापूर्ण लगाई हुई जीएसटी, इसके बारे में राहुल गांधी जी आपके साथ बात करेंगे। राहुल गांधी जी।
नमस्कार। How are you enjoying the onset of dictatorship in India? Are you enjoying it? लोकतंत्र की जो मौत हो रही है, उसके बारे में क्या लगता है आपको? क्या महसूस हो रहा है कि जो इस देश ने 70 साल में बनाया, उसको 8 साल में खत्म कर दिया गया। आज हिंदुस्तान में लोकतंत्र नहीं है। आज हिंदुस्तान में 4 लोगों की डिक्टेटरशिप है। हम महंगाई के मुद्दे उठाना चाहते हैं, बेरोजगारी का मुद्दा उठाना चाहते हैं, जो समाज को बांटा जा रहा है उसके बारे में हम चर्चा करना चाहते हैं। यहां करना चाहते हैं, पार्लियामेंट हाउस में करना चाहते हैं। हमें ना बोलने दिया जाता है, पार्लियामेंट हाउस में हमें डिबेट नहीं करी जाती, अलाउ करी जाती है, हमें अरेस्ट किया जाता है। ये आज हिंदुस्तान की हालत है। आप सवाल पूछिए। In English. Look, what we are witnessing is the death of democracy. That's what India is witnessing. What India has built, brick by brick, starting almost a century ago, is basically being destroyed in front of your eyes. All of you know it, the whole of India knows it. Anybody who stands against this idea of the onset of dictatorship, doesn't matter who he is, where he comes from, which state, which religion, male, female, he is viciously attacked, put in jail, arrested, beaten up. One second. The idea is that people's issues, whether they are price rise, unemployment, violence in society, people's issues must not be raised. That is the sole agenda of the government, and the government is being run to protect the interest of 4 or 5 people, and the government, this dictatorship is being run in the interest of 2 or 3 small business, big business people by 2 people.
सर आप एक मिनट अरे सिद्धार्थ एक मिनट, अशोक जी कुछ बोलेंगे।
राहुल
कहा उसका आप समझ रहे हैं कि देश में क्या हालात हैं। किसी ने हमने कल्पना नहीं की थी कि कभी ये वक्त भी आएगा जब जम्मू कश्मीर समाप्त होते हुए देखना पड़ेगा लोगों को। जिस रूप में दर्जा उड़ रही है संविधान की, कोई कल्पना नहीं कर सकता। महंगाई हो, बेरोजगारी हो, जीएसटी हो, जो कुछ भी हो रहा है देश के अंदर, सुनवाई करने वाला कोई नहीं है। ऐसा पहली बार हो रहा है। आज अगर विधानसभा चलती है तब भी हम लोग डीएलओ की मीटिंग नहीं कर पाते जिले के अंदर। विधायकगण, माननीय विधायकगण असेंबली बिजी है। और यहाँ पर आप देखिए खड़गे साहब को, सोनिया जी को, पार्लियामेंट चल रही है और आप बुला रहे हो। इसलिए मैंने उस वक्त कहा था कि ईडी का आतंक है देश का, आतंक है। ईडी, इनकम टैक्स, सीबीआई। राहुल जी के नेतृत्व में हम लोग गए थे वहाँ सीबीआई के दफ्तर के बाहर रात को 2 बजे, 2:30 बजे। आज तक सुना था कि सीबीआई छापे डालती पुलिस पर। पहली बार पुलिस छापा डाल रही थी सीबीआई पर। तो देश में जो कुछ हो रहा है वो खतरनाक खेल हो रहा है। डेमोक्रेसी खत्म हो रही है। अब समय आ गया कि जनता को भी आगे आना पड़ेगा। आंदोलन कांग्रेस कर रही, विपक्षी पार्टियां कर रही है। जहाँ जिनको सूट करे वो साथ दे, वरना खुद के जो सामाजिक संगठन है, एनजीओ है, एक्टिविस्ट है, उनको भी कोई तरीके से सरकार के खिलाफ खड़ा होना पड़ेगा। मैं निवेदन करना चाहता हूँ। आज जो ये आह्वान किया गया पूरे देश भर के अंदर, लोगों को महसूस हो रहा है कि कितनी भारी महंगाई है, बेरोजगारी से हाहाकार मचा हुआ है युवाओं के अंदर। जीएसटी का जो नए कानून हो रहे हैं रोज के रोज, वो आप देख रहे हो। तो समय आ गया कि मीडिया को भी हिम्मत दिखानी पड़ेगी। जब जनता आगे आ रही है,
मीडिया हिम्मत नहीं दिखा सकती।
जनता आगे आ रही है,
पॉसिबल।
उसी प्रकार से मीडिया के मालिकों के ऊपर जो दबाव है, इनकम टैक्स का, ईडी का, सीबीआई का, उसको भी छोड़ना पड़ेगा। नेशनल हेराल्ड भी अखबार है वो। जब अगर एक न्यूज़पेपर पे हमला हो सकता है तो कभी किसी पे भी हो सकता है। दिमाग में रखिए बात को। आज मीडिया के सामने बहुत बड़ा चुनौती है कि वो बोल नहीं पा रहा है। बोलना चाहिए उसको। राहुल ठीक कह रहे हैं, वो हिम्मत नहीं दिखा पा रहा है। हिम्मत अपनी दिखाएंगे तो एक बात मैं कह के अपनी बात समाप्त कर देता हूँ। जो आपके मेरी बातें कहने की मेरे पास बहुत सारी, पर राहुल जी यार बैठे हैं तो मैं खाली एक बात आपको कह के अपनी बात समाप्त करना चाहता हूँ। जो मार्टिन लिनोमन ने कहा था, जब जर्मनी में हिटलर की तानाशाही हुई थी और विपक्षी बुद्धिजीवी, सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता, पत्रकार, अल्पसंख्यक को निशाने पर लेने लगे, वहाँ की जनता चुप रही, सोचती रही राजनीतिक लड़ाई। 45 में जब जर्मनी हिटलर की तानाशाही चलने के कारण पूरा बर्बाद हो गया जर्मनी, वहाँ के लोगों को बहुत पछताना पड़ा। अगर समय रहते हुए लोकतंत्र के लिए आवाज उठाई जाती तो शायद देश बर्बाद नहीं होता। आपकी तो आगे बातें कहने को बहुत सारी है, उन्होंने बहुत सारी बातें कही है। कहने का मतलब आज अगर चुप रहेंगे तो हमें इतिहास माफ नहीं करेगा। ये मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, निवेदन। एक बात कहकर मैं फिर बात खत्म कर रहा हूँ। पंडित नेहरू और जो जमाना था वो जमाने का, उनको मैं याद देना चाहता हूँ मोदी जी को और इनकी आरएसएस के इनके आकाओं को। राष्ट्रीय ध्वज जो है, एक पैरा पढ़ के मैं बात करूँगा। हिंदुस्तान के राष्ट्रीय झंडे को अभी मैंने फहराया है। पंडित नेहरू कह रहे हैं अभी मैंने फहराया, मतलब पहला मैंने फहराया था। का क्या मतलब है? ये हिंदुस्तान की आज़ादी के प्रतीकों में से एक है। ये हिंदुस्तान की एकता का प्रतीक है। लेकिन याद रखिए, जब किसी मुल्क का झंडा फहराया जाता है तो वह फिर तब तक नहीं झुकने दिया जाता है जब तक कि मुल्क के अंदर एक भी आदमी जिंदा रहता है। एक भी आदमी जिंदा रहता है। आज आप लोग इस मौके पर इकट्ठे हुए हैं, जबकि राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस अपना सबसे ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण अधिवेशन कर रही है और मुल्क की आज़ादी के लिए लड़ी जाने वाली लड़ाई में एक बड़ा कदम आगे बढ़ाने जा रही है, पंडित नेहरू कह रहे हैं। आज जबकि आपने एक झंडा फहराया है, क्या आपके अंदर इस संकल्प की आग नहीं झलक रही है कि इसे झुकने नहीं दिया जाएगा? मैं चाहता हूं कि आप ये प्रण करें, इस झंडे की हिफाजत करने की पूरी ताकत आप में रहेगी और यह कि आज़ादी की खातिर आप अपनी जान को कुर्बान करने देने के लिए तैयार रहेंगे। जिस झंडे के नीचे आज हम खड़े हैं, जिसको आपने अभी सलामी दी है, वह किसी एक जमात का नहीं है, ये किसी देश का झंडा है। अब तक अगर आपने किसी खास जमात के लिए मुल्क को नुकसान पहुंचाते हुए काम किया है तो आप गलती पर थे। वे सभी लोग जो आज इस झंडे के नीचे खड़े हैं हिंदुस्तानी है, ना हिंदू है ना मुसलमान है, बल्कि हिंदुस्तानी है। जिन स्वयंसेवकों ने आज इस झंडे को सलामी दी है उन्हें इसकी इज्जत रखने के लिए अपनी जान तक देने के लिए तैयार रहना होगा। एक बार फिर याद रखिए कि जबकि ये झंडा फहराया जा चुका है, ये तब तक नहीं झुकने पाए जब तक कि एक भी हिंदुस्तानी मर्द, औरत या बच्चा हिंदुस्तान में रहता है। आप बताइए, 29 के अंदर पंडित नेहरू ने पहली बार झंडा फहराया था। अमृत महोत्सव मना रहे हैं, पिछले साल में कभी झंडे की बात की इन लोगों ने? उपलब्धि पिछले साल में किसकी कोई बात हो रही है उसकी? आप क्या चाहते हैं, देश को किस दिशा में लेना चाहते हो, धीरे धीरे समझ रहा है। इसलिए मैं कहना चाहूँगा, जो समस्या हमारे सामने चुनौती भरी है, हम सबको आगे आना पड़ेगा। मेरा निवेदन यही है। धन्यवाद।
राहुल जी, एक मिनट सीधा, वन बाय वन।
डेमोक्रेसी में जो भी टूल्स होते हैं किसी इशू को उठाने के लिए, आपने संसद में चर्चा करा दी, सरकार के कई लोगों ने बोला, उन्होंने महंगाई है मानने से इनकार किया, आपने गांधी जी की प्रतिमा के सामने प्रोटेस्ट कर लिया, आप सड़क पर हैं। क्या वजह आपको लगती है कि सरकार प्रेशराइज नहीं हो, सरकार के ऊपर दबाव नहीं बन रहा है? क्या इसलिए कि वो चुनाव जीत जाते हैं? क्या इसलिए कि जनमत उनके साथ है? क्यों प्रेशर नहीं पड़ रहा है? करेक्टिव मेजर्स क्यों नहीं ले रही गवर्नमेंट?
जैसे मैंने पहले कहा, जो ऑपोजिशन डेमोक्रेसी में, लोकतंत्र में लड़ती है, वो इंस्टीट्यूशंस के बल पे लड़ती है। मतलब जो देश का लीगल स्ट्रक्चर होता है, जुडिशियल स्ट्रक्चर होता है, जो देश का इलेक्टोरल स्ट्रक्चर होता है, जो देश की मीडिया होती है, उसके बल पर ऑपोजिशन खड़ी होती है। वो सब जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, वो सब के सब सरकार को पूरा सपोर्ट दे रहे हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि सरकार ने अपने लोग इंस्टीट्यूशंस के अंदर बैठा रखे हैं। हिंदुस्तान का आज हर इंस्टीट्यूशन इंडिपेंडेंट नहीं है। हिंदुस्तान का हर इंस्टीट्यूशन आज आरएसएस के कंट्रोल में है। आरएसएस का एक व्यक्ति हर इंस्टीट्यूशन में बैठा है। तो हम एक राजनीतिक पार्टी से नहीं लड़ रहे हैं, हम हिंदुस्तान के पूरे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के खिलाफ लड़ रहे हैं। जब हमारी सरकार होती थी, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर न्यूट्रल रहता था, हम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को कंट्रोल नहीं करते थे। 2 राजनीतिक पार्टियों की लड़ाई होती थी, 3 राजनीतिक पार्टियों की लड़ाई होती है। आज इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सरकार का पूरा एक पार्टी के साथ है। फाइनेंशियल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर उनके साथ है। अगर कोई दूसरी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी को सपोर्ट करना चाहे, उस पर ईडी लगा दी जाती है, सीबीआई लगा दी जाती है, धमकाया जाता है, डराया जाता है। तो फाइनेंशियली मोनोपोली है बीजेपी की, आरएसएस की, इंस्टीट्यूशनली मोनोपोली है। इसीलिए ऑपोजिशन इफेक्टिवली, अग्रेसिवली खड़ी हो रही है, बट इंपैक्ट जो होना चाहिए वो दिख नहीं रहा है।
सर, आप पार्लियामेंट में खुद थे जब प्राइस राइज पर चर्चा हो रही थी, वित्त मंत्री ने रिप्लाई दिया और ये कहा कि मुझे माना कि महंगाई है लेकिन उतनी नहीं है कि यूपीए सरकार के वक्त 7% इन्फ्लेशन रेट है, लेकिन
दिस इज जस्ट कंप्लीट नॉनसेंस। आज सबसे ज्यादा अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट हिंदुस्तान में, महंगाई बढ़ती जा रही है, गैस सिलेंडर की प्राइसेस बढ़ती जा रही हैं। पता नहीं, शायद मतलब फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर को मतलब ये आंकड़े दिख ही नहीं रहे हैं, या उनको बताया गया है कि बस बोलते जाइए, बट ये रियलिटी नहीं है। आप किसी भी कस्बे में चले जाइए, किसी भी गांव में चले जाइए, किसी भी शहर में चले जाइए, पूछिए महंगाई की क्या हालत है, आपको बताएंगे कि सबसे ज्यादा आज महंगाई है। तो देखिए, रियलिटी एक है और परसेप्शन एक बनाया जाता है, ठीक है। कहते हैं स्टार्टअप इंडिया, ठीक है, पूरा ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन कर दिया। आप मुझे दिखाओ स्टार्टअप इंडिया है कहां? स्टार्टअप इंडिया लोगों को फायर कर रहा है, निकाल रही है स्टार्टअप्स, लोगों को सड़क पे फेंक रही हैं। कोविड में हिंदुस्तान में कोई नहीं मरा। हेल्थ मिनिस्टर आपको कहेंगे कि हिंदुस्तान का परफॉर्मेंस दुनिया के सब देशों से बेहतर था। यूएन आपको कह रहा है कि 5 मिलियन पीपल हैव डाइड, हिंदुस्तान की सरकार कह रही है नहीं हुआ, वो झूठ बोल रहे हैं। गुजरात में आप जाएंगे, वहां पे मतलब लाशों के ढेर लग गए थे। गंगा में आपने देखा लाखों लोग मरे, मगर नहीं, हिंदुस्तान की सरकार कहती है यह सच्चाई नहीं है। बेरोजगारी बढ़ती जा रही है, हिंदुस्तान की सरकार कहती है सच्चाई नहीं है। महंगाई बढ़ती जा रही है, हिंदुस्तान की सरकार, उनकी जो फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर हैं, कहते हैं नहीं। पूरा कम्युनिकेशन स्ट्रक्चर उनके हाथ में। I understand one thing very clearly. The more I raise people's issues, the more I tell the truth in front of you, the more I will be attacked by the government. It's a simple thing. जितना मैं सच्चाई बोलूंगा, उतना मेरे ऊपर आक्रमण होगा। मेरी प्रॉब्लम यह है कि मैं सच्चाई बोलता हूं, मैं डरता नहीं हूं। तो मैं अपना काम करूंगा, लोकतंत्र के लिए खड़े होने का काम करूंगा, महंगाई का मुद्दा उठाने का काम करूंगा, बेरोजगारी का मुद्दा उठाने का काम करूंगा, और मेरे ऊपर और आक्रमण होंगे। यह सच्चाई है। और जो धमकाता है वो डरता है। ये बात आप समझ लीजिए, जो डरता है वो धमकाता है। किससे डरते हैं? जो आज हिंदुस्तान की हालत है उससे डरते हैं। जो उन्होंने वायदे किए थे, जो उन्होंने पूरे नहीं किए, उससे डरते हैं। महंगाई से डरते हैं, बेरोजगारी से डरते हैं, जनता की जो शक्ति है उससे डरते हैं। क्यों डरते हैं? क्योंकि झूठ बोलते हैं। 24 घंटा ये लोग झूठ बोलते हैं। बेरोजगारी नहीं है, प्राइस राइज नहीं है, चाइना नहीं आया।
राजनीतिक दल को डराने की कोशिश सरकार के द्वारा होती है, वो डराने की कोशिश तो आपको, सोनिया जी को, कांग्रेस पार्टी को भी हो रही है। उस डर को किस तरीके से मुकाबला करेंगे?
डर है ही नहीं, मुकाबला करने की क्या जरूरत है ही नहीं डर। किस चीज से डरना? डर नहीं।
राहुल जी, लगातार कहा जा रहा है कि महंगाई बहाना है, दरअसल आप लोग का निशाना ईडी है। और दूसरा, एक तरफ जहां आप लोग बाहर सड़कों पर उतरे हुए, संसद के भीतर एक तस्वीर देखी गई जहां पर, जिसकी शिकायत भी आपने स्पीकर से की, सोनिया गांधी के साथ स्मृति ईरानी जिस तरह से पेश आई, उसको लेकर आपने शिकायत की। तो उस पर आपकी क्या टिप्पणी है? क्या
देखिए, एक बात मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं, मैंने पहले भी कह दिया। मैं इस बात को समझता हूं कि जितना भी मैं जनता की इश्यूज को उठाऊंगा, जितनी भी महंगाई की बात करूंगा, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट की बात करूंगा, कम्युनल हार्मनी की बात करूंगा, उतना मेरे ऊपर आक्रमण होगा। और मुझे अच्छा लगता है क्योंकि मैं आक्रमण से सीखता हूं। तो जितना भी ये मेरे ऊपर आक्रमण करेंगे, मुझे फायदा होता है। आई गेट ग्रेट जॉय when my political opponents attack me. They are not able to understand this. I get great happiness. अंदर से मुझे बहुत खुशी होती है। क्यों? क्योंकि मुझे अपने जो आइडियाज हैं, अपनी जो सोच है, अपनी जो विचारधारा है, वो और समझ आती है। मुझे बैटलफील्ड जो है वो और समझ आती है। लड़ाई क्यों हो रही है मुझे वो समझ आता है और उससे मुझे बहुत बहुत खुशी होती है। आप एक काम कीजिए, अगर आपको मौका मिले, जो ईडी ऑफिसर्स ने मुझे इंटेरोगेट किया उनसे आप जाके बात कीजिए, वो आपको बता देंगे क्या हुआ उस कमरे में।
साबित करना पड़ रहा है, चाहे वो झंडे को लेकर हो, महंगाई को लेकर हो या कोई भी अन्य मुद्दा हो, कांग्रेस पार्टी को जनता के सामने ऐसा क्या मजबूरियां?
कांग्रेस पार्टी को नहीं, हिंदुस्तान में कोई भी व्यक्ति किसी भी पार्टी का, नॉन पॉलिटिकल, पॉलिटिकल, फिल्म स्टार, कोई भी अगर सरकार के खिलाफ कुछ बोलता है उस पे हिंदुस्तान के सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन का वजन पड़ जाता है। यह कांग्रेस पार्टी की बात नहीं है। मैंने जो यहां शुरुआत की और देश को शायद यह समझ नहीं आ रही है और आएगी बात, लोकतंत्र आज हिंदुस्तान में नहीं है, खत्म हो गया है। डेमोक्रेसी इज नाउ ए मेमोरी इन इंडिया, इट इज नथिंग मोर, एंड देयर आर कॉन्सिक्वेंसेस टू दिस। यू विल सी there are going to be devastating consequences to this, because the people of India are not just going to keep quiet.
राहुल जी, मौसमी ने जो सवाल पूछा था, पहला सवाल वही मैं दोहराना चाहता हूँ। आपके पॉलिटिकल ओपोनेंट्स मेनली मल्टीपल बीजेपी लीडर्स का सबने उसका जवाब नहीं आया था सर।
किसका नहीं जवाब है?
मल्टीपल बीजेपी लीडर्स का आरोप है कि महंगाई सिर्फ बहाना है, क्योंकि आपसे और मिसेस गांधी से ईडी क्वेश्चनिंग कर रही है, इसलिए आप लोग इतना बड़ा हुआ है।
नहीं, question all you want, question all you want, right? There is absolutely nothing there, everybody knows it, so question all you want. My job is to resist the idea of the RSS. That's my job, and I'm going to do it. The more I do it, the more I will be attacked, the harder I will be attacked. I am happy, attack me. देखिए, ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस आप डिस्ट्रैक्ट करने की कोशिश मत कीजिए, ठीक है? सीधी सी बात है, ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस महंगाई, बेरोजगारी और देश में जो आज हालत है उसके बारे में है। तो अब उसके बारे में बात करते हैं, क्योंकि वो हिंदुस्तान की जनता के लिए सबसे जरूरी मुद्दा है।
सर, सोनिया गांधी ने कहा कि मैं इंदिरा गांधी की बहू हूं, किसी से नहीं डरती। आपने कहा कि मैं नरेंद्र मोदी से नहीं डरता। तो क्या नरेंद्र मोदी आप लोगों को डरा रहे हैं? कोई तरीका आपको?
मैंने आपको बोला डर नहीं है।
क्या डरा रहे हैं?
वो डराने की कोशिश करें, करते जाएंगे, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
एक मिनट, एक व्यक्ति सवाल पूछेंगे प्लीज।
नहीं, देखिए, ये एक बात समझिए, ये गांधी परिवार पे अटैक क्यों करते हैं? ये गांधी परिवार पे इसलिए अटैक करते हैं क्योंकि हम एक विचारधारा के लिए लड़ते हैं, और हमारे जैसे देश में करोड़ों लोग हैं। हम लोकतंत्र के लिए लड़ते हैं, हम कम्युनल हार्मनी के लिए लड़ते हैं, और सालों से लड़ रहे हैं। ये सिर्फ मैंने नहीं किया, सालों से हो रहा है। जान दी है मेरे परिवार ने। ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है, जो भी आप कहना चाहो, क्योंकि हम इन विचारधाराओं के लिए लड़ते हैं। जब हिंदुस्तान को बांटा जाता है, हिंदू मुसलमान को लड़ाया जाता है, हमें दर्द होता है। जब किसी को दलित कह के मारा जाता है, पीटा जाता है, हमें दर्द होता है। जब किसी महिला को पीटा जाता है, हमें दर्द होता है। इसीलिए हम लड़ते हैं। ये एक परिवार नहीं है, ये एक विचारधारा है।
मैं गुजारिश करूंगा, एक एक करके सवाल पूछिए, सबको मौका दिया जाएगा। राहुल जी यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, सबके सवाल देंगे, और इनके सामने कोई टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर भी नहीं है। हाँ, सामिया।
Many MPs who were raising the issue of the price rise were suspended as well. The government says that the opposition isn't serious to discuss it in the floor of the House. They only create disruptions. You were present.
We have been asking for a discussion on price rise. No discussion was allowed. Practically no discussion is allowed in Parliament. The Chinese troops came into India, they occupy India, no discussion is allowed. Unemployment we want to raise, no discussion is allowed. Price rise, no discussion. Agnipath, no discussion. No discussion is allowed. It is much more beneficial for us to have discussion in Parliament. We demolish the government every single time we have a discussion in Parliament. Right? 1 second, please let me speak. Right? We demolish the government every single time we have a discussion. You're aware of it. They don't want a discussion. They can't face a discussion. That's the truth. And this is not only a Congress issue. They cannot face a discussion with any opposition party. हाँ, हिटलर भी चुनाव जीत के आया था. हाँ, हिटलर भी चुनाव जीत जाता था. हिटलर चुनाव कैसे जीतता था? हिटलर चुनाव ऐसे जीतता था कि जर्मनी के पूरे इंस्टीट्यूशंस उसके हाथ में थे. उसके पास एसए थी, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्स थी, उसके पास पूरा का पूरा ढांचा था. मुझे पूरा का पूरा ढांचा दे दो, फिर मैं दिखाऊंगा आपको कैसे इलेक्शन जीता जाता है. You see, please understand. What?
Sir, you were saying about your family and your fight and you're fighting for an ideology. Some would ask that Mr. Rahul Gandhi should now take over the leadership of the Congress party and fight for this, especially when you're talking about price rise.
Sunil, he has already answered that question. He has said that this...
Sunil, please refer to the earlier answer. I will. Please refer to that one. It is there. You can look at the video. You can look at the video nicely, and it's all there. I think the macroeconomic fundamentals that she's talking about is something else. I don't think the finance minister has any understanding of what is going on in the economy of India. Zero understanding, right? She is there as a mouthpiece. She has absolutely no understanding. If she had understanding, we would not be in the situation we're in, right? The entire job creation system of India has been destroyed. Small and medium businesses have been wiped out. We have a GST which is a disaster. Please go and ask any state and they will tell you this GST is a disaster, right? We have the highest unemployment in the country. Price rise across the board. And the finance minister is saying there's no problem. Fine.
BJP alleges that Congress is using the tactics of shoot and scoop. आप उनको अटैक करते हैं, फिर आप चले जाते हैं पार्लियामेंट से बाहर और बीजेपी कहती है वो कांग्रेस is not participating in the discussion.
Please refer to my earlier answer, which I had just given, about the importance of debate and how we are not allowed to debate in Parliament. अब देखेंगे हमारा काम विपक्ष का काम है. एक तरीका चलेगा नहीं चलेगा उसको हम टेस्ट करेंगे, दूसरा तरीका टेस्ट करेंगे, तीसरा तरीका टेस्ट करेंगे, मगर हम रेजिस्टेंस को नहीं छोड़ेंगे. लास्ट टू
रुक जाइए प्लीज.
राहुल, आपने कहा कि विपक्ष को खत्म करने की कोशिश है, आपको डराया जा रहा है, अटैक किया जा रहा है. क्या इस बात का भी आपको अंदेशा है कि आपकी या सोनिया गांधी की गिरफ्तारी हो सकती है?
मैंने आपसे कहा आप जो भी करना चाहते हो करो, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता मुझे. It does not make me any difference. You have to understand this. You have to understand the culture I come from. It does not make me any difference. I will be the happiest person.
राहुल जी, विपक्ष जो है जैसे महाराष्ट्र में एनसीपी आपके साथ है, लेकिन इस आंदोलन में आज आपके साथ नहीं है।
इन्होंने कहा है ये प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस महंगाई
के मुद्दे पर,
जीएसटी और आर्थिक मुद्दों पर सीमित है।
महंगाई के
और इसी पर अगर आपको सवाल है तो पूछिए।
जी राहुल, आपने जिक्र किया कि विपक्ष की जो मजबूती होती है वो संस्थान होते हैं, इंस्टीट्यूशंस होते हैं। हमने अभी देखा कि पीएमएलए को लेकर जिस तरह से लगातार आप भी हमलावर हैं, पीएमएलए के जो प्रावधान थे उसके खिलाफ 242 याचिकाएं सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने दी, लेकिन सुप्रीम कोर्ट का एक आदेश आता है और उसके बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी कहती है कि अब विपक्ष के नेताओं पर और ज्यादा
सारे के सारे हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस आज आरएसएस बीजेपी के कंट्रोल में है। सारे के सारे, एक नहीं बचा है, सारे के सारे। तो जो ऑपोजिशन का आइडिया है, ऑपोजिशन के ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस नहीं, ऑपोजिशन के का जो आइडिया है उस पर आक्रमण हो रहा है।
साथियों, जैसा कि आप जानते हैं, अभी 24 नंबर अकबर रोड से प्रधानमंत्री निवास तक एक मोर्चा निकाला जाएगा। 11 साढ़े 11 बजे को पार्लियामेंट से राइजीना हिल तक एक प्रदर्शन होगा। ये आज का कार्यक्रम है। आज राहुल जी हमारे बीच में हैं। उन्होंने सभी सवालों का जवाब दिया है। एक तरफ एक व्यक्ति हैं जो बैठकर आपके सवालों का जवाब देते हैं, दूसरे तरफ एक व्यक्ति हैं जो 8 साल से एक भी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस, एक भी प्रेस भेंट नहीं की है। एक तरफ एक व्यक्ति हैं जो बिना कोई कागज के आपके सवालों का जवाब दे रहे हैं, और दूसरे तरफ एक व्यक्ति हैं जो टेलीप्रॉम्प्टर जीवी हैं। तो ये आपको साफ दिखाई दे रहा है। और जब मैं सिर्फ ये कहना चाहता हूं, जो राहुल जी ने अभी कहा, मैं उसको दोहराना चाहता हूं। सबसे मुख्य बात जो राहुल जी ने कही, मेरे विचार में, उन्होंने ये कहा, जो धमकी देते हैं वो डरते हैं, जो राजनीतिक प्रतिशोध में विश्वास रखते हैं वो डरे हुए हैं, और जो लोगों को डराते हैं और जो चर्चा से भागते हैं, जनता के मुद्दों से भागते हैं, वो डरे हुए हैं। ये उनका मुख्य संदेश है। शुक्रिया।
एक बात मुझे कहनी है कि आपने जो कहा कि राहुल गांधी फैमिली जो है 32 साल से ना प्रधानमंत्री, ना मुख्यमंत्री, ना कोई पद पे रही है, तो मोदी जी क्यों डरते हैं? इसका जवाब दें।
So that, of course, was Rahul Gandhi at the AICC headquarters in the national capital, taking questions, but not giving out any answers on the specifics of the scam where he's being questioned. So the National Herald case that, of course, has drawn him to the ED's questioning has not been touched upon. So also just giving out very generic points of view, but not willing to take a single question on the specifics of that particular case. Niranjan Narayan Swamy also joining us from our news desk. Now, Niranjan, Rahul Gandhi over there evading all those questions once again, not wanting to be specific in terms of the investigation.
Well, we're going to try and ask some questions because, Nupur, they said that, they were trying to sort of beat their chests and say that he's taking all the questions, etc. They don't have the courage to let Republic TV crew inside. Our reporter was blocked from this news conference, Nupur. Anuj has been waiting outside. In fact, he's managed to somehow get inside the compound, but not inside the, the location where the news conference is happening, the room where the news conference is happening. That's a live shot. We'll try and ask some questions. Just lost that live shot there. He refused to they refused to let our reporter inside. They refused to let our reporter inside, and they refused to take our questions. They claimed that they will take all the questions, but not a single question was taken. Specific questions. Let me go across. Let's show you the live shot. Let me go across to Anuj. Anuj is there. Anuj, will they let you ask those questions?
Yes, Niranjan, that's Rahul Gandhi. Rahul, do you want to say anything about the involvement of the shell companies? I am at the car of the Rahul Gandhi. There, Rahul Gandhi, I'm just again trying to ask the premises, and we are just trying to get in sense. I can see Rahul Gandhi there. I'm just trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. From where? Unsecured loan was given to young Indian. We are just trying to get in sense. That is Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi. Get an answer from Rahul Gandhi that what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? These are the images they're giving you. These are the images. That's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi. We are trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. That is Rahul Gandhi there. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? Rahul, involvement of the shell companies, Rahul. So that's Rahul Gandhi, who has just left from the AICC headquarters now moving toward the parliament. We were just trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. We did try yesterday also, but Rahul Gandhi was mum on the same.
हो गया पूजा हो गया
So those are live pictures from outside the Congress headquarters. You just saw that entire sequence. You saw that entire sequence of Republic asking Rahul Gandhi the question. What we will do is we'll get that feed and play that out once again. Anuj is there where Rahul Gandhi was leaving. We tried asking him all the specific questions. We had about 5 or 6 specific questions. There's a full sequence. There's a full sequence of Anuj asking those questions. We'll cut that sequence and play that out for our viewers right now. They didn't allow us inside the news conference. We were not allowed. Our reporter blocked from that news conference. And while the Congress Party's media cell, leaders like Jairam Ramesh, former union ministers, were bragging a back saying that Rahul Gandhi is going to take all the questions, they didn't even have the courage to let Republic TV reporter inside, let alone take all questions. And he didn't take any specific questions on the alleged scam, on the freedom struggle for profit scam, a story that was broken by Republic TV, the big expose over which he's being questioned. His National Herald property has been sealed, the Young Indian property has been sealed, and we are reporting live from the national capital. I'm going back to Anuj. If Anuj is live with me, let's quickly go across to him for an answer. He tried asking some specific questions. No specific answers coming, and let me go back and play that sequence out when we tried to actually ask that question, not inside the news conference but outside.
I'm at the car of the Rahul Gandhi. There, Rahul Gandhi, I'm just again trying to ask the premises, and we are just trying to get in sense. I can see Rahul Gandhi there. I'm just trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. From where? That is Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi. Get an answer from Rahul Gandhi that what he has to say about the involvement of the shell companies. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? These are the images they're giving you. These are the images. That's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi. We are trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. That is Rahul Gandhi there. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? Rahul, involvement of the shell companies, Rahul. So that's Rahul Gandhi who has just left from the AICC headquarters now. I am at the car of the Rahul Gandhi. There Rahul Gandhi, I'm just again trying to ask the premises, and they're just trying to get in sense. I can see Rahul Gandhi there. I'm just trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. From there. You want to say anything on the shell company? Unsecured loan was given to young Indian. We're just trying to get in sense. That is Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi. Get an answer from Rahul Gandhi that what he has to say about the involvement of the shell companies. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? These are the images they're giving you. These are the images. That's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi. We are trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. That is Rahul Gandhi there. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? Rahul, involvement of the shell companies, Rahul. So that's Rahul Gandhi who has just left from the AICC headquarters now.
That was a full sequence of Republic TV asking those questions to Rahul Gandhi, and no questions were taken. No questions taken. I'm going back to Anuj for one question, and then Madhurima is also joining us live on the broadcast. Anuj, to you first. Tell us, why did they not let you inside? Did you try going inside? What did they tell you?
Well, Niranjan, first I was stopped at the gate of the AICC. I was first stopped at the gate of the AICC. Then I entered somehow. Then I managed to enter somehow. Then I went to that particular room where this press conference was going on. And I was just trying to enter into that very press conference room, but I was not allowed. They were specifically telling me that you are not allowed. And at the gate also, they were specifically telling me that you are not allowed. Republic TV is not allowed. Republic Media is not allowed. Because we were asking the question, and we were continuously asking the question. They were not having any answer. They were not having any answer for us. And I continuously tried to confront Rahul Gandhi. I continuously asked him the question, what do he has to say about the involvement of the shell companies? What do he have to say about the unsecured loan? But he was mum on the same as he was mum yesterday. We just continuously tried to ask him the question that what exactly he has to say about the investigation which has been done by the Enforcement Directorate, about the office which has been sealed by the Enforcement Directorate, about the dots which has been connected by the Enforcement Directorate, about the investigation which has been done. But Rahul Gandhi was mum on the same. Niranjan, I was continuously trying to ask him the question about the involvement of the shell companies through which the hawala has been done, the money laundering has been done. So I was continuously trying to ask question to Rahul Gandhi, but Rahul Gandhi was not answering the same. Even we were pushed, we were stopped at the gate, we were not allowed in the press conference, but we continue to ask our question, and that is something what I was asking to Rahul Gandhi, that what exactly he has to say about the involvement of the shell companies, what he has to say about the unsecured loan. And if we talk about the latest, Niranjan, let me tell you, right now I'm reporting from the AICC headquarters, and from the AICC headquarters, this is the plan of the Congress party that they are going to move from here to Rashtrapati Bhavan. they are going to move from here to Rashtrapati Bhavan, and the proper bandobast of the police could be clearly seen, the arrangement could be clearly seen. They are going to be detained, what I have been told, if they cross this particular barricade. This is the barricading which has been done at the gate of the AICC. Niranjan, there you can see the Karyakartas. There you can see the Karyakartas. That's the worker of the Congress party who are standing here. But the arrangement could be clearly seen. Look at the police standing right in front of the barricades to stop them because they're not allowed to cross this particular barricade. There are 3 layers of barricading on my right, 3 layers of barricading on my left. So that is something which is very clear. 144 has been already imposed, Niranjan. They are not allowed. They are not allowed for any kind of march. They are not allowed for any kind of protest. That is the line which has been made in very much clear by the police, and the bandobast you can clearly see. The RAF deployment you can clearly see. The RAF deployment you can clearly see. The police bandobast you can clearly see. The buses deployment you can clearly see. So we were just trying to continuously ask questions from Rahul Gandhi what exactly he has to say about the involvement of the shell companies. What exactly he has to say about the unsecured loan which was given to young Indian. And what exactly he has to say when the dots has been already connected by the Enforcement Directorate, and when Enforcement Directorate has now reached to a point that the young Indian is sealed. The young Indian office is sealed when the office bearer was not cooperating. When the office bearer like Mallikarjun Kharge was not cooperating with the Enforcement Directorate team, and finally Enforcement Directorate was not left with any other option but to seal the office. That is something what the frustration of the Congress party is coming out at this point in time. They are calling it a satyagrah, but you can clearly see the kind of arrangement, the kind of bandobast which is already here, the kind of security that has been deployed. DCP is monitoring. I can continuously see the DCP New Delhi who is monitoring the situation so that law and order situation remain in control. These are the live images. Live images will continue to report. This is live images from the AICC headquarters. Live images from the AICC headquarters gate, where this is the SHO trying to control the situation, but the Karyakartas there standing. These are the Karyakartas. These
घबराए हुए सहमे हुए राहुल गांधी। महंगाई और बेरोजगारी की चर्चा होती है तो चर्चा में आते नहीं, सदन में वॉकआउट कर जाते हैं। अभी निर्मला जी ने विस्तार से उत्तर दिया कि कोविड की समस्याओं के बावजूद भारत की आर्थिक व्यवस्था दुनिया के कई बड़े देशों की तुलना में अच्छी है, सबसे अधिक पूंजी निवेश हुआ है और दुनिया के बड़े बड़े संस्थाओं ने भी भारत के आर्थिक मैनेजमेंट की तारीफ की है। इसी महंगाई और कोविड के बावजूद 200 करोड़ फ्री वैक्सीन लगाया गया और बाकी 80 करोड़ लोगों को आज तक भोजन कराया जाता है। तो जब भी चर्चा होती है तो कांग्रेस पार्टी चर्चा करके भाग जाती है। साफ झूठ बोला राहुल गांधी ने। मैं आरोप जिम्मेदारी से लगा रहा हूं। अभी 2 दिन पहले जो सदन की चर्चा हुई उसमें कांग्रेस पार्टी के लोगों ने भाग लिया कि नहीं लिया। बड़े तीखे निम्न स्तर के आरोप लगाए कि नहीं लगाए। ये झूठ क्यों बोला राहुल गांधी ने कि उनको बोलने नहीं दिया जाता है? ये देश को बताना जरूरी है। तो महंगाई और बेरोजगारी एक बहाना है, सही कारण है ईडी को धमकाना, डराना और परिवार को बचाना। यह है पूरा मामला। मैं पुनः इसको कहूंगा, महंगाई और बेरोजगारी की चर्चा एक बहाना है, मूल रूप से ईडी को डराना, धमकाना और परिवार को बचाना है। राहुल गांधी जी, आपने लोकतंत्र पर आज बहुत ही शर्मनाक बात कही है, गैर जिम्मेदाराना बात कही है। राहुल गांधी को हम क्या कहें? उनकी दादी जी ने देश में इमरजेंसी लगाई थी। आज मीडिया पर भी बहुत हमला किया उन्होंने। इमरजेंसी में बड़े बड़े संपादकों को जेल में बंद किया गया था, सेंसर लगाया गया था। और राहुल गांधी, याद करिए, आपकी दादी जी ने कमिटेड जुडिशरी की बात की थी। कुछ याद है आपको? लोकतंत्र की नसीहत हमें देते हैं। पहले राहुल गांधी, आप एक सवाल का जवाब दीजिए, आपकी पार्टी में लोकतंत्र है क्या? आई रिपीट, मिस्टर राहुल गांधी, प्लीज रिप्लाई टू दिस स्ट्रेट क्वेश्चन। डू यू प्रैक्टिस डेमोक्रेसी विद इन योर पार्टी? आपकी पार्टी में अच्छे नेता हैं, हम भी जानते हैं, लेकिन बस सोनिया जी, राहुल जी और प्रियंका जी, यही तो तीन कहानी है। आपकी अगुवाई में कांग्रेस पार्टी बार बार हारती है। कांग्रेस पार्टी को अगर जनता वोट नहीं देती है तो कृपया करके लोकतंत्र पर क्यों आप ठीकरा फोड़ते हैं राहुल गांधी? Why you blame democracy when the people of India reject you with repeated regularity? अब इसके लिए हम कहां से जिम्मेवार है भाई? 19 के चुनाव में आपने हमारे लोकप्रिय प्रधानमंत्री पर क्या क्या नहीं कहा, जिन शब्दों को हम कह नहीं सकते। चौकीदार को लेकर उन्होंने क्या क्या शब्द नहीं कहा, देश ने रिजेक्ट कर दिया, आपको और कस के हरा दिया, हमें और बहुमत दे दिया। आपकी बहन गई उत्तर प्रदेश में, लड़की हूं, लड़ सकती हूं का नारा लेकर के, तो जनता ने आपको एक सीट नहीं दिया। आप बंगाल गए, वहां आप साफ हो गए। तो राहुल जी, अगर आपकी बात जनता सुनती नहीं है तो आप हमें क्यों ब्लेम कर रहे हैं? ये खींच करना बंद करिए। सही सवाल यह है कि कांग्रेस का लोकतंत्र भ्रष्टाचार तंत्र था। Democracy under Congress party had become an epitome of corruption. आज नरेंद्र मोदी की अगुवाई में सत्ता के गलियारों में बिचौलियों के लिए दरवाजे बंद हैं। डिफेंस डील में कोई कट नहीं होती। तो कांग्रेस पार्टी और उनका जो पूरा तंत्र है, जो भ्रष्टाचार पर चलता रहा है, वो परेशान है। और उसकी व्यथा राहुल गांधी की बातचीत में दिखाई पड़ती है। आज राहुल गांधी ने कहा, मैं सत्य बोलता हूं। बहुत कस के कहा उन्होंने। तो राहुल गांधी, अगर आप इतना सत्य बोलते हैं तो एक बार देश को बता दीजिए आप बेल पर क्यों हैं। आई रिपीट, इफ राहुल गांधी was proudly claiming that he speaks truth and only truth, that Mr. Rahul Gandhi, please tell the nation, why are you on bail? And in what offense are you on bail? आज देश को बताना जरूरी है, ये पूरा नेशनल हेराल्ड का मामला क्या है। ये पूरा केस हमारी सरकार के आने के पहले फाइल है, और हमारी सरकार के आने के पहले इस पर मजिस्ट्रेट के यहाँ कंप्लेंट हुआ, और कंप्लेंट होने के बाद उन्होंने कॉग्निजेंस लिया, और कॉग्निजेंस लेकर करके क्या आरोप लगा? 420 धोखाधड़ी, 120B षड्यंत्र, बाकी भी लगे। And the court found that this appears to be a clear case of cheating and conspiracy to grab public property. आज मैं देश को बताना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि राहुल गांधी झूठ बोले, इस सच्चाई को नहीं बताए कि क्यों बेल पर हैं। नेशनल हेराल्ड एक पुराना अखबार था आज़ादी के आंदोलन का, नेहरू जी के समय का था, नहीं चल पाया। 80 करोड़ से ऊपर की देनदारी थी। 2010 में एसोसिएटेड जर्नल जो अखबार निकालता था, उसने इस पूरे को यंग इंडिया को शेयर दे दिया। सिर्फ 5 लाख रुपए जमा किए गए थे, याद करिए, जिसमें ये यंग इंडिया बनी थी। यंग इंडिया के डायरेक्टर्स कौन थे? सोनिया जी 38%, राहुल गांधी 38%, और बाकी मोतीलाल जी और ऑस्कर फर्नांडिस जो अब नहीं रहे दुनिया में। इन्होंने मात्र 50 लाख रुपया दिया कांग्रेस पार्टी को, नेशनल हेराल्ड को, और कांग्रेस पार्टी ने 80 करोड़ का लोन माफ कर दिया। वो 50 लाख रुपये भी मीडिया में चर्चा है, हवाला से आए। तो अर्थात मात्र 5 लाख रुपये लगाकर 5000 करोड़ की नेशनल हेराल्ड की संपत्ति दिल्ली में, मुंबई में, लखनऊ में, पटना में, मोहाली में सब इस फैमिली कंट्रोल ट्रस्ट में आ गई। यही तो कहानी है। क्या सच्चाई नहीं कि राहुल गांधी और सोनिया जी दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट में क्वेश्चनिंग के लिए गए, वहां रिजेक्ट हो गया, सुप्रीम कोर्ट गए, वहां रिजेक्ट हो गया, तो बेल लेना पड़ा। बाद में इनकम टैक्स की कार्रवाई हुई, उसमें भी वो हारे, ट्राइब्यूनल में गए, उसमें भी हारे, टैक्स लगा। तो राहुल गांधी जी, अगर कोर्ट आपको बेल नहीं देती है, अगर आपका कंप्लेन भ्रष्टाचार का क्वाश नहीं होता है, तो आप इंस्टीट्यूशन पर ब्लेम करेंगे? क्या मतलब है इसका? भारत की न्यायपालिका आजाद है, भारत की जुडिशरी की चर्चा दुनिया में होती है, और आपने बार बार कहा ऑल इंस्टीट्यूशंस। इलेक्शन कमीशन देश का चुनाव कराता है, आज सब कुछ इलेक्ट्रॉनिक है, ईवीएम से है, आपको वोट नहीं मिलता, आप हार जाते हैं, तो आप इंस्टीट्यूशन को ब्लेम करेंगे? आप संसद चलने देते नहीं हैं सिर्फ अपने परिवार को बचाने के लिए, और आप इंस्टीट्यूशन को ब्लेम करेंगे? और मीडिया आपकी सच्चाई लिखे तो आप बिके हुए हैं, और प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके आप विदेश चले जाते हैं। तो इफ यू आर सो मच नॉन सीरियस अबाउट पॉलिटिक्स, देन राहुल गांधी, डोंट ब्लेम द इंस्टीट्यूशंस। आज मुझे राहुल गांधी से एक और बात कहनी है। राहुल गांधी जी, आप मोदी जी की आलोचना करिए, आप बीजेपी की आलोचना करिए, लेकिन अब आप देश की आलोचना कर रहे हैं, और अपने राजनीतिक स्वार्थ, भ्रष्टाचार से बचने के लिए अब आप पूरे देश की आलोचना कर रहे हैं, देश के संस्थानों की आलोचना कर रहे हैं। मिस्टर राहुल गांधी, स्टॉप डिमीनिंग द इंस्टीट्यूशंस ऑफ इंडिया टू सेफगार्ड योर ओन करप्शन एंड मिसडीड्स। आप राहुल गांधी इंस्टीट्यूशन की बात करते हैं, आप मुझे ये बताइए, अभी कोविड हुआ था, पूरा देश एक था लड़ाई में, आपने कितना मजाक उड़ाया कोविड के खिलाफ लड़ाई का। देश के साइंटिस्ट ने वैक्सीन बनाया, ये वैक्सीन भारतीयों को भी मिली और दुनिया के 80 से अधिक देशों में गई, आपने उसका भी मजाक बनाया। देश को जगाने के लिए यह कहा गया कि हम लोग सब लोग बताएं, वैक्सीन लें और अपनी फोटो अपलोड करें ताकि देश की जनता को प्रेरणा मिले। आपने और आपके नेताओं ने कभी किया क्या? यह है आपका संस्थाओं का सम्मान, राहुल गांधी। और आपकी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस बहुत रोचक दिन हुई है राहुल गांधी। एक बात मैं कहना चाहूंगा, आज है 5 अगस्त, आज के दिन धारा 370 समाप्त करने का ऐतिहासिक निर्णय हुआ था। आज जम्मू कश्मीर में तिरंगा लहरा रहा है, लोग जय जयकार कर रहे हैं, और आप तिरंगे का अपमान। और उनके साथ जो बैठे हुए थे माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी, वो हिटलर को कोट कर रहे थे। हिटलर को कितना पढ़ा है याद करिए। अगर तानाशाही इस देश ने देखी है तो कांग्रेस के राज में देखी है। इमरजेंसी के समय जब जजेस सुपरसीड हुए, जब नेताओं को मीसा में बंद किया गया, जब लोकनायक जयप्रकाश ऐसे महान नेता, किडनी खराब थी, उनको भी जेल में बंद किया गया, संपादक गिरफ्तार हुए, कमिटेड जुडिशरी की बात की गई। तो राहुल गांधी कृपया करके ये सब ज्ञान न दें। एक बात हमें और कहनी है, आपने व्यापार तो बहुत सुना होगा, लेकिन हम देश की ओर से जरूर सवाल उठाना चाहेंगे कि मात्र 5 लाख की कंपनी बनाकर 5,000 करोड़ की संपत्ति कैसे आती है, वो भी दिल्ली में, मुंबई में। ये सब सरकारी जमीन पर बड़ी बड़ी बिल्डिंग बनी, आज सब उनके कंट्रोल में है। ईडी के अंदर वो क्या बोल रहे हैं, नहीं बोल रहे हैं, उस पर मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। लेकिन आज मुझे बहुत गर्व से कहना है कि नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ बहुत प्रामाणिक काम किया है। गरीबों के लिए डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर, लाखों करोड़ रुपए उनके अकाउंट में पहुंच रहे हैं कि नहीं पहुंच रहे हैं, बिचौलिए साफ हैं। सरकारी ठेके में, डिफेंस की खरीदगी में, आपूर्ति में बिचौलियों के रास्ते बंद हैं, और जितने बिचौलिए आ रहे हैं सबके संबंध कहाँ है, ये बार बार सामने में आ रही है। तो राहुल गांधी क्या चाहते हैं? भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ ईमानदारी से कार्रवाई नहीं हो क्या? ये कार्रवाई कभी नहीं रुकेगी, ये देश अपेक्षा करता है। आज ये सच्चाई नहीं है कि हजारों करोड़ रुपए की संपत्ति ईडी ने जब्त की है? आप ही लोग तो लिखते हैं मीडिया में। क्या सच्चाई नहीं कलकत्ता में कितने करोड़ रुपए दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं फ्लैट पे, कितने गहने दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं, रांची में दिखाई पड़ रहे हैं, मुंबई में बड़े बड़े नेता जेलों में बंद हैं, बेल नहीं मिलती उनको। ये हैं बड़े सवाल। आज ये देश नरेंद्र मोदी की अगुवाई में ईमानदारी से काम कर रहा है और भ्रष्टाचार के खिलाफ जबरदस्त प्रहार हो रहा है। हाँ, इस प्रहार से कांग्रेस पार्टी को परेशानी होती है, हम समझते हैं, लेकिन राहुल जी उस परेशानी का हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते। जो आपने करा है वो आपको भोगना पड़ेगा। अगर 5 लाख रुपए की संपत्ति लगाकर हवाला के माध्यम से पैसा लेकर 5,000 करोड़ की संपत्ति अगर आपके पास आती है तो आपको इसका जवाब देना पड़ेगा, ट्रायल फेस करना पड़ेगा, ईडी के सवालों का जवाब देना पड़ेगा। एक और बात मुझे कहनी है जिसका मुझे बहुत दुख लगा है। राहुल गांधी ने आज स्टार्टअप का मजाक उड़ाया है। राहुल गांधी कुछ आईटी को आप समझते हैं क्या? और ये बात मैं बहुत गंभीरता से पूछ रहा हूं। राहुल गांधी जी स्वयं कितना अध्ययन करते हैं इस पर हम चर्चा कर सकते हैं, लेकिन क्या उनको सही जानकारी मिलती है क्या कि भारत का स्टार्टअप मूवमेंट आज दुनिया का तीसरा चौथा नंबर पहुंच गया है कुछ वर्षों में? राहुल गांधी, आपको पता है क्या कि भारत के स्टार्टअप मूवमेंट में 100 स्टार्टअप यूनिकॉर्न हो गए हैं? ये नौजवान बच्चे हैं। राहुल गांधी, यूनिकॉर्न का मतलब आप समझते हैं? यूनिकॉर्न का मतलब होता है $1 बिलियन रेवेन्यू, 7,000 करोड़। और ये 25-30 साल के बच्चे नरेंद्र मोदी की अगुवाई में, प्रोत्साहन से आज दुनिया में भारत का परचम लहरा रहे हैं। राहुल गांधी जी, आपको पता है कि आज दुनिया की तमाम आईटी कंपनियों के सीईओ भारतीय हैं, अधिकांश के? राहुल गांधी जी, आपको पता है कि आज इंडियन आईटी इंडस्ट्री का आदर पूरी दुनिया में होता है? आज आपको पता है कि किस तरह से डिजिटल इंडिया, डिजिटल पेमेंट, डायरेक्ट बेनिफिट ट्रांसफर, कोविड के समय जिस तरह से 200 करोड़ लोगों को वैक्सीन दी गई और उसकी पूरी सूचना मोबाइल पर अवेलेबल थी डिजिटल माध्यम से, ये कुछ जानने की कोशिश की है आपने? और आपने स्टार्टअप पर मजाक कर दिया। ये बहुत दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और इसकी मैं भर्त्सना करता हूं। बेरोजगारी की दिशा में भी बहुत काम हो रहे हैं। सड़कें बनती हैं तो नौकरी मिलती है कि नहीं? अगर हर गांव में बिजली जाती है तो नौकरी मिलती है कि नहीं? अगर आज भारत में पूंजी निवेश हो रहा है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग में, मोबाइल 2 से 270 हो गया, आज बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां फॉक्सकॉन, पेगाट्रॉन, विस्ट्रॉन भारत में मोबाइल बना रही हैं, तो उसमें नौकरी मिलती है कि नहीं मिलती है? आप मुझे बताइए। तो आज मैन्युफैक्चरिंग बढ़ रही है, बाकी बढ़ रही है, नौकरी मिल रही है। हाँ, कोविड से कठिनाई आई है, लेकिन भारत के अंदर की ताकत मजबूत है, उसको हम ठीक करेंगे। तो आज का राहुल गांधी का पूरा प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस, और एक रोचक बात मैं कहूंगा, इसमें भी प्रेस को वो अकेले हैंडल करने की हिम्मत नहीं दिखा सके। एक मुख्यमंत्री जो उनसे पहले बोलने लगे, अभी उनका अंदरूनी विषय है। हम लोग का एक सिस्टम है कि जिसकी प्रेस होती है वो सबसे पहले बोलते हैं। एक बात जयराम रमेश ने हमारे प्रधानमंत्री पर कही कि वो प्रेस नहीं करते, राहुल गांधी प्रेस करते हैं। मिस्टर जयराम रमेश, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री देश से बात करते हैं, पूरे देश में घूमते हैं, पूरी दुनिया में घूमते हैं, सबों के सवालों के जवाब देते हैं और पूरे देश का मान बढ़ाते हैं। संसद के अंदर जवाब देते हैं ना, तो आप उनके उत्तर सुनते हैं क्या? कांग्रेसी लोग शांत हो जाते हैं उनके उत्तर सुनकर। तो इस तरह की हल्की बातें आप करना बंद करें। देखिए, समस्या बहुत साफ है। देश का लोकतंत्र अब फैल गया है। आम आदमी इस लोकतंत्र में अपनी साख समझता है और जिस तरह एक परिवार ने पूरा कंट्रोल किया हुआ था लोकतंत्र पर अपने लिए और अपने हितों के लिए, उससे देश आगे निकला है, इसलिए वोट नहीं मिलता है। और अंतिम बात कहनी है, नेशनल हेराल्ड से क्यों घबराए हुए हैं? क्या संकेत है? कांग्रेस पार्टी परिवार की जेब में, कांग्रेस पार्टी का नेतृत्व परिवार की जेब में, अब कांग्रेस पार्टी की संपत्ति भी परिवार की जेब में है। द क्रक्स ऑफ द नेशनल हेराल्ड corruption is straight and simple. The Congress party is in the pocket of the family. The leadership of the Congress party is also in the pocket of the family. The National Herald case demonstrates that now the family also wants to control the property of the party into the pocket of the family. यही सच्चाई है। धन्यवाद।
सर, एक सवाल ये था कि उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी को हिटलर कहा कि चुनाव तो हिटलर भी जीत जाता था। दूसरा तो उन्होंने कहा कि देश में लोकतंत्र खत्म हो रहा है क्योंकि सभी संस्थाओं पे बीजेपी सरकार और आरएसएस का कब्जा है।
ऐसा है, ये उनकी हताशा है। अब मैं राहुल गांधी के घटिया आरोप को बोलने के लिए यहां नहीं बैठा हूं। कितना तंग किया गया हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को गुजरात के मुख्यमंत्री के रूप में, तब कर निकले कि नहीं निकले निर्दोष होकर? कानून की प्रक्रिया से निकले ना। जनता ने एक बार नहीं 2 बार लोकसभा जिताया, दर्जनों विधानसभा जिताया उनकी अगुवाई में, और आगे 24 में भी जीतेंगे। तो जनता का विश्वास है, यही तो लोकतंत्र है। तो फिर कहूंगा, राहुल गांधी जी, अगर जनता आपको वोट नहीं देती तो कृपया करके लोकतंत्र को आरोप लगाना बंद करिए। देखिए राहुल गांधी जी, आज मैं आपको विनम्रता से कहना चाहूँगा, मैं भी एक स्वयंसेवक हूँ। आपके परनाना जी, परदादा जी, क्षमा करें, नेहरू जी, और आपकी दादी इंदिरा जी, इन्होंने संघ को बहुत आरोप लगाया था, बहुत आलोचना की थी। आपकी पार्टी घटती गई, राष्ट्रीय स्वयंसेवक संघ बढ़ता गया। क्यों? क्योंकि एक राष्ट्रवादी संगठन है जिसने भारत की सनातन संस्कृति के साथ इस देश को प्रेरित किया है, समाज सेवा का काम किया है, देशभक्ति का पाठ पढ़ाया है। कृपया करके ऐसे प्रामाणिक संगठन जो देशभक्ति के लिए हमेशा खड़ा रहता है, उसके खिलाफ ऐसी हल्की सतही बातें बनना बंद करें और आप छोटे होते जाएंगे।
सर, उन्होंने ये भी कहा है कि सारा सिस्टम मेरे हाथ में दे दो तो मैं बताता हूँ इलेक्शन कैसे जीतते हैं।
अब इस हल्की बात का मैं क्या जवाब दूं? इससे बड़ी कोई हल्की बात हो सकती है? लेकिन आज जो सबसे उन्होंने बार बार कहा है, ऑल द इंस्टीट्यूशंस, राहुल गांधी प्लीज क्लैरिफाई, डू यू मीन ऑल्सो द जुडिशरी ऑफ इंडिया? क्या भारत की न्यायपालिका पर भी आपको विश्वास नहीं है? शायद ये पीड़ा इसीलिए कि आपको बेल नहीं मिलता है, तो आप भ्रष्टाचार करेंगे, आप इस प्रकार से हजारों करोड़ की संपत्ति को अर्जित करेंगे और आपसे कोई सवाल नहीं पूछे। कोर्ट कहेगा ट्रायल फेस कीजिए चीटिंग का, तो आप कहेंगे सारे इंस्टीट्यूशन कंट्रोल में है। इससे बड़ी तो गैर जिम्मेदारना और शर्मिंदगी की बात नहीं हो सकती। राहुल गांधी जी, मैं आपको एक बात आज जरूर कहूंगा, आप देखिए हमारे प्रधानमंत्री की लोकतांत्रिक नीयत को। 14 में पहली बार प्रधानमंत्री बने तो 15 अगस्त को लाल किले से कहा, भारत को बनाने में सभी प्रधानमंत्रियों का योगदान है। नेहरू जी का भी नाम लिया, इंदिरा जी का भी नाम लिया, राजीव गांधी का भी नाम लिया। आप कैसे चर्चा करते हैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री की, आज आपने अपने प्रेस में दिखा दिया। और अभी 3 मूर्ति का म्यूजियम बना, तो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री का बड़ा हृदय देखिए, उन्होंने कहा भारत के सारे प्रधानमंत्रियों का इसमें स्थान दो। तो ये हमारी लोकतांत्रिक सोच है। आपके बारे में क्या कहूँ मैं, मेरी माताजी, मेरी बहन, मेरी पार्टी, मेरी जेब में और मेरी सोच, ये आपकी सोच है। थैंक यू।
सर अभी मार्च कर रहे हैं लोकतंत्र बचाने के लिए, कांग्रेस पार्टी जो है वो मार्च कर रही है।
लोकतंत्र में हर को मार्च करने की आजादी है, इस पर मुझे कुछ नहीं कहना है। इतने दिन वो भी सत्ता में रहे हैं, अच्छी बात है, मार्च करें, लेकिन लोकतंत्र खतरे में है ये दुहाई देना बंद करें। भ्रष्टाचार तंत्र कांग्रेस का खतरे में है और हम चाहते हैं वो खतरे में रहे, वो कार्रवाई होगी, रुकेगी नहीं।
Well, Ravi Shankar Prasad over there taking on the Congress party over various issues, also going on to question the Congress party as to why Rahul Gandhi in that extremely long press conference did not address the very issues that he wanted to. That's the case, the National Herald case particularly. So Ravi Shankar Prasad over there taking on the Congress party now. Do remember that the Congress party is protesting. It is holding protests not just in the national capital but also at other places. Pictures on your screen, of course, are of Republic TV trying to confront Rahul Gandhi yet again. We have been trying to ask him some specific questions about this particular National Herald scam, but there have been no answers coming in from him.
I'm just again trying to ask the premises, and we're just trying to get in sense. I can see Rahul Gandhi there. I'm just trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. From where? You want to say anything on the shell company? Unsecured loan was given to young Indian. We're just trying to get in sense. That is Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi. Get an answer from Rahul Gandhi that what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? These are the images they're giving you. These are the images. That's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi. We are trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. That is Rahul Gandhi there. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? Rahul, involvement of the shell companies, Rahul. So that's Rahul Gandhi who has just left from the AICC headquarters now.
Okay, we're going to go across to Anuj, who's reporting from outside the AICC headquarters. Anuj, we were just watching those, seeing those pictures of how you were trying to confront Rahul Gandhi, but he did not want to take any of our questions. But apart from that, of course, the BJP's also put out some questions in front of him. You know, the specific one being that why is he out on bail if he has nothing to hide?
Well, exactly, that's the larger question which BJP is also asking at this point in time, that why they are out on bail. This is itself a bigger question what BJP is asking, but we tried to confront Rahul Gandhi yesterday also. I tried to ask him the question, what do he has to say about the shell companies, what do he has to say about the involvement of the shell companies on which ED is investigation, about the unsecured loan, what he has to reply, but he was mum on the same. But a press conference was done where we were not allowed. I tried to get inside that press conference also, but we were not allowed there. But I continuously asked the question to Rahul Gandhi that what exactly he has to say about the involvement of the shell companies, about the money laundering which has been done by the shell companies, about the investigation that has been done by the Enforcement Directorate when the Young Indian office is already sealed. So the Rahul Gandhi was not having any answer for the same, and he was continuously mum on the same. But let me give you the sense from where I am reporting at this point in time. This is the AICC headquarters from where I am reporting. This is the same Congress headquarters where Rahul Gandhi few minutes back have done the press conference where I confronted Rahul Gandhi, tried to ask him the question about the involvement of the shell companies and the money laundering which has been done by them, and the enforcement directorate action which has been taken against Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, and when the company has been, the office has been already sealed. So these are the live images coming in from the AICC headquarters where the Congress Karyakartas at this point in time is protesting. Let me tell you, let me remind you, in that very press conference of Rahul Gandhi has mentioned it that they have planned to move toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan and to Gherao the Prime Minister's residence, and for that the Congress Karyakartas have assembled here, and there is going to be one more group who is going to move from the parliament toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan, what I have been told. Let me also give you a 360 view of the area of the Akbar Road from where I am reporting. You can clearly see the arrangement which has been done. The arrangement, the bandobast which has been done by the Delhi Police. Delhi Police personnel is here. RAF is deployed here. CRPF we can see deployed over here. The buses arrangement has been already done to detain these workers if they cross this particular barricade. If they cross this particular barricade, then they are going to be detained because they are allowed to do their protest inside the premises, or rather this has been made in very much clear by the Delhi Police that if you want to protest, go to the designated places, which is Jantar Mantar. But 144 is already imposed on the streets of the national capital, and you are not allowed to do any kind of satyagraha, you are not allowed to do any kind of protest or march. That is something which has been made in very much clear. But if we talk about this story, if we talk about this whole chapter, then we have to get this in mind, and we have to make it clear. We have seen the same kind of happening and the protest and the march and so-called satyagraha by the Congress party when Rahul Gandhi was called in by the enforcement directorate in the same case for the questioning for the 4th day. For 4 rounds, Rahul Gandhi was questioned, and after that, this was none other but Sonia Gandhi herself who was questioned by the enforcement directorate for the 2 days, and 2 rounds was done with the questioning of Sonia Gandhi by the enforcement directorate. Later, enforcement directorate came in action. Such is what done. 12 premises was searched, raided by the enforcement directorate team. The premises which is related to or somewhat connected to AGL or somewhat connected to Young Indian. The premises were raided, and after that, finally, when the office bearer, and I can name the Mallikarjun Khalge, the senior Congress party leader also, was not cooperating with the enforcement directorate. Enforcement directorate was not left with any other option but to seal the office. Seal the office of Young Indian in the Herald House at the IT of the national capital was sealed. We have seen the frustration of the Congress party then and there. It was the press conference which was done by Abhishek Manu Singhvi then and there in the AICC headquarters. And after that, now today is the call of the protest at the pan-India level, which has been called by the Congress party in the national capital. If we talk about the happening since from the morning, we are seeing how 144 has been already imposed. Karyakartas trying to cross the barricades. Many of them has been already detained. Rahul Gandhi landed here at the AICC headquarters, did a press conference where questions was not taken, did a press conference of their own agenda, and after that left from here to the parliament. And from the parliament, what I've been told, the time decided is 11:30. The time decided is 11:30, and when the Congress leaders, the MPs, is going to march from the parliament toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan. They want to Gherao the Pradhan Mantri residence. They want to Gherao the Rashtrapati Bhavan. That is something what the planning of the Congress party is, and that is something which has been mentioned by Rahul Gandhi in that very press conference which was done at the AICC headquarters. There we are getting the visuals. I'll ask my video journalist to once again give you the sense, to once again give you the visuals from the AICC headquarters main gate. Ashok Gehlot, let me remind you, Ashok Gehlot is still inside. Ashok Gehlot, the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, is still inside. What I've been told that he is expected to lead this particular protest when Congress Karyakartas will be leaving from the AICC headquarters and will be trying to march toward the Pradhan Mantri residence, toward the Rashtrapati residence, what I've been told, Rashtrapati Bhavan, what I've been told, and from Vijay Chowk, from the parliament, this is going to be another group of the leadership of the Congress party, the MPs of the Congress party who are planning to march toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan and toward the Pradhan Mantri residence to Gherao both. That is the line which has been taken by the Congress party. But we have to understand that again and again we are trying to confront Rahul Gandhi. Again and again we are trying to ask questions to Rahul Gandhi that what exactly he has to say about the involvement of the shell companies. As being asked by the Bharatiya Janata Party, why they are out on bail. The larger question, what is the involvement of the shell companies? What is the involvement of the companies that has done the money trail through which has gone? on which the enforcement directorate is working. That exactly are the lines which we were asking. This is something, the questions which we were asking from Rahul Gandhi. Yesterday also I confronted Rahul Gandhi and asked him the question, what do he has to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Why the money was laundered? What is the business? Like money laundering if we are talking about, then how the shell companies are involved and what is the involvement? And if we talk about the visuals, then we are continuously giving you the live images from the AICC headquarters, and that's the panic the Congress party is having at this point in time. That's the problem of the Congress party, that why their leadership has been questioned. That's the problem of the Congress Karyakartas, why their leadership, Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, the top brasses of the Congress party, the Gandhis, why they have been called in by the Enforcement Directorate, why the Young Indian office has been sealed. We have to keep this in mind, why this has been done. The action has been taken by the Enforcement Directorate, the dots has been connected. Let me remind you, the day on which the Enforcement Directorate was conducting the raid, what I have been told, Enforcement Directorate has collected digital evidences from there. Numbers of papers has been taken from that particular office. The statement of the office bearers who were present at that point in time when raid was going on has been recorded. That is something what we have seen, and the Enforcement Directorate at this point in time is clearly in action. They have connected the dots. They are going ahead with the investigation. The involvement of the shell companies is going to play a major role, and that is where the Enforcement Directorate is working, and that's the frustration. That's the frustration of the Congress party, which is coming out on the street and on the national and in the national capital, on the streets of the national capital. We are continuously seeing how these Karyakartas are trying to go ahead, how these Karyakartas are not following the law and order, because 144 has been already imposed. 144 is in action. No march is allowed, no satyagraha is allowed, no protest is allowed. That is something, the line which has been taken by the Delhi police, and the clear instruction has been already given. But there on my right, you can see the protesters who are all set to jump the barricade. They are going to move ahead. The instruction has been given by none other but their topmost leader, that's Rahul Gandhi. In the press conference, he has stated it very much clearly that yes, you all have to move. We will be moving. We will be moving from the parliament, and another group will be moving from the AICC headquarters. That's the line which has been taken by the Rahul Gandhi on camera in the press conference. He has stated very much clearly that we are not going to afraid. That is something which he stated to us yesterday also. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm going to move ahead like this only. And that's the line which has been given to the Karyakartas. That's the line which has been taken by the Congress party. That is something which has been decided by the Congress party, that they are not going to obey the rules. They are not going to follow the rules. The 144 has been already imposed, but they are not going to listen to the police. That is something what I have been told, and that's the line which we have seen taken by none other but Rahul Gandhi himself. So continue with the visuals. Let me also give you a longer view. If you talk about this Akbar Road, where this Congress headquarters is, then let me give you the sense from this side also. On my left is a three-layer of barricading which has been already done. On the left is the 3-layer of barricading which has been already done. On my right is the 3-layer of barricading which has been already done. Let me give you the sense of these buses. These buses which has been stationed over here, these buses which has been deployed over here to detain these protesters. If they will move, if they will cross that particular barricade, if they will jump that particular barricade, the instruction is given very much clearly. The DCP herself, DCP New Delhi herself is monitoring the situation on the ground and made it very much clear. Again and again we have seen the announcement which has been done by the Delhi police over here that no protest is allowed. 144 is imposed. If you will cross the barricade, we are going to detain you. We are going to take the legal action against you. But that's the frustration of the Congress party, which is not stopping, or rather coming out, and they are all set to move ahead. They are all set to move ahead toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan, toward the Pradhan Mantri residence, to Kherao the same. And that's the frustration which is coming out, because the Enforcement Directorate is in action, has taken the action, the questioning has been done, the dots has been connected, the involvement of the shell companies has been seen by the Enforcement Directorate. That is something which is a worrisome situation for the Congress party, and there now Bharatiya Janata Party is also attacking on the same. Ravi Shankar Prasad, the senior leader of the Bharatiya Janata Party, has done the press conference. We have heard the press conference where he was stating it very much clearly that there were several questions why Rahul Gandhi or the Congress party is not answering these questions, why they are out on bail. That is something which has been asked by Ravi Shankar Prasad. But the Congress party is not ready to listen to all these points, but rather they have their own agenda through which they are all set to go with the things, and they are planning to go ahead. They are planning to move ahead. 11:30 is the time what I have been told. By my watch, it's 11:14. By my watch, it's 11:14. 16 minutes from now,
This is going to be the protest of the Congress party, which is going to start. We are seeing some kind of movement. I'll continue with the visuals. What we have been told, Priyanka Gandhi is also expected. Priyanka Gandhi, I believe, has reached. It may be that Priyanka Gandhi has reached, because Priyanka Gandhi, what I have been told, is going to be here. Priyanka Gandhi is going to be here, what I have been told. So she is also going to lead the protest. Ashok Gehlot is inside there. Ashok Gehlot and Priyanka Gandhi. That's Priyanka Gandhi. That's Priyanka Gandhi. That's the cockade of Priyanka Gandhi. That's the cockade of Priyanka Gandhi. We'll try and what she has to say. We'll try and speak to Priyanka Gandhi what she has to say about the involvement of the shell companies. We'll try and speak. That's Priyanka Gandhi. That's Priyanka Gandhi. That's the cockade of Priyanka Gandhi. We'll try and ask the question. Rahul Gandhi did not answer the question. I understand, but we'll try and ask the same to Priyanka Gandhi. Priyanka Gandhi, they are sitting. Priyanka, do you want to say anything about the involvement of the shell companies? Priyanka, do you want to say about the involvement of the shell companies? That's Priyanka Gandhi who is just. Priyanka Gandhi, you want to say anything about the enforcement directorate action which has been taken? Priyanka, do you want to say anything? Priyanka, do you want to say anything? Ma'am, do you want to say anything, ma'am? Ma'am, the involvement of the shell companies, ma'am. Ma'am, enforcement directorate has sealed the young Indian office, ma'am. Office bearer was not cooperating. That is something which has been stated clearly. Priyanka Gandhi, there Priyanka Gandhi now entering the AICC headquarters. I'll try and get in and get in reaction at least. If Priyanka can elaborate, if Priyanka can answer the question, because this is Priyanka Gandhi who is every time accompanying the mother to the enforcement directorate's office. We'll try and get a reaction from Priyanka Gandhi. There's a security, I do understand, is stopping. But we are trying to ask the question. Priyanka, anything on the involvement? Money laundering which has been done. Priyanka Gandhi there, entering the AICC headquarters now. That's the car of Priyanka Gandhi. That's the cockade of Priyanka Gandhi.
Well, in fact, news just coming in, it appears that there's been a massive ED crackdown on gold smuggling. ED searches are currently underway in 15 locations. Republic TV is now learning that the ED suspects that Chhattisgarh and West Bengal have become a hub for gold smuggling. So a massive ED crackdown is currently on in 15 locations. Let's go across to Shavan Sen, who has more details on this. Yes, Shavan, tell us more. We are given to understand that the ED suspects that Chhattisgarh and West Bengal have now become a hub for gold smuggling.
Well, this is a massive news break first on Republic TV, as we can now confirm that the Enforcement Directorate is basically carrying out searches at about 15 locations in the state of Chhattisgarh. Now, this is pertaining to a gold smuggling scam which has now been unearthed by the Enforcement Directorate. Top sources within the agency are now indicating that they basically come across a particular racket that is underway, where they believe that gold smuggling is actually taking place, movement taking place from Myanmar to West and then finally into Chhattisgarh. In fact, there are about 15 locations. Some of the locations that are in the state of Chhattisgarh includes Bhilai, Durg, Rajnandgaon and Raipur. These are the three centers that you are basically looking at. Important to point out here is the fact that of the 15 locations, these are 4 or 5 locations where they are looking at certain gold merchants who are basically now being examined as we speak. But the fact that this involves a foreign nation, the fact that this is
indicating that Chhattisgarh is now turning out to become a hub for gold smuggling. And that is the reason why you're looking at this large-scale crackdown that is basically taking place.
All right, as Shavan is, of course, reporting, what we're given to understand that the ED suspects that Chhattisgarh is becoming a hub. Now, Shavan, can you give us more details in terms of the premises that are being raided by the Enforcement Directorate? We understand that most of them are in Chhattisgarh.
this entire searches are only restricted to the state of Chhattisgarh and not West Bengal at this point in time. But sources certainly indicating that West Bengal happens to be the route for this entire smuggling. So from Myanmar, because West Bengal sharing the border, what happens is that the gold is basically smuggled first into West Bengal and then to Chhattisgarh. Now, whether there are common gold merchants in West Bengal and Chhattisgarh, that is not known at this point in time. Because remember, the searches started way early in the morning, but the enforcement directorate was completely tight-lipped about these searches, keeping in mind the seriousness of the issue, and second, the confidentiality of the issue. That is the reason why this information is only coming out only about 4 to 5 hours after the searches have been carried out, and the agency is still very tight-lipped about the full details of this particular case that they are looking into. But what we can confirm at this point in time, what we do know is the fact that about 15 locations in Chhattisgarh, some of the places we're being told in Raipur, especially the gold merchants in Raipur, are basically out of the scanner at this stage. And apart from that, I'm also given to understand that they are also looking at certain border locations where the smuggling was actually taking place. Now, more details of this particular case perhaps would come in a little later in the day as they make more progress in these searches that are being carried out.
All right, so Shravan, of course, is continuing to bring us the latest on that. What you were given to understand also, Shravan, is that some jewelers are also under the scanner, particularly in Raipur. Is that what you are sensing? And also the scale of this racket, Shravan, it does appear that this is perhaps a big international racket, because we are getting some inputs on the fact that the gold is being smuggled inside from Myanmar.
Well, that's absolutely right, Nupur, because that's the detail that I picked up from my sources within the agency, that the gold smuggling is actually taking place from Myanmar. Now, whether it involves other countries at this point in time, as I said, Nupur, because the searches started early in the morning and this is, a confidential issue. That is the reason why the agencies are quite tight-lipped, and we have got very sketchy details. We are only running with the details that have been confirmed by our sources within the agency, which is going ahead with that kind of information for now, which basically includes that this is a gold smuggling scam that has been unearthed by the agency, which includes 2 states, that's Chhattisgarh as well as West Bengal. But why exactly is Chhattisgarh where the searches are being concentrated is primarily because that's the end state for the gold products to be brought in, and that's the reason why we are looking at these searches being carried out only at 15 locations in Chhattisgarh and not exactly in West Bengal. But having said that, perhaps as the case progresses, there is in all likelihood they would also be looking into the role of gold merchants in West Bengal and the other links that are emerging.
All right, Shravan Sen reporting on that. Thank you for bringing us all those details.
All set to go with the protest to Rashtrapati Bhavan, to Pradhan Mantri, the residents to Gherao the same. Enforcement Directorate in action. Stay tuned, we'll be right back after a short break. Live on
the Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
And here is some news in brief from across the country. Slamming Congress's intimidation claims, the BJP said that the Congress's Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are afraid to answer questions.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को। लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है।
After leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress General Secretary K. Venugopal underlined the upper house of the Parliament was in session and Kharge was taking part in a debate when he was summoned by the ED, reiterating that it was an attempt to suppress the voice of the opposition.
हम तो वेलकम किए, सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, दैट इज नथिंग, दैट इज नथिंग, वी आर सपोर्टिंग, इट शुड बी पास्ड यूनानिमसली, लेकिन
Troubles seem to be mounting for the National Herald and its owners as the Bhopal-based building has now come under the scanner of the Madhya Pradesh government, and the MP government claims the National Herald building in Bhopal is being misused and also hinted at sealing it.
देखिए, कांग्रेस जो है, राहुल गांधी जो है, वो एक तो चोरी है और ऊपर से कह रहे डरेंगे नहीं है, अपने आप को देश के कानून से ऊपर समझते हैं, ये अपने आप को राजा समझते हैं भारत का।
After the Enforcement Directorate sealed the Young Indian office of the National Herald House in New Delhi, instructing that the premises must not be opened without prior permission from the agency, Congress called a meeting of all Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha MPs at the Congress Parliamentary Party office to discuss the future strategy of the party. Citing the Delhi High Court and Supreme Court's order in the National Herald case, BJP spokesperson Sambit Patra slammed the Congress for protecting the Gandhi family. He also slammed the Congress party and its leader for their remark, "No more plea but war now," over the sealing of the Young Indian office with the Congress-owned National Herald building in the national capital.
स्वाभाविक रूप से उसमें इस प्रकार का एक व्यवहार, ड्रामा, और आज सुबह यह कहना कि अब याचना नहीं रण होगी, रण मतलब युद्ध करेंगे, अब याचना नहीं रण होगी। नहीं, आप ये बताइए, पहले तो कह रहे थे सत्याग्रह होगी, अब कह रहे हैं रण अर्थात युद्ध होगा। दोनों डायमेट्रिकली ऑपोजिट है। आप करने क्या वाले हैं? सत्याग्रह करने वाले हैं, दुराग्रह करने वाले हैं, रण करने वाले हैं या युद्ध करने वाले हैं? जनता जनार्दन बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से कह रही है, न रण होगा और न रन होगा, RUN run. Neither you should fight against the system, nor you should run away from it.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic, and I'm Rukma with you. And in our top story, the Reserve Bank of India has increased repo rate by 50 basis points to take it to pre-pandemic levels. Now the repo rate stands at 5.40%. After this latest move, repo rate is the highest since August 2019. So repo rate at 5.40%. It's the highest since 2019, since August 2019.
The MPC decided unanimously to increase the policy repo rate by 50 basis points, 50 basis points to 5.4% with immediate effect. Consequently, the standing deposit facility, that is SDF rate, stands adjusted to 5.15%, and the marginal standing facility, that is MSF rate, and the bank rate stand revised to 5.65%.
So RBI Chief Shaktikanta Das there talking about the revised repo rates and many implications of that, as the repo rates are revised to pre-pandemic levels by 50 basis points. Let's stay tuned to Republic for Mega Republic News Break at noon.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen.
The Vadra Congress and their bosses, the Vadra Gandhis, should really stop it. They should stop making their display of panic so public. And instead, they should accept the fact that the massive scam that they have engineered has been unraveled. For the fact is, ladies and gentlemen, that there is nobody in the country today, nobody except their party acolytes who are outraging over their parliament leader Mallikarjun Kharge being interrogated inside the National Herald building. And on the contrary, it is giving the vast majority of Indians immense pleasure to see a party that institutionalized corruption for 70 years get it back. Ladies and gentlemen, without doubt the ED will and should seize the properties, and why just the properties, the bank accounts of the Vadra Gandhis, but it must not stop at that. The Vadra Gandhis must be asked to explain to the people of India every rupee and every square inch of land that they own. They must be asked to explain the precise source of the funds for every home that they have and for every land parcel that they control. For the last 7 years, the nation has been waiting anxiously to see action against Damaj Shri, which has unfortunately not happened. I would only say, let there be no half measures this time. Half measures will not work this time. The fight against corruption must go all the way, and that's what we are debating with tonight.
And here is some news in brief from across the country. Slamming Congress's intimidation claims, the BJP said that the Congress's Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are afraid to answer questions.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को। लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है।
After leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress General Secretary K. Venugopal underlined the upper house of the Parliament was in session and Kharge was taking part in a debate when he was summoned by the ED, reiterating that it was an attempt to suppress the voice of the opposition.
हम तो वेलकम किए, सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, दैट इज नथिंग वी आर सपोर्टिंग, इट शुड बी पास्ड यूनानिमसली। लेकिन
You're watching Live and Breaking news just coming in. Cornered by the ED's probes, Congress MPs from both houses to meet today at 10 a.m. at Congress Parliamentary Party office in Parliament. Meanwhile, party cadre protests against price rise in Delhi. Those are visuals of the party cadre. The Congress High Command has ordered the party cadre to protest in pan-India protests across India. Apparently, Congress party workers, CWC members as well as leaders will be holding the kind of sit-in protest that you're seeing right now. Republic on the ground bringing you all those updates as they happen. There was also in the national capital to be, as Anuj was telling us, they were supposed to move from Parliament to Rashtrapati Bhavan. Also, we were bringing you those visuals of the AICC headquarters where Rahul Gandhi held that press conference. Anuj on the scene right now. Anuj, what's happening?
We are on the live images. These are the live images coming in from the AICC headquarters, and Priyanka Gandhi any moment from now is going to leave from here. As we were telling it to our viewers earlier also, that this is the direction which has been given by none other but the top branches of the Congress party, that they will have to march, they will have to protest, and they will have to be there on the roads of the national capital. Although 144 has been already imposed, 144 has been already imposed, but the Congress party line remains the same. And we have seen the kind of press conference that has been done by none other but Rahul Gandhi himself, where he has not taken the questions. We were not allowed. I tried to confront him. I asked him several questions about the role of the shell companies, about the role of the shell companies which has been done and which has been rather investigated by the enforcement directorate. So these are the live images from the AICC headquarters. Any moment from now, Priyanka Gandhi will be coming out. Priyanka Gandhi will be heading, or rather will be moving toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan with the Congress party workers. The Karyakartas are assembled over here in the Congress headquarters. I am reporting from the AICC headquarters, where Priyanka Gandhi is already inside. We have given you the visuals when Priyanka Gandhi entered, and we tried to ask her also the questions that what exactly he has to say about the involvement of the shell companies, what he has to say, I beg your pardon, has to say about the Young Indian office which has been sealed by the enforcement directorate, but there was no answer of the same. But that's the visual, that's the main gate of the AICC headquarters from where I'm reporting. That's the entry of the AICC headquarters, and Priyanka Gandhi will be coming out. Priyanka Gandhi from this very gate will be coming out any moment from now and will be leading this particular protest toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan, toward the Prime Minister residence, what I've been told, and what we have seen rather in the press conference also, that Rahul Gandhi has clearly given the direction and clearly ordered to the Karyakartas that this has to be followed, and this is going to be the gherao of Pradhan Mantri residence, the gherao of Rashtrapati Bhavan. There is going to be another group of the MPs of Congress party who are going to protest from the parliament toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and another group which will be led by Priyanka Gandhi and Ashok Gehlot will be leading from AICC headquarters. Although we have shown you the visuals earlier, we have shown you the visual of the bandobast that has been done by the police, the deployment of the forces, the deployment of RAF, CRPF, which has been done right outside the AICC headquarters, as the 144 is imposed and the clear instruction has been given that there is no permission for any kind of Satyagraha protest or march, but the Congress Karyakartas are still going to move ahead with their protest, and the police has given a clear instruction that they are going to be detained. The legal action will be taken against them if they are going to do so. So that is something which is the line which has been taken by the Congress party, that they are not going to stop. Remember, I confronted Rahul Gandhi yesterday also when he was saying that I am not afraid of anything, but I am to go ahead like this only. And today also when I tried to ask Rahul Gandhi several questions, specific questions, Rahul Gandhi was mum on the same. Rahul Gandhi was not answering those questions. Priyanka Gandhi any moment from now is going to become coming out. And let me remind you, if we talk about this particular story, then we have seen how this whole chapter started when Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi was questioned. We will stay with these live images. Back to you in the studio.
We believe that the weather here has also played a spoil sport in some way, because, well, the march was supposed to have started quite some time back, but we see all the workers crowded there taking shelter.
Oh, well, exactly. This is the large crowd which has gathered here at the AICC headquarters, and the time which was decided was of 11:30, and according to my watch, this is 11:38 at this point in time. So it is going to be 10 minutes more than the time which was decided. But Rahul Gandhi has directed from the press conference that from Parliament they are going to start at 11:30. From both the houses, like the MPs of both the houses of the Congress party will march toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan, and the clear instruction was given from that very press conference that at the same time this particular protest, this particular march which is going to start from the AICC should also start, so that both the groups start together and march toward the Rashtrapati Bhavan and the Pradhan Mantri residence to get out the same. So that is the delay what we are seeing. It is already more than 10 minutes. The time which was decided was of 11:30. Right. Priyanka Gandhi has just arrived. We are waiting.
Anuj, will be coming back to you. You stay with us. But we'd like to go across now to Chandigarh, where we have with us our correspondent Amandeep. Amandeep, we are getting visuals. Well, these are visuals from New Delhi. Amandeep, we're getting visuals of the Congress's sit-in protest. There is the sit-in protest is still on. Also, our workers here from across Punjab or Punjab and Haryana, or are they only from Chandigarh? Give us all the details.
Well, Rukma, following the line of the party, now the protest in the Punjab. protesting outside their office, and in fact you can see the visuals. They are from different parts of the Punjab. This protest is basically dedicated to the Punjab Congress, and even PPCC Congress, Punjab Congress President Raja Vading has organized this protest under certain senior leadership of leader of opposition Pratap Singh Bajwa and certain other leaders. And in fact Haryana Congress is protesting separately even in Chandigarh, just because both the offices are in Chandigarh. Punjab Congress office is having a separate location, and in fact the Haryana Congress office is on the separate location. So that is the reason. Both the units are protesting separately, but the cause and the line is same. And in fact they are protesting against the price rise, and in fact they are continuously alleging the BJP government for this reason, and in fact for the dictatorship, and they are alleging that this is the dictatorship of the BJP government in this price rise. They are having no discussion in the parliament, and in fact they are not discussing the price rise, they are not discussing any other issue. This is kind of parliament and the democracy they are questioning, and in fact you can see the visuals. They have blocked one side of the road, and in fact they have the plans to further move towards the governor house according to the call that has been given by the AICC, just because moment the protest will start in the Delhi, they will start the march. Meanwhile simultaneously the Punjab Congress was also all set to begin their march to the Punjab Governor House as well. And meanwhile, Rukma, there is a heavy security deployment on the road, so that just because they are not allowed to move to a certain point, and in fact heavy police deployment, barricades, everything put in place, so that the law and order situation should not be challenged in this entire situation. But yes, the protest is on, and in fact, Rukma, we will try to talk to some of the leaders who are from Punjab Congress. Former Minister Pandya Singh ji, the protest is entirely, the call of protest is entirely...
We'll be getting back to you. Well, do continue speaking with the protesters there. Meanwhile, on your screens, you see their protests in Parliament, as Republic has been telling you and updating you since these protests began this morning. The Congress on the streets again. Those are visuals from outside Parliament. Our correspondents there on the ground bringing you all the details. It's a pan-India protest, and here in New Delhi, Congress workers back on the streets protesting against, as they say, price rise, an application of GST, and many more issues besides all that coming up after this very short break.
Is computing in science and engineering an essential part of industry growth?
The technology is fast changing, and all the products that we are providing to the society, they require knowledge from interdisciplinary area.
Can the study of two different domains make students adept with problem solving?
I would just say that apart from getting the educational degrees, focus on developing skills for yourself.
To know more, watch Amrita School of Engineering presents Shaping the Future of India this weekend only on Republic TV.
And here is some news in brief from across the country. Slamming Congress's intimidation claims, the BJP said that the Congress's Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are afraid to answer questions.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को। लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है।
After leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress General Secretary K. Venugopal underlined the upper house of the Parliament was in session, and Kharge was taking part in a debate when he was summoned by the ED, reiterating that it was an attempt to suppress the voice of the opposition.
हम तो वेलकम किए, सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, दैट इज नथिंग, दैट इज नथिंग, वी आर सपोर्टिंग, इट शुड बी पास इन यूनानिमस। लेकिन
Troubles seem to be mounting for the National Herald and its owners as the Bhopal-based building has now come under the scanner of the Madhya Pradesh government, and the MP government claims the National Herald building in Bhopal is being misused and also hinted at sealing it.
देखिए कांग्रेस जो है, राहुल गांधी जो है, वो एक तो चोरी है और ऊपर से कह रहे डरेंगे नहीं, ये अपने आप को देश के कानून से ऊपर समझते हैं, ये अपने आप को राजा समझते हैं भारत का।
After the Enforcement Directorate sealed the Young Indian office of the National Herald House in New Delhi, instructing that the premises must not be opened without prior permission from the agency, Congress called a meeting of all Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha MPs at the Congress Parliamentary Party office to
So those are visuals there. We're getting you pan-India protests as the Congress is cornered by the ED probe. Those are exclusive visuals Republic is bringing you. Congress MPs from both houses to meet today at 10 a.m. Meanwhile, pan-India protests disrupting normal life, disrupting traffic across India as the Congress is out on the streets again, ostensibly to protest against price rise and application of GST on various essential items. As we were telling you, after massive ED action, just a short while back, we heard Congress leader Rahul Gandhi speaking at a press conference, pointing out what the Congress's agenda was. As our reporters have been telling you, giving you minute-to-minute updates, the plan in New Delhi at least is to move from Parliament to Rashtrapati Bhavan. Even as prohibitory orders have been issued by the administration. Massive bandobast by Delhi police in order to ensure that normal life is not disrupted. However, traffic advisories have had to be issued as the Congress holds pan-India protests on the order of the High Command after massive ED action in the past few days. And it's time now for a short break. But coming up after that, we continue with all the latest details on the Congress's march from Parliament as the party holds pan-India protests.
Here is some news in brief from across the country. Slamming Congress's intimidation claims, the BJP said that the Congress's Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are afraid to answer questions.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को। लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है।
After leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress General Secretary K. Venugopal underlined the upper house of the Parliament was in session, and Kharge was taking part in a debate when he was summoned by the ED, reiterating that it was an attempt to suppress the voice of the opposition.
हम तो वेलकम किए, सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, दैट इज नथिंग, वी आर सपोर्टिंग, इट शुड बी पास्ड यूनानिमसली, लेकिन
Troubles seem to be mounting for the National Herald and its owners as the Bhopal-based building has now come under the scanner of the Madhya Pradesh government, and the MP government claims the National Herald building in Bhopal is being misused and also hinted at sealing it.
देखिए कांग्रेस जो है, राहुल गांधी जो है, वो एक तो चोरी है और ऊपर से कह रहे डरेंगे नहीं, ये अपने आप को देश के कानून से ऊपर समझते हैं, ये अपने आप को राजा समझते हैं भारत का।
After the Enforcement Directorate sealed the Young Indian office of the National Herald House,
protests going on outside Parliament with the Congress. They are essentially on. But remember, the press conference was more about ED action against Congress leadership, particularly the Gandhis, Rahul Gandhi there. But the protest as of now, we can only see there on Ramesh, Taiwan. The police has decided security measures are in place that they will not be allowed to go beyond this point at Vijay Chowk. The Congress leaders have come out from Parliament to move towards Rashtrapati Bhavan, but there is a security cordon and they have been asked to stay put here and protest here only, after which those Delhi police vans are there which would take them. In case the leaders continue to persist with the protests, that's what's going on. We will take a short break, we come back and continue with these protests.
And here is some news in brief from across the country. Slamming Congress's intimidation claims, the BJP said that the Congress's Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are afraid to answer questions.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को। लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है।
After leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress General Secretary K. Venugopal underlined the upper house of the Parliament was in session and Kharge was taking part in a debate when he was summoned by the ED, reiterating that it was an attempt to suppress the voice of the opposition.
हम तो वेलकम किए, सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, that is nothing. That is nothing. We are supporting. It should be passed unanimously. लेकिन
Troubles seem to be mounting for the National Herald and its owners as the Bhopal-based building has now come under the scanner of the Madhya Pradesh government, and the MP government claims the National Herald building in Bhopal is being misused and also hinted at sealing it.
देखिए, कांग्रेस जो है, राहुल गांधी जो है, वो एक तो चोरी की और ऊपर से कह रहे डरेंगे नहीं, ये अपने आप को देश के कानून से ऊपर समझते हैं, ये अपने आप को राजा समझते हैं भारत का।
Protest is on. We are right outside Vijay Chowk and now visuals are being moved in. Pramod Tiwari वहां पे पीछे बस में, और ये visuals आपके स्क्रीन पे हैं। कांग्रेस के visuals, कांग्रेस की प्रोटेस्ट इस समय चल रही है और यहाँ पे आप देख रहे हैं। और जैसा कि मैं एक बार हम दोबारा सलिल से मैं रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ, सलिल दोबारा, क्योंकि राहुल गांधी से पूछना जरूरी है आज कि is this protest really about price rise or is this protest about
You can try and go ahead and then ask.
Why name Mr. Motilal Vora when he's not there? This is the issue of ED investigation. You are under ED investigation. I'm asking follow-up questions. Just some follow-up questions which were not asked there. I'm asking that.
गाड़ी में केबिल पड़ा होगा बैग में आवाज आ रही है।
On the other side, the big expose, National Herald scam exposed by Republic TV. While Rahul Gandhi ducks the questions, we at Republic raise more questions about this massive scam that has been unearthed by the Enforcement Directorate.
And here is some news in brief from across the country. Slamming Congress's intimidation claims, the BJP said that the Congress's Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are afraid to answer questions.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को। लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है।
After leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress General Secretary K. Venugopal underlined the upper house of the Parliament was in session and Kharge was taking part in a debate when he was summoned by the ED, reiterating that it was an attempt to suppress the voice of the opposition.
हम तो वेलकम किए, सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, that is nothing. That is nothing. We are supporting. It should be passed unanimously. लेकिन
Troubles seem to be mounting for the National Herald and its owners as the Bhopal-based building has now come under the scanner of the Madhya Pradesh government, and the MP government claims the National Herald building in Bhopal is being misused and also hinted at sealing it.
देखिए, कांग्रेस जो है, राहुल गांधी जो है, वो एक तो चोरी है और ऊपर से कह रहे डरेंगे नहीं, ये अपने आप को देश के कानून से ऊपर समझते हैं, ये अपने आप को राजा समझते हैं भारत का।
After the Enforcement Directorate sealed the Young Indian office of the National Herald House in New Delhi, instructing that the premises must not be opened without prior permission from the agency, Congress called a meeting of all Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha MPs at the Congress Parliamentary Party office.
All right, pictures that you see on your screen are of Rahul Gandhi making his way to Parliament dressed in black over there, and we have seen the kind of antics that have been played out by the Congress party since this morning, wherein the Congress party had actually called for a press conference and refused to allow Republic TV, of course, to go inside. But apart from that, they haven't really answered specific questions that have been asked by our reporters on the National Herald case. Shavan Sen is reporting on this. He's live from outside the ED's office. Good afternoon, Shavan. Shavan, even as Rahul Gandhi, of course, is going to Parliament dressed in black, there are new details that are now emerging in the case.
Well, Nupur, what we have essentially seen is that every time the Gandhis have basically been called in for questioning, the Congress party has been out on the streets. They say that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi should have been questioned at their residence. That has never happened. Anyone who has faced any such of inquiry by the Enforcement Directorate, they've either had to come to this particular office or whichever unit that is basically called in for questioning. But what has really happened here is that there is this sense of entitlement. The fact that they want the Enforcement Directorate officers to question them at their residence. That is one of the biggest problems and something that has really not gone down well with the common people, because almost everyone has been raising this question as to, one, you face some serious allegations of acquisition of properties worth thousands of crores. And secondly, that was done in an illegal manner. You've had the BJP raising this question, but politics aside, if you really look at the merits of this particular case, perhaps in a short while from now, we are going to once again put out certain documents that have been accessed by Republic TV, which raises this question as to how exactly companies were basically incorporated in a fraudulent manner. Secondly, shell companies were basically involved in those transactions. Hawala operators now are also have come into the picture. All that put together, do you really feel someone who's been positioning himself as a prime ministerial candidate and someone who's basically been saying that, look here, I'm here to protect the country. If you really look at the reaction that came in from Rahul Gandhi just about yesterday, when a specific question was asked by Republic TV with regards to how does he essentially respond to the fact that the Enforcement Directorate has, there's been a major crackdown from the agency side in the National Herald scam, he says it does not matter. He says it does not matter, and not just that. He goes on to indicate that Prime Minister Modi can carry on with whatever he wants. But the fact of the matter here is that we are talking about an independent investigative agency which has been working on this particular case for several years put together. And the fact is that it's reached a point where Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi's question becomes imperative. We'll try and put those details out as to why exactly does the Enforcement Directorate essentially feel the need to question Rahul Gandhi. And, for those who understand how an investigation proceeds, would actually not have a problem. And the bigger question here is that if you really have nothing to hide, why not actually present yourself before the agency? And even when you're doing it, you make it look like it is some sort of a badge of honor for you. But the fact of the matter is that you are basically, as a public representative, are facing some very serious allegations. And more importantly, every time that they have basically come to this particular Enforcement Directorate's office, we have seen the kind of inconvenience that has been caused to the common public, primarily because the Congress workers are out on the streets. And some of it is, sorry to say, but the fact of the matter is that there is, it's some sort of a drama that has been, created. We've seen it on the streets. In fact, about a few days back, when Sonia Gandhi was actually called in for questioning, it was through Republic TV's investigation we found out that a car that was actually burnt in Bengaluru, on the streets of Bengaluru, the Congress party made it look like it was some sort of a spontaneous reaction from the people, from the common public, that they were angry that, Sonia Gandhi was being called in for questioning. But the fact of the matter is that it was one of the youth Congress workers who had burned down his own car, making it look like that, there is anger among the public. On the contrary, today, finally, people are asking this question, are they really above law? Have they reached a position where they cannot be questioned? And let's not forget, we'll get into the details of the case in a short while from now. This was a wrap up of what has happened in the last few weeks, the politics that have been surrounding, and the fact that you also have the opposition parties now coming together and raising questions on the intentions of the Supreme Court. They've raised questions about the fact that how exactly can the Enforcement Directorate be given this kind of powers. But if you really look into those in that particular judgment, you will actually understand that the money laundering laws that India has, it is at par with what other countries have, be it the United Kingdom or for that matter any other member state of United Nations. They have the same laws, because at the end of the day, these countries have come together to combat the menace of money laundering. And all of this has to be at par only to tackle this menace of money laundering, which, and of course, money laundering is not unique only to India, but the fact of the matter is that it is prevalent in almost every other country. So all that put together, these are very serious questions that have been raised. In fact, my colleague and our senior executive editor, Aishwarya Kapoor, is also joining us from the parliament, where a short while back, Rahul Gandhi had entered the parliament, where exactly Rahul Gandhi was wearing a black kurta. We'll come back in a short while from now. Aishwarya, I'll request you to stay on as we get full details of this particular case. If Niranjan is also joining us with these documents, perhaps we can break it down, these documents that have been accessed, which is a summary of the findings in the National Herald scam, and also the Income Tax Appellate Authority, which had basically upheld the action taken by the Income Tax Department, where they had levied a penalty on the Gandhis, and they had to finally go to the Delhi High Court, but they had found no relief. In fact, the Gandhis are now currently out on bail. If Niranjan is also there on this broadcast, and perhaps we can go through some of the documents that have been accessed that will give you a sense of the penalty that has been levied on the Gandhis. What is it that the Income Tax Department had to say in their findings, and what is it that the Delhi High Court had to say? Because not once but multiple times we have seen the Gandhis trying to knock at the doors of the court, but they've got no relief. In fact, on the other hand, they have answered this question of what the Congress party has been saying, that there is no FIR in the case. They should perhaps wake up and smell the coffee at this point in time, because this has reached way beyond an FIR. It has reached, if I may just to help in layman's understanding, it's almost reached the level of a charge sheet where, perhaps once it reaches the court, once they finish their investigation and, the properties are essentially attached under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, perhaps the Congress party would get the answer that here there is no requirement of an FIR, because the court has already stepped in by saying the prima facie there is criminal conspiracy, prima facie there is money laundering, and that is the reason why the enforcement directorate had also stepped in. I just want our directors also to let me know who are my colleagues who are joining us on this broadcast right now, giving us more details of the breaking news that's coming in. Aishwarya is joining us right now on this broadcast. Aishwarya, you did actually make the attempt of asking a pointed question to Rahul Gandhi. Every time he's faced this question about the allegations that he faces in the National Herald scam, he brushes it under the carpet. And he and his party still has the gall to actually prevent Republic TV from entering the Congress party headquarters, because somewhere down the line they are trying to send across the message that we are not willing to take any questions.
सारे का सारा प्राइस राइट राहुल गांधी को अभी क्यों याद आ रहा है? Will he answer the real questions today? सीआरपीएफ की प्लाटून को यहाँ पे लगा के रखा है, हम दूसरी तरफ से जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. मैं अपने कैमरा पर्सन वीडियो जर्नलिस्ट सलिल के साथ मूव कर रहा हूँ. कई बार हमने पूछने की कोशिश की कि राहुल को आज ही क्यों जीएसटी याद आया, जब बाद ही क्यों याद.
Well, in fact, that was my colleague Aishwarya Kapoor, who's been trying to get us voices from inside the parliament, where once again Rahul Gandhi is basically deflecting on the issues. Well, fair enough for the opposition parties. They are well within their rights to raise questions and perhaps also put the government in the dock when it comes to various issues. But at the same time, they initially started when the parliament session actually began. You've had the opposition party saying that the government is preventing them from speaking on price issue. But the reality was that at that point in time, the finance minister was not available, and the government had been given the assurance that once the finance minister comes in, answers on price rise, on inflation would be taken. And that's exactly what has happened when Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman had a point-by-point rebuttal on this entire issue, trying to put, answer those questions as far as price rise is concerned. On the GST Council also, we have seen the answers that have essentially come in from the Union Finance Minister. But look at the timing. This at a time when some serious actions have been taken by the investigative agency. The Herald House, in which Young Indian office is housed, you've seen that office being sealed only because the principal officer Ballikarjun Kharge and a senior Congress leader was not present when the searches were being carried out, and the enforcement directorate essentially suspected that some evidence tampering can take place. Thereafter, not just that, there are also information that has come out with regards to the pan-India searches that were carried out by the Enforcement Directorate, in which we are given to understand that they were looking at certain suspicious transactions into the book of accounts. And the fact of the matter is, one glaring question is that how is it that Young Indian, a company that was incorporated within just about 3 months or so, how is it this company without a single asset actually was getting a loan of 1 crore rupees from a company called Dotex? Now, those are questions that have never been answered by Rahul Gandhi, or for that matter Sonia Gandhi. In fact, I'm given to understand that despite these questions essentially being raised by Rahul by the Enforcement Directorate, there was no attempt by Sonia Gandhi or Rahul Gandhi to give any clear answer. But on the contrary, what has essentially happened is that they passed the buck. They pass the buck on a man who's no longer alive, who's no longer in a position to defend himself. And this is what they say, that all financial transactions that have taken place, or all financial decisions that have taken place on behalf of the AICC was taken by none other than Motilal Vora. But here the Enforcement Directorate has thrown a googly by saying that, look here, if that is the case, then the burden of proof lies on you. Because you were signatories, you were stakeholders, and can they really take away the fact that they were the largest shareholders as far as Young India is concerned, almost roughly about 76%? Who are they trying to really bluff when they essentially say that it was Motilal Vora, a minority stakeholder in this entire matter? He is the one who's taking all the decisions. And if that is the case, why don't you furnish those details, those proof? And the fact of the matter here is that a defunct newspaper, properties of it have been devalued and then taken over. Properties of the Associated Journal was taken over in a fraudulent manner. Income tax was actually not paid for the same. And what turns out is that in most of these cases, that the entire thing of the penalty that was essentially levied by the income tax department on the Gandhi family. What is that they're saying? They are saying that there is a allegation essentially that roughly about 400 crore, of which I think to the Delhi High Court, or for that matter the Income Tax Appellate, finally came down to about 395 crore. 395 crore is the profit that they are essentially being able to quantify at this point in time. But in terms of the assets are way more than that. It's 2,000 crore rupees assets that you're really looking at this stage. So it's important to point this out, that how things are basically developing at this stage. And it turns out that Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, they do not feel the need or the necessity to answer. And the reason why perhaps one needs to ask these strong questions is that, let's not forget, they are the ones who have ruled this country for several decades put together. And today it turns out that public money was essentially looted. And can they actually run away from the fact that they are like any other common citizen? There is a rule of law. There are certain statutes that have to be followed by any other citizen. And perhaps when they are demanding certain VIP treatment, they are forgetting that this is exactly what goes against them at this stage, especially when they are already facing very serious charges.
All right, Shravan Sen, of course, continuing to be with us. Shravan, at the heart of this case essentially is round-tripping of money, is it not? Because what we are given to understand is that round-tripping in this particular case was done to appropriate money for personal gain by shell transactions, Shravan. Shravan, are you there with us? All right, I don't think we've got Shravan with us, as Shravan, of course, is pointing out and getting us more details of the details of this new documents that Republic TV has managed to get. We are, of course, continuing to see protests by Rahul Gandhi. He's making his way to Parliament. But let's also listen into our attempts to question Rahul Gandhi.
I'm at the car of the Rahul Gandhi. I'm just again trying to ask messages, and they're just trying to get answers. I can see Rahul Gandhi there. I'm just trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. From where? You want to say anything on the shelter? Unsecured loan was given to Young Indian. We're just trying to get answers. That is Rahul Gandhi. Get an answer from Rahul Gandhi that what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? These are the images they're giving you. These are the images. That's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi. We are trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. That is Rahul Gandhi there. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? Rahul. So that's Rahul Gandhi who has just left from the AICC headquarters now.
All right, let's also cut across to Niranjan, who has more details on the documents that Republic TV has now been able to access. Niranjan, even as we get more evidence, pictures on our screen, I think, are of a Congress protest that are taking place.
The Congress party and some of the gems this morning when this entire if you look at the timing of this, last night after Kharge, a very senior leader was questioned after the ED sealed the Herald House, after the action that was taken, after the summoning of Rahul Gandhi, after the questioning of Sonia Gandhi, and after all of these actions by the Enforcement Directorate in a scam that has been proven and also upheld in courts. It's a scam that we are breaking details of on Republic TV, and what we are also doing is, while we get you the breaking details, Shawan was live with us a few seconds back. What the Congress party essentially tried to do this morning, Nupur, is they tried to sort of call a news conference. They said, we're going to address a news conference. They claimed the news conference was on price rise. In fact, if you count, it's very interesting. Rahul Gandhi comes and sits, and you were live when it happened, Nupur. He comes and sits, speaks for 10 seconds, and he says, I can take all questions. So it was not really a news conference. It was a news conference for the sake of holding a news conference where they tried to put up this front. Not one specific answer on the freedom struggle for profit scam. Not one single answer. And that is, the biggest irony. Not a single. First of all, our reporters were not allowed inside. Our reporters were not even allowed inside the gate. They were not allowed to go inside and ask those questions. We had about 6 questions ready. 6 questions, specific questions. And what is the scam? While we stay on the live pictures, let's also get you the details of the scam as alleged by the agencies. Now, the agencies claim, getting in latest inputs now, that Rahul Gandhi has been detained. Rahul Gandhi has been detained. There's a very choppy feed there. Very, very choppy feed. And this is from Delhi. We asked Rahul Gandhi that question. We asked Chidambaram that question. We had Karti Chidambaram the question. The great leaders of the Congress party, not one leader has been able to give us the answers. What was the question? We asked them if they acquired properties through illegal routes, whether their own governments gifted immovable properties. Basically, prime properties were gifted to AJL, right? It's very simple, Nupur. Just look at this, okay? Just imagine you are the leader of a party, okay? And your government is in power. Your government gifts a company called AJL, which was meant to fight for freedom, was meant to be owned by freedom fighters, whose shareholders are freedom fighters. And they are supposed to be operating this company. Instead, this company gets immovable properties and the biggest of buildings, the most prime of locations. These properties are gifted to AJL, the company, for publishing of newspapers. But instead of publishing newspapers, what then happens is that these companies, these properties are acquired by AJL via a route, and 5 lakh rupees is paid upfront. And all of these properties are transferred to the names of Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, who are the primary stakeholders. They own about 76% of the stakes in this company called, National Herald and Young Indian. They are the original stakeholders now. They control the company essentially from Bhopal to Delhi to Haryana, and it's been proven now that all these prime properties that were given for publishing of newspapers were used for commercial activities, were used to make profits, allegedly, as alleged by the Enforcement Directorate, and essentially that's what has happened. Prime properties that have gone into a company, brass tacks, prime properties now owned by Rahul and Sonia Gandhi. Now, how does that happen? That's the only thing. How does that happen? 76% of the company owned by Rahul and Sonia Gandhi. Over the years, valued properties with a joint valuation of over 100 crore. That is a very, very conservative estimate. You're hearing that it can go up to 2,000 crore as well. Yesterday there was this visual of a mall in Bhopal, which was also given to the AGL and National Herald. Instead, has now been turned into a mall, full-fledged mall. There is no National Herald there, no newspaper, commercial activity. It's bizarre, it's insane, the level of this scam. And that's what the agencies are investigating. These are pictures coming in from Delhi and Jammu. We are live on the pictures from Delhi and Jammu. And, the Congress party is saying this is on price rise and inflation, right? Price rise and inflation. Inflation, I'm not so sure because, even the data worldwide, the leading agencies across the world saying that there is no inflation. India's best place, worldwide, there is a recession in America and there is a crisis across the world. And India is going to beat recession and some of the lowest figures in the world being recorded in India. The government has gone on record to say there is no stagflation, there is no question of a recession, and yet there is this bogey. Yes, price rise is an issue. Okay, I think I'm going to get a sequence. I'm going to get a sequence anytime now of Republic asking questions to Chidambaram. The specific questions, because we tried to ask these questions to the Congress party, they were not ready to allow us inside. They didn't take a single question. We were not allowed inside, Nupur. For many years now, they have not allowed us into news conferences because they don't like these questions. They don't like the
Mengai. I can't help you.
So we understand price rise, but the issue of ED was also raised in the National Herald case. Mr. Ashok Gehlot raised it. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Why these?
Republic TV can ask any number of questions. I'm not going to be...
But Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Sir, he raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
Obviously, you don't understand English. What can I...
I understand English, sir. That's why I'm asking. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. When ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
I don't understand English. What can I do?
Sir, this is in English only, sir.
Your English is wrong.
Sir, the issue of ED and institutions were raised by Mr. Gandhi in the press conference. Mr. Gandhi, he raised the issue of institution. I have to ask him this question. Please let me ask this question to him. मुझे सवाल पूछने दीजिए. वो देंगे जवाब. आप आने दीजिए ना उधर. ये काले प्रोटेस्ट Mr. Gandhi, would you take couple of questions on ED?
Please don't waste your time. Please don't waste your time.
Mr. Gandhi, would you take couple of questions on ED? Rahul, would you take couple of questions on ED? Rahul, did you put the onus on Motilal Vora, who is no more to defend himself? Mr. Gandhi, did you put the onus during questioning on Motilal Vora, who is no more there to defend himself? आप सवाल पूछने दीजिए, वो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं. आप सवाल पूछने दीजिए, वो प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं. ठीक है, हाँ तो हमें बात तो करने दीजिए उनसे. हमें बात तो करने दीजिए. नहीं, डिस्टर्बेंस नहीं हो रहा है. He would be willing to answer. आप जाने तो दीजिए. क्या की थी? ये हटवा दो. अच्छा, ये हटवा दीजिए. क्या की थी? पोस्टर हटवा दो दिग्विजय से. सर दिग्विजय सर, पोस्टर नीचे त्यागी थी बोर्ड हटवा दो. ये बस दिग्विजय टीका त्यागी ये हटवा दो बस. Rahul, would you take couple of questions on ED since you raised the issue of institution? Mr. Gandhi. Sir, how
rupees 50 lakhs became rupees 2,000.
You are Republic TV. You will ask the wrong questions.
No, ED issue was raised by Mr. Ashok Gehlot, sir.
We are talking about price rise today. If you don't understand price rise, mengai, I can't help you.
So we understand price rise, but the issue of ED was also raised, sir, in the National Herald case. Mr. Ashok Gehlot raised it. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Why these?
Republic TV can ask any number of questions. I'm not going to be...
But Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Sir, he raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
Obviously, you don't understand English. What can I do?
I understand English, sir. That's why I'm asking. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. When ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
I don't understand English. What can I do?
Sir, this is in English only, sir.
Your English is wrong.
Sir, the issue of ED and institutions were raised by Mr. Gandhi in the press conference. And these are live pictures coming in. Live pictures coming in.
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
That's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi there. That's Rahul Gandhi. Let me see if Abhishek or Aishwarya are live. Let me go and try and go across with them. Abhishek, you tried asking those questions to Chidambaram. I'm not sure, which part of your question he didn't understand. He said Republic TV asks the wrong question. Republic TV does not understand English. I mean, your questions were spot on. You asked him about agencies, about institutions. And why were they not willing to even take one of those questions, Abhishek?
Yes. This is the real reason.
Yes. Yes, what Chidambaram said. Let's play that out. Can you see?
Trying to hide Rahul. Rahul, what is that you're trying to hide?
Rahul, would you take a couple of questions on ED? Rahul, would you take a couple of questions on ED?
Rahul, what is that you're trying to hide? What are you scared of, Rahul? Rahul Gandhi को दूसरी तरफ ले लिया.
Rahul. मैं नहीं खेल रहा. Rahul, would you take a couple of questions on ED, Rahul? Rahul, would you take a couple of questions on ED? Rahul, would you take a couple of questions on ED, Rahul? You can't push us around.
किसान की बात करना, गरीबों की बात.
ठीक है, मैं किसान की पूछता हूँ, आप पूछने दीजिए.
अगर यहाँ पे हमें अलाउ नहीं किया जा रहा, हम महंगाई के मुद्दे पे, बेरोजगारी के मुद्दे पे हम यहाँ खड़े हैं.
ये आपको जाने क्यों नहीं दे रहे हैं?
ये आप उनसे पूछिए.
वो तो बोलते हैं
लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो रही है.
वो तो बोल रहे हैं 144 लगी, इसलिए आप लोग यहाँ पे नहीं खड़े हो.
मगर हम हैं यहाँ पे, मतलब हम MPs हैं. Yeah, that's fine. No problem. I'm happy to be manhandled.
What is your next step now? They have.
I mean, we'll try and go. We'll keep trying and go.
They are not even responding. Anyone from the side of government is not even responding.
It doesn't matter. Our job is to resist these forces. Our job is to make sure that Indian democracy is protected. Our job is to raise issues of the people like unemployment and crisis, and we are doing that.
आप बोल रहे हैं महंगाई के मुद्दे और सरकार बोल रही है कि महंगाई देश में.
ओके. आप लोगों को आगे जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है. पूरे को बैरिकेड कर दिया गया है. आपको इस पर क्या कहना है, सर?
नहीं, हम तो यहाँ खड़े हैं. अब क्या करें? पुलिस वाले रोक रहे हैं, हम खड़े हैं. ठीक है.
आपके जो MP जिनको डिटेन भी किया गया है.
हाँ, वो यहाँ पे हम सब आए थे. एक एक करके घसीट के ले गए. 2-3 को मारा भी है.
सर, जिस वजह से महिला सांसद को डिटेन किया जा रहा है, उस पर आप क्या कह रहे हैं? MP के ऊपर जिस तरीके से ड्रैग करके लेके जाया जा रहा है, पहले भी आपकी क्या दिखाना चाहिए?
राहुल जी, क्या बोले? महंगाई के मुद्दे पर सरकार के जवाब संतुष्ट नहीं है. सरकार का कहना है कि
धन्यवाद भैया. हम महंगाई की बात कर रहे हैं, हम बेरोजगारी की बात कर रहे हैं.
ओके, बस.
आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद.
Let me ask this question to him.
मुझे सवाल पूछने दीजिए, मुझे सवाल पूछने दीजिए, वो देंगे जवाब, आप आने दीजिए ना उधर। ये काले प्रोटेस्ट, Mr. Gandhi, would you take couple of questions on ED?
Please don't waste your time. Please don't waste your time.
Mr. Gandhi, would you take couple of questions on ED? Rahul, would you take couple of questions on ED? Rahul, did you put the onus on Motilal Vora, who is no more to defend himself? Mr. Gandhi, did you put the onus during questioning on Motilal Vora, who is no more there to defend himself? Sir, how rupees 50 lakhs became rupees 2,000?
You are Republic TV. You will ask the wrong questions.
No, ED issue was raised by Mr. Ashok Gehlot, sir.
We are talking about price rise today. If you don't understand price rise, mengai, I can't help you.
So we understand price rise, but the issue of ED was also raised, sir, in the National Herald case. Mr. Ashok Gehlot raised it. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Why these?
Republic TV can ask any number of questions. I'm not going to be...
But Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Sir, he raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
Obviously, you don't understand English. What can I do?
I understand English, sir. That's why I'm asking. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. When ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
Don't understand English.
उसके बाद then they start to act. तो ये अभी हम बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं. Let's ask Rahul.
यहाँ पर बार-बार कांग्रेस की सांसद जा रही है.
really about GST or is this about नहीं चलेगा, नहीं चलेगा, नहीं चलेगा.
हम बात करने की कोशिश करें राहुल गांधी से कि क्या आखिरकार is this really about GST or is it about stealing of their personal properties? What is the Congress party scared of? डर किससे है? क्या ये अचानक याद आया है? और is this क्योंकि ये बात समझने वाली है. हेलो. और बिल्कुल अगर आप तक मेरी आवाज पहुंच रही है तो हम पूछने की कोशिश करते हैं. यहाँ पे सिक्योरिटी बिल्कुल बुलाई गई है. So we are just trying to ask. कैमरा पर्सन ऐसा अंदर जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. And we'll try and ask Rahul. Rahul, is this really about GST? Or is this about stealing of सो आप देख रहे हैं कांग्रेस की ये प्रोटेस्ट यहाँ पे चल रही है. कांग्रेस की प्रोटेस्ट यहाँ पे अभी है. हम राहुल गांधी से पूछने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि क्या ये असली में प्रोटेस्ट प्राइस राइज की है या फिर ये प्रोटेस्ट जब उनकी प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टीज, जब सोनिया और राहुल गांधी की प्रॉपर्टीज सील हो रही हैं उसके बाद ये अचानक कांग्रेस के नेता जो प्रोटेस्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. व्हाट इज दिस रियली अबाउट? इज दिस प्रोटेस्ट रियली अबाउट प्राइस राइज? Is this protest really about price rise? We are trying to, और यहाँ से हम मूव करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. हमारे पीछे यहाँ पे सीआरपीएफ की फीमेल बटालियन भी रखी गई है. कांग्रेस के बाकी नेता वहाँ पे हैं. हम आपको फ्रेम लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. मेरे कैमरा पर्सन हम आपको दूसरी तरफ से घूम के जाके आपसे बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं. यहाँ पे पी चिदम्बरम मीडिया से तो बात कर रहे हैं कि हमें सीआईएसएफ प्रोटेक्ट करते हुए राहुल गांधी को यहाँ पे फीमेल बटालियन सीआरपीएफ की बुलाई गई है ताकि डेलिबरेटली जो कांग्रेस के जो फीमेल सपोर्टर्स हैं, जो उनके वर्कर्स हैं, वो भी जो यहाँ पे हैं. और यहाँ पे आप इस समय देख पा रहे हैं, यू कैन सी प्रोटेस्ट इज ऑन. वी आर राइट आउटसाइड विजय चौक एंड नाउ विजुअल्स आर बीइंग मूव्ड इन. प्रमोद तिवारी वहां पे पीछे बस में और ये विजुअल्स आपके स्क्रीन पे हैं. कांग्रेस के विजुअल्स, कांग्रेस की प्रोटेस्ट इस समय चल रही है और यहाँ पे आप देख रहे हैं. और जैसा कि मैं एक बार हम दोबारा सलील से मैं रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ, सलील दोबारा, क्योंकि राहुल गांधी से पूछना जरूरी है आज कि इज दिस प्रोटेस्ट रियली अबाउट प्राइस राइज और इज दिस प्रोटेस्ट अबाउट स्टीलिंग ऑफ देयर प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टीज? मिस्टर गोगोई,
हमारे पार्टी ने तिरंगा के लिए बलिदान दिया है, हमारी पार्टी ने शहादत दी है.
और राहुल गांधी वही डराता है क्या मोदी की कांग्रेस का जिस तरह उन्होंने हल्ला बोला?
We'll try and go ahead and then ask these real questions to Rahul Gandhi. There is a lot of protection there, a lot of security here for Rahul Gandhi. Rahul, will you say
रहेंगे जो देश के दही, चावल, आटा, पेंशन पर जिस प्रकार से टैक्स लगा के साधारण लोगों का जो जीवन खराब कर दिया है, उनके पक्ष में साधारण लोगों के पक्ष में
behind us, viewers, if you can see this frame. तो मिस्टर गोगोई,
महंगाई दिखती नहीं है ना, आज हम उनको दिखा रहे हैं कि देखो ये महंगाई, उनको महंगाई दिखती नहीं है। आपने देखा लोकसभा में, राज्यसभा में जिस प्रकार से उत्तर सरकार की तरफ से आई, इसीलिए हमारी मांग यही है कि जीएसटी को ये वापस ले, टैक्स को वापस ले। साधारण लोगों के पक्ष में आज कांग्रेस पार्टी अपनी बात उठा रही है।
तो चर्चा हो चुकी कहीं, ऐसा तो नहीं है कि
तो चर्चा तो हुई, लेकिन उसका नतीजा क्या निकला? क्या टैक्स कम हुआ? क्या दूध पे टैक्स कम हुआ? क्या चावल पे टैक्स कम हुआ? ये किस प्रकार की चर्चा? तो इसीलिए ये प्राइस बार बार हम बोल रहे हैं कि हम देश की बात उठाते रहेंगे। सत्ता पक्ष हमारे पर आक्रमण करे, पर हम देश की बात उठाते रहेंगे।
आप क्लैरिटी देंगे मुद्दा। So that's Gaurav Gogoi not answering really, because those are the tough questions which they need to answer. Rahul Gandhi is really busy in tweeting while the country watches, viewers. You really need to see this. Rahul Gandhi is too busy tweeting. Rahul Gandhi is too busy in his phone while the country is asking him questions. While the country needs clarity, Rahul Gandhi is too busy tweeting in his own phone. So Rahul frame ठीक करिए, frame frozen. Continue चल रहा है. Rahul Gandhi frozen. थोड़ा सा पीछे आ जाए।
थोड़ा पीछे आ जाते हैं, शायद फ्रेम आ जाएगी। जो खराब नहीं है।
हेलो,
अमल में लाई जाएगी।
हेलो, हेलो,
अरे
हेलो।
And that, viewers, is our team of editors really on the ground confronting the senior leaders of the Congress party, asking them questions about the ED investigation and whether or not the...
to him, मुझे सवाल पूछने दीजिए, वो देंगे जवाब, आप आने दीजिए ना उधर। ये काले प्रोटेस्ट Mr. Gandhi, would you take couple of questions on ED?
Please don't waste your time. Please don't waste your time.
Mr. Gandhi, would you take couple of questions on ED? Rahul, would you take couple of questions on ED? Rahul, did you put the onus on Motilal Vora, who is no more to defend himself? Mr. Gandhi, did you put the onus during questioning on Motilal Vora, who is no more there to defend himself?
पार्लियामेंट के बिल्कुल बाहर, और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं राहुल गांधी बात कर रहे हैं पी चिदम्बरम, गोगोई एंड दिग्विजय सिंह से। मीडिया से अभी तक उन्होंने यहाँ पे बात नहीं की है। He was too busy in his phone ट्वीटिंग। अब वो बिल्कुल हुड्डा साहब भी दिख रहे हैं, तो राहुल गांधी की पूरी टीम इस समय विजय चौक पे मौजूद, प्रोटेस्ट, हाथ में प्लकार्ड्स, जीएसटी के हाथ में प्लकार्ड्स, राशन के हाथ में प्लकार्ड्स। लेकिन द रियल रीजन, जो असली रीजन है, उसके बारे में अभी भी एक भी शब्द नहीं बोला। ही इज नॉट अटर्ड अ वर्ड ऑन द रियल इशू। ही इज नॉट अटर्ड अ वर्ड ऑन द रियल इशू कि व्हाट इज द रियल इशू एंड व्हाई हैज राहुल गांधी रियली कम आउट ऑन द स्ट्रीट्स। इज इट बिकॉज ऑफ ईडी? क्या ये ईडी की वजह से है? क्या ये ईडी के एक्शन की वजह से है? क्या डर गई है कांग्रेस पार्टी? क्या डर गए हैं राहुल गांधी? क्या इसलिए ये प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है? इज दिस द रीजन? सो ये very very clearly we have to see, and these visuals are on your screens right now as we say, and I'm just going to request Salil to move on. मैं अभी रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूँ सलिल से कि मूव करे। राहुल गांधी, जैसा कि मैं बार बार बता रहा हूँ, he's too busy in his phone, he's too busy with his own leaders, and we'll try and ask him Rahul, will you really answer? Frame there.
And those are pictures coming in on ANI, on news agency ANI, and we continue to stay with those pictures. In fact, very specific questions asked and not a single answer given. Rahul Gandhi, we are told, has been detained, and as we stay on these pictures, these are visuals of Congress leaders in the streets of New Delhi. What they claim is this is a protest against price rise. But this comes a day after. Okay, Aishwarya's feed is back. Let me cut across line.
कि आखिरकार ये सब अभी क्यों? ईडी के एक्शन के बाद ही क्यों? ये आंदोलन ईडी के एक्शन के बाद ही क्यों? ये प्रोटेस्ट ईडी के एक्शन के बाद ही क्यों? ये सब राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी की प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी सील होने के बाद ही इतना एक्शन क्यों? पहले क्यों नहीं? व्हाई नॉट प्रायर? अगर जीएसटी कोई ऐसा तो है नहीं कि कल लागू हुआ है, जीएसटी ऐसा तो है नहीं कि 2 दिन पहले लागू हुआ है. सो आखिरकार क्यों? Why is the real question जो राहुल गांधी सवाल नहीं ले रहे हैं. राहुल गांधी is too busy या तो बात करने में पी चिदम्बरम के साथ या फिर बिजी ट्वीटिंग. बिल्कुल.
All right, in pictures, you continue to see the protests of the Congress party as protests ended at Vijay Chowk just a while back, where those were being led by Rahul Gandhi, and we confronted him on many issues, including the Enforcement Directorate, of course. Protests are now starting at the AICC headquarters, 24 Akbar Road, where Priyanka Gandhi is leading those protests. The plan is obviously to go towards 7 LKM, the residence of Prime Minister. Like it happened here, the police has barricades and a cordon. I can't show you much here now because everything is taken away and roads have been cleared for the regular traffic coming out from the parliament. But the actual protest now, the site moving on towards 24 Akbar Road, the Congress headquarters, where another round of protests are planned by the Congress party. Earlier we had a couple of rounds of confrontation because the Congress leaders wanted to focus on GST, despite the fact that there are many Congress governments that were part of all the decisions taken by the GST Council unanimously. But again, those questions also deflected. We had that interaction with Karti Chidambaram. We had that confrontation with Mr. P. Chidambaram, his father. We had that confrontation with K.C. Venugopal. Of course, more than a couple of times we tried to reach to Rahul Gandhi, but there was a cordon thrown by the Congress leaders protecting him, and he refused to take those questions. But let's take a look at the confrontations we had by way of questioning both Karti and P. Chidambaram earlier a while back at Vijay Chowk. How rupees 50 lakhs became rupees 2,000?
You are Republic TV. You will ask the wrong questions.
No, ED issue was raised by Mr. Ashok Gehlot, sir.
We are talking about price rise today. If you don't understand price rise, Mengai, I can't help you.
So we understand price rise, but the issue of ED was also raised, sir, in the National Herald case. Mr. Ashok Gehlot raised it. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Why this?
Republic TV can ask any number of questions. I'm not going to be...
Sir, but Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Sir, he raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
Obviously, you don't understand English. What can I do?
I understand English, sir. That's why I'm asking. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. When ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
I don't understand English. What can I do?
Sir, this is in English only, sir.
Your English is wrong.
Sir, the issue of ED and institutions was raised by Mr. Gandhi in the press conference. We have Mr. Karti Chidambaram with us. Congress raised the issue of ED. Congress raised the issue of ED investigation. You are on the ED investigation. I'm asking follow-up questions. Just some follow-up questions that were not asked there. I'm asking Karti. Do you want to answer those questions, Karti? let me ask this question to him. मुझे सवाल पूछने दीजिए, वो देंगे जवाब, आप आने दीजिए ना उधर. ये काले प्रोटेस्ट. Mr. Gandhi, would you take couple of questions on ED?
Please don't waste your time. Please don't waste your time.
Mr. Gandhi, would you take couple of questions on ED? Rahul, would you take couple of questions? All right, as I was mentioning, the protest site has moved to the AICC headquarters. The protest site has moved to the AICC headquarters at 24 Akbar Road. Aishwarya continues to remain with us. Aishwarya, you were also there when Rahul Gandhi was protesting at Vijay Chowk, and we tried to sort of throw the questions at him from a couple of angles, but then he was refusing. What was your understanding of his body language, Aishwarya?
Absolutely, Abhishek, and right now we are just crossing the barricade back on towards the Vijay Chowk. But then what has happened today is that the real reason of this protest needs to be known, and that is the raids of ED, that is the sealment of the private properties of Rahul and Sonia Gandhi. It is not about the GST. If it would have been about the price rise or the GST, then we would have seen these protests even prior. But today we saw right from Ashok Gehlot, Rajasthan Chief Minister, present right there in the press conference, to Mallikarjun Kharge, who was all dressed. He's a senior Congress leader, but they were all in matching uniform. It was like a fancy dress competition here, that who's dressed more black. One with black safa, other one with a black band, third with a black kurta. All of them were trying to give a perception that it's an anti-GST protest, when we all know that the real reason, Abhishek, of this protest were the actions of the Enforcement Directorate. What has fluttered the Congress party? Is it not the sealment of the 4th floor of the Herald House? Is it not that? We've seen series of press conferences. Early morning, Rahul Gandhi gets up, comes to the AICC, does that press conference. The Congress leaders have arranged for their cadre, for their supporters to come out right here at Vijay Chowk, where you can see now the CRPF has moved everyone out. Now the security forces are also relaxing after a very long protest with the Congress party. All of them have been taken apart. But I would just want to tell you, Abhishek, you are also here. We saw that how few of these senior Congress leaders, and I can name them from exactly is going to happen. So they did not even wait for the police to arrest them. They themselves went and sat inside the bus because they exactly knew what's happening. Rahul Gandhi was too busy tweeting. Rahul Gandhi was too busy in his phone. But Rahul Gandhi did not answer when we asked Rahul, is this protest really about the GST or action on your properties? What are you trying to conceal? What are you scared of, Rahul? All of these questions were not answered because they want to give a perception that this was about price rise, about GST. At least that is what the placards say, Abhishek. But this is all happening just days after ED's action, and if sources are to be believed, the ED action will continue. Mallikarjun Kharge was called in yesterday as well. So all of this is happening, but the Congress party feels that they can deceive the people. They can't anymore. Rahul Gandhi not answering. The country was watching, the nation was watching today, but he was too busy in his phone. He was too busy tweeting. He was smiling. He was looking here. Was this a protest or was it a time pass for Rahul Gandhi? The question is that the real action of ED
also,
on the corrupt,
since you mentioned,
and if whoever, whether it's Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi or anyone else, Abhishek, action will be taken. Yes, Abhishek, back to you.
And Aishwarya, to be fair to myself, I did give both the Chidambarams, Karti and P. Chidambaram, and then K.C. Venugopal, Gaurav Gogoi, Digvijay Singh, Rahul Gandhi himself. I thought they will take the questions, and I would have patiently listened to them had they, taken those questions and answered them. But they chose not to. On the issue of GST, Aishwarya, the fact is that the GST Council decisions are taken with unanimity. All state finance ministers are part of the GST Council. All the state finance ministers are part of the GST Council, including those of Congress-ruled states. So obviously, on the issue of price rise, on the issue of GST, when these Congress leaders were protesting, they know that the finance minister of Ashok Gehlot, the finance minister of Bhupesh Baghel, the finance minister of other Congress-ruled states and those of their allies, they were there in the GST Council meeting which took place in Chandigarh. So I think the issue is that because the heat is there on the Gandhis, the Congress leaders want to come out and protest. Obviously, directly they can't. And that's why when I asked P. Chidambaram that when you were arrested, so I was, it's not that I was asking something which was aimed at, the cases in which P. Chidambaram is a target. But the question I asked was that when the ED went after you, the Congress did not come out in protest. So it is clear that only when the Gandhis are touched that these protests happen. Aishwarya.
Because they feel it's there. Because they feel, Abhishek, that they're over and above the line. That's the problem. Yes, it was a half-hearted protest because the Congress leaders exactly know why this is happening. This is only happening because of First Family. As they were taken aback, as the ED acted upon, ED sealed their properties, they feel, how can the ED act upon them? How can the ED act upon the Gandhis? But they have forgotten. This is not India prior to 2014, this is post. And at the end of the day, whomsoever it is, if he or she is corrupt, if there are proceeds of crime, if there is plethora of evidence against individuals, irrespective of their last name, whether it is Gandhi or not, action will take place. The ED is only acting on evidence. And that property on the 4th floor of Herald House, Abhishek, both you and me are aware, would not have been sealed if Mallikarjun Kharge, like yesterday, would have been there day prior. He chose not to. They gave no other option to the ED, and hence ED sealed it. And they mentioned it in their official statement that only and only because of the primary officer or the principal officer, Mallikarjun Kharge, who was dressed in the black safa, black kurta and black pajama today, if he would have been there day prior, like yesterday he was, for more than 6 hours, then this would not have sealed. So they exactly know why this has happened. But what all happened today, all the complete drama which happened right in front of the parliament was only and only how can the Enforcement Directorate act against the Gandhis? Because they feel they have been over and above the law. And now they are unable to corroborate that how can an Enforcement Directorate, they see these agencies, they feel that they're too beneath to even act upon them, but now reality is coming to bite them. If there is going to be evidence, the agencies are going to act. If there is going to be proceeds of crime evidence, plethora of evidence, which is there, we are being told by our sources, the agencies will act, irrespective whoever it is, whether it is Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi or anyone else. And that's exactly what has happened in this case. Yes, Abhishek.
All right, if you can cut to the pictures coming in from the protest site at the AICC headquarters, where Sonia Gandhi is leading, Priyanka Gandhi is leading the charge this time, even as Parliament continues, because the Congress believes that since they can't take on the government on the issue of ED directly, since it's something which is a matter which can also be considered sub judice, the issue of price rise has been picked up. If we can get some net sounds and focus on the protest taking place, and if we can go to our reporters there on the ground at AICC headquarters to see some action there. We are getting some pictures of protests taking place at the AICC headquarters. We could hear some net sounds there. The leadership, the baton of leadership being passed on from Rahul Gandhi to Priyanka there. Rahul Gandhi, of course, detained and taken away from Vijay Chowk area, where the Congress leaders thought that they would be able to protest. In fact, the plan was to march towards Rashtrapati Bhavan, but there were not more than 15-20 senior Congress leaders, obviously because section 144 of CRPC is in place, and the police would not have allowed other supporters to come in. So the scale, Aishwarya, if I could come back to you, even on the issue of price rise, Aishwarya, what the sense I got was that Congress is not able to mobilize large number of cadres, forget about masses, but even their own cadres. I mean, there could have been the scale of protests, if there is real conviction about price rise, could have been bigger. Aishwarya.
People can see through. Abhishek, because people can see through. Abhishek, can you imagine while you were asking questions to P. Chidambaram and I was asking those questions to Rahul Gandhi, he was busy on their phone? I am sure you must have also seen Jairam Ramesh, Mallikarjun Kharge already sitting in the bus because they are doing it half-heartedly. Half of these leaders were already sitting in the bus. They did not even wait for the Delhi police to arrest them. So how can how can a Congress supporter, if suppose an ex-individual is a Congress supporter, they will also see through now, Abhishek, that what is happening. Rahul Gandhi is smiling, busy in his smartphone, looking at the social networking sites. What's happening? It's only because you are taken aback and you feel because you are Rahul Gandhi, because you have that surname, the ED cannot act upon you and you will snap your fingers and the complete Congress party will come around you. Yes, it still happens. I don't know for how long. How long can leaders can just come and protest only and only because ED acted against the corrupt, irrespective whether they are Sonia or Rahul Gandhi. So, because they don't want. So absolutely, Abhishek, that is the point, because even if we saw today, we tried to ask Rahul Gandhi, you tried to ask Chidambaram, you tried to ask Karti, we tried to ask Gogoi, they have a written reply. It's on GST, it's on GST, it's on GST, it's on price rise. Has GST happened yesterday? No, it has not. So why protest? Why protest today? Why protest today? Rahul's protest has ended, Priyanka's protest has begun because it's on the ED action, because that is where it pains. Let's listen in, Abhishek, when we both asked those questions to Rahul and Karti and also P. Chidambaram, what exactly was their body response and their answers. Yes, let's listen in. So आप देख रहे हैं कांग्रेस की ये प्रोटेस्ट यहाँ पे चल रही है. कांग्रेस की प्रोटेस्ट यहाँ पे अभी है. हम राहुल गांधी से पूछने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि क्या ये रैली, क्या ये असली में प्रोटेस्ट प्राइस राइज की है या फिर ये प्रोटेस्ट जब उनकी प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टीज, जब सोनिया और राहुल गांधी की प्रॉपर्टीज सील हो रही हैं उसके बाद ये अचानक कांग्रेस के नेता जो प्रोटेस्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. व्हाट इज दिस रियली अबाउट? इज दिस प्रोटेस्ट रियली अबाउट प्राइस राइज? Is this protest really about price rise? We are trying to, और यहाँ से हम मूव करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. हमारे पीछे यहाँ पे प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टीज. मिस्टर गोगोई, हमारे पार्टी ने तिरंगा के लिए बलिदान दिया है, हमारी पार्टी ने शहादत दी है.
वही डराता है क्या मोदी की कांग्रेस का जिस तरह उन्होंने हल्ला बोला?
We'll try and go ahead and then ask these real questions to Rahul Gandhi. There is a lot of protection there, a lot of security here for Rahul Gandhi. Rahul, will you रहेंगे जो देश के दही, चावल, आटा, पेंशन पर जिस प्रकार से टैक्स लगाते हैं, साधारण लोगों का उन्होंने जीवन खराब कर दिया है. उनके पक्ष में साधारण लोगों के पक्ष में because those are the tough questions which they need to answer. Rahul Gandhi is really busy in tweeting while the country watches. Viewers, you really need to see this. Rahul Gandhi is too busy tweeting. Rahul Gandhi is too busy in his phone while the country is asking him questions. While the country needs clarity, Rahul Gandhi is too busy tweeting in his own phone. So Rahul frame frozen. Continue. Rahul Gandhi frozen.
Please let me ask this question to him. मुझे सवाल पूछने दीजिए, वो देंगे जवाब. आप आने दीजिए ना उधर. ये काले प्रोटेस्ट, Mr. Gandhi, would you take couple of questions on ED?
Please don't waste your time. Please don't waste your time.
Mr. Gandhi, would you take couple of questions on ED? Rahul, would you take couple of questions on ED? Rahul, did you put the onus on Motilal Vora, who is no more to defend himself? Mr. Gandhi, did you put the onus during questioning on Motilal Vora, who is no more there to defend himself? Would you take couple of questions on ED, Rahul? Rahul, would you take couple of questions on ED? Rahul, would you take couple of questions on ED, Rahul? You can't push us around. किसान की बात करना, गरीबों की बात। ठीक है, मैं किसान की पूछता हूँ, आप पूछने दीजिए। मैं किसान की पूछता हूँ, पूछने दीजिए। मैं पूछता हूँ, बेरोजगारी की बात पूछने दीजिए। राहुल, राहुल,
नो बस महंगाई के खिलाफ लड़ते रहेंगे।
राहुल, couple of questions on ED, Rahul. Sir, how rupees 50 lakhs became rupees 2,000?
You are Republic TV. You will ask the wrong questions.
No, ED issue was raised by Mr. Ashok Gehlot, sir.
We are talking about price rise today. If you don't understand price rise, Mengai, I can't help you.
So we understand price rise, but the issue of ED was also raised, sir, in the National Herald case. Mr. Ashok Gehlot raised it. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Why these?
Republic TV can ask any number of questions. I'm not going to be...
Sir, but Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Sir, he raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
Obviously, you don't understand English. What can I do?
I understand English, sir. That's why I'm asking. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. When ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
I don't understand English. What can I do?
Sir, this is in English only, sir.
Your English is wrong.
Sir, the issue of ED and institutions were raised by Mr. Gandhi in the press conference. We have Mr. Kishida with us. Congress raised the issue of ED. Congress raised the issue of ED investigation. You are under ED investigation. Congress party raised in the press conference. I'm asking follow-up questions.
I am at the car of the Rahul Gandhi. I'm just again trying to ask from the premises, and they're just trying to get in sense. I can see Rahul Gandhi there. I'm just trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. From there. You want to say anything on the Shell company? Unsecured loan was given to young Indian. We're just trying to get in sense. That is Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi. Get an answer from Rahul Gandhi that what do you have to say about the involvement of the Shell company? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the Shell company? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the Shell company? These are the images they're giving you. These are the images. That's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi. We are trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. That is Rahul Gandhi there. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the Shell companies, Rahul? Rahul, involvement of the Shell companies, Rahul. So that's Rahul Gandhi who has just left from the AICC headquarters now.
So आप देख रहे हैं कांग्रेस की ये प्रोटेस्ट यहाँ पे चल रही है. कांग्रेस की प्रोटेस्ट यहाँ पे अभी है. हम राहुल गांधी से पूछने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि क्या ये रैली, क्या ये असली में प्रोटेस्ट प्राइस राइज की है या फिर ये प्रोटेस्ट जब उनकी प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टीज, जब सोनिया और राहुल गांधी की प्रॉपर्टीज सील हो रही हैं उसके बाद ये अचानक कांग्रेस के नेता जो प्रोटेस्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. व्हाट इज दिस रियली अबाउट? इज दिस प्रोटेस्ट रियली अबाउट प्राइस राइज? Is this protest really about price rise? We are trying to, और यहाँ से हम मूव करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं. हमारे पीछे यहाँ पे प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टीज. मिस्टर गोगोई,
हमारे पार्टी ने तिरंगा के लिए बलिदान दिया है, हमारी पार्टी ने शहादत दी है.
वही डराता है क्या मोदी जी कांग्रेस का जिस तरह उन्होंने हल्ला बोला?
We'll try and go ahead and then ask these real questions to Rahul Gandhi. There is a lot of protection there, a lot of security here for Rahul Gandhi. Rahul, will you say?
देश की बात करते रहेंगे जो देश के सामने दही, चावल, आटा, पेंशन छापने पर जिस प्रकार से टैक्स लगाते हैं, साधारण लोगों का उन्होंने जीवन खराब कर दिया है, उनके पक्ष में साधारण लोगों के पक्ष में आपकी आवाज.
Because those are the tough questions which they need to answer. Rahul Gandhi is really busy in tweeting while the country watches. Viewers, you really need to see this. सो आप देख रहे हैं कांग्रेस की ये प्रोटेस्ट यहाँ पे चल रही है, कांग्रेस की प्रोटेस्ट यहाँ पे अभी है। हम राहुल गांधी से पूछने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि क्या ये असली में प्रोटेस्ट प्राइस राइज की है, या फिर ये प्रोटेस्ट जब उनकी प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टीज, जब सोनिया और राहुल गांधी की प्रॉपर्टीज सील हो रही हैं, उसके बाद ये अचानक कांग्रेस के नेता जो प्रोटेस्ट करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। व्हाट इज दिस रियली अबाउट? इज दिस प्रोटेस्ट रियली अबाउट प्राइस राइज? इज दिस प्रोटेस्ट रियली अबाउट प्राइस राइज? वी आर ट्राइंग, और यहां से हम मूव करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। हमारे पीछे यहाँ पे प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टीज। मिस्टर गोगोई,
हमारे पार्टी ने तिरंगा के लिए बलिदान दिया है, हमारे पार्टी ने शहादत दी है।
वही डराता है क्या मोदी जी कांग्रेस का जिस तरह उन्होंने हल्ला बोला?
We'll try and go ahead and then ask these real questions to Rahul Gandhi. There is a lot of protection there, a lot of security here for Rahul Gandhi. Rahul, will you
हम देश की बात करते रहेंगे, जो देश के सामने दही, चावल, आटा, पेंशन शामिल में जिस प्रकार से टैक्स लगा के साधारण लोगों का उन्होंने जीवन खराब कर दिया है, उनके पक्ष में साधारण लोगों के पक्ष में हम
Because those are the tough questions which they need to answer. Rahul Gandhi is really busy in tweeting while the country watches, viewers. You really need to see this. Rahul Gandhi is too busy tweeting. Rahul Gandhi is too busy in his phone while the country is asking him questions. While the country needs clarity, Rahul Gandhi is too busy tweeting in his own phone. So Rahul, frame ठीक करिए, frame frozen. Continue चल रहा है. Rahul Gandhi frozen.
Oh, so we have been getting those pictures of Congress protests, including the interactions that we had, the confrontations we had with them, asking questions earlier. One thing comes out, and Aishwarya remains with me on this broadcast. Aishwarya, what came out was that I thought that there could have been more leaders of the Congress party. Not all MPs also, in fact, came. Congress, if it wanted this to be a show of strength, did not really put its heart into it. There was a little more scope for doing it. Towards the end, I think there was some aggression shown by the team of Rahul Gandhi around him, the protection cordon that was there, that included Digvijay Singh, Gaurav Gogoi, KC Venugopal. But apart from that, I think they really did not really push the envelope and did it give an impression, Aishwarya, that maybe they also realized that unless they get traction from the masses, with the masses, this issue can't be really picked up in the manner that the Congress party would want to.
For that, you need to be real, Abhishek. Abhishek, if you need to connect with the masses, then you need to be real. And it was very clear today that the fakeness of this protest came out. The man was not even concerned what's happening. The man was too busy tweeting. The man was too busy in his phone. He was smiling, interacting with Gaurav Gogoi. And then he saw Venugopal sitting on the streets. And then Gaurav Gogoi told him that let's go and sit there. He said, okay, now let's go. So it was a full-fledged drama. And as I said, half of the Congress senior leaders, from Mallikarjun Kharge, who was fully prepared, fully dressed up, with that black safa, black kurta, everything, he was already sitting in the bus, did not even wait to be arrested. Jairam Ramesh himself, while he was busy tweeting, because he's the media head of the Congress now, went and sat in the bus himself. And alongside were 3-4 other MPs. So half of them already knew that how the game is going to be played. They exactly knew. This was not an organic protest, and that's why, Abhishek, when you say that there was an absence of that connect with the masses, because the masses can also see, even the Congress cadre can see. What is Priyanka Gandhi doing right now, right in front of the AICC? Why a protest today? Can someone tell us? Yes, the opposition has every right in the constitution, and they should protest. They should keep the government in check by questioning, but tell us why only after the ED has acted upon the Gandhis that these protests needs to happen? Has the GST been implemented only yesterday? Has the GST been implemented in the last 48 hours? No, nothing of this sort has happened. But despite that, they are doing it, and they are putting it on GST so that they can give that connect with the people. But the people of this country are able to see through that this is not on price rise, this is not on GST, this is not on food grains. This is because the ED has acted on the corrupt, and this time it has been found out, Abhishek, with plethora of evidence which is present with the agencies, because if the ED is seizing private properties of Sonia and Rahul, they must have evidence. Without that, they will not move. Let's just accept this. We are not talking about an individual, we are talking about an agency. So at the end of the day, the people of this country are also able to see through, Abhishek, very, very clearly that what exactly seems to be happening here. Yes, Abhishek, back to you. Yes, Abhishek.
Right, Ashwara. In fact, I also thought that Karti Chidambaram looked little aloof. In fact, he walked off also. He did not court arrest. And then I saw Jairam Ramesh almost conducting himself as if he was participating in a climate change international conference. Rest of the leaders, of course, did throw in a cordon around Rahul Gandhi. The younger ones, including Dipinder Hooda and Gaurav Gogoi, sort of, getting the skin in the game. But, and I must say, for the time that the confrontation happened, it seemed that they really wanted to make a show of it. But subsequently, of course, this lasted about 30-40 minutes. Let's go back to those pictures at that time when the protests were happening at Vijay Chowk and when we asked those questions and then come back.
Yeah.
Let me ask this question to him. मुझे सवाल पूछने दीजिए वो देंगे जवाब आप आने दीजिए ना उधर ये काले प्रोटेस्ट Mr. Gandhi, would you take couple of questions on ED?
Please don't waste your time. Please don't waste your time.
Mr. Gandhi, would you take couple of questions on ED? Rahul, would you take couple of questions on ED? Rahul, did you put the onus on Motilal Vora, who is no more to defend himself? Mr. Gandhi, did you put the onus during questioning on Motilal Vora, who is no more there to defend himself? Rahul, would you take couple of questions on ED, Rahul, would you take couple of questions on ED? Rahul, would you take couple of questions on ED, Rahul? You can't push us around.
किसान की बात करना गरीबों की
ठीक है मैं किसान की पूछता हूँ आप पूछने दीजिए मैं किसान की पूछता हूँ पूछने दीजिए मैं पूछता हूँ बेरोजगारी की बात पूछने दीजिए राहुल राहुल
नो बस
राहुल couple of Rahul sir, how rupees 50 lakhs became rupees 2,000?
You are Republic TV. You will ask the wrong questions.
No, ED issue was raised by Mr. Ashok Gehlot, sir.
We are talking about price rise today. If you don't understand price rise, Mengai, I can't help you.
So we understand price rise, but the issue of ED was also raised in the National Herald case. Mr. Ashok Gehlot raised it. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Why these?
Republic TV can ask any number of questions. I'm not going to be...
So, but Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Sir, he raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
Obviously, you don't understand English. What can I do?
I understand English, sir. That's why I'm asking. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. When ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
I don't understand English. What can I do?
Sir, this is in English only, sir.
Your English is wrong.
Sir, the issue of ED and institutions were raised by Mr. Gandhi in the press conference. We have Mr. Karti Chidambaram with us. Congress raised the issue of ED. Congress raised the issue of ED investigation. You are under ED investigation. Congress party raised in the press conference. I'm asking follow-up questions. Just some follow-up questions we were not asked there. I'm asking that. Do you want to answer those questions, Karti? Only Gandhi are understanding these protests happen.
I am at the car of the Rahul Gandhi. I'm just again trying to ask to get on the premises, and we're just trying to get in sense. I can see Rahul Gandhi there. I'm just trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. From there. on the shell company. Unsecured loan was given to young Indian. We are just trying to get insist. That is Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi. Get an answer from Rahul Gandhi that what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul? These are the images. They're giving you. These are the images. Images. That's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi. We are trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. That is Rahul Gandhi there. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? Rahul, involvement of the shell companies, Rahul. So that's Rahul Gandhi who has just left from the AICC headquarters now. Priyanka, do you want to say anything about the involvement of the shell companies? Priyanka, do you want to say about the involvement of the shell companies? That's Priyanka Gandhi who has just Priyanka Gandhi, you want to say anything about the enforcement directorate action which has been taken? Priyanka, do you want to say anything? Priyanka, do you want to say anything? Ma'am, do you want to say anything, ma'am? Ma'am, the involvement of the shell companies, ma'am. Ma'am, enforcement directorate has sealed the young Indian office, ma'am. Office bearer was not cooperating. That is something which has been stated clearly.
और आप देख सकते हैं इस समय ये लाइव फ्रेम राहुल गांधी बात कर रहे हैं इस समय पीछे हम दिग्विजय सिंह और मिस्टर गोगोई वहां पे हैं हम उनसे सवाल करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं पुलिस उन्हें बोल रहे हैं यहाँ पे 144 लेकिन उन्होंने प्लकार्ड गेहूं आटा दाल चावल का लेकिन ये सब हो रहा है जब ईडी का एक्शन हुआ है सो ये सब तब हो रहा है जब राहुल और सोनिया गांधी की प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी सील की गई हैं ये सब तब हो रहा है उनको प्राइस राइज तब याद आया है जब सो यहाँ पे आप देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से एक एक करके सभी कांग्रेस के वरिष्ठ नेता आ रहे हैं ये हम इस समय बिल्कुल विजय चौक पे हैं पार्लियामेंट के बिल्कुल बाहर और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं राहुल गांधी बात कर रहे हैं पी चिदम्बरम गोगोई एंड दिग्विजय सिंह से मीडिया से अभी तक उन्होंने यहाँ पे बात नहीं की है ही वाज टू बिजी इन हिज फोन ट्वीटिंग अब वो बिल्कुल हुड्डा साहब भी देख रहे हैं तो राहुल गांधी की पूरी टीम इस समय विजय चौक पे मौजूद प्रोटेस्ट हाथ में प्लकार्ड्स जीएसटी के हाथ में प्लकार्ड्स राशन के हाथ में प्लकार्ड्स लेकिन द रियल रीजन जो असली रीजन है उसके बारे में अभी भी एक भी शब्द नहीं बोला ही इज नॉट अटेड अ वर्ड ऑन द रियल इशू ही इज नॉट अटेड अ वर्ड ऑन द रियल इशू कि व्हाट इज द रियल इशू एंड व्हाई हैज राहुल गांधी रियली कम आउट ऑन द स्ट्रीट्स इज इट बिकॉज ऑफ ईडी क्या ये ईडी की वजह से है क्या ये ईडी के एक्शन की वजह से है क्या डर गई है कांग्रेस पार्टी क्या डर गए हैं राहुल गांधी क्या इसलिए ये प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है इज दिस द रीजन सो ये very very clearly we have to see and these visuals are on your screens right now as we say and I'm just going to request Salil to move on मैं अभी रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूं सलिल से कि मूव करे राहुल गांधी जैसा कि मैं बार बार बता रहा हूं he's too busy in his phone he's too busy with his own leaders and we'll try and ask him.
Well, Republic bringing you all those details about the massive Congress protest. Congress leaders and party workers there on the streets in the national capital. It was a pan-India protest that was being called for by the Congress High Command. Priyanka taken away by the police. Rahul Gandhi at a press conference a little earlier. Let's give you more details.
सारे के सारे हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस आज आरएसएस बीजेपी के कंट्रोल में हैं सारे के सारे एक नहीं बचा है सारे के सारे तो जो ऑपोजिशन का आइडिया है ऑपोजिशन के ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस नहीं
आपकी पार्टी में अच्छे नेता हैं हम भी जानते हैं लेकिन बस सोनिया जी राहुल जी और प्रियंका जी ये जो तीन कहानी है सही सवाल यह है कि कांग्रेस का लोकतंत्र भ्रष्टाचार तंत्र था डेमोक्रेसी अंडर कांग्रेस पार्टी हैड बिकम एन एपिटम ऑफ करप्शन
becoming about ED? Karti, why is it enforcement directorate? Karti, why is it becoming about enforcement directorate? How did 50 lakh rupees become 2,000 crores? Would the Congress party answer? Because you raised the issue of ED in the press conference. That's why it's being asked. Karti, you are under investigation. You should be open about speaking about it. Your party is raising the issue of ED only when the Gandhis are under scandal. This kind of protest never happened when you were under scandal, Karti. You should be able to speak about it, Karti.
I have no comments.
Karti, you should be able to speak about it. How did 50 lakh rupees become 2,000 crores rupees, Karti? The Congress party should be taking some questions. When you are raising the issue of ED, those questions have to be answered. Why Mr. Motilal Vora was never named till the time he was alive? Why did he become the source of all actions only after he was dead? He's not there to answer the questions. Karti, you are under ED scanner. You would want to answer those questions. Karti,
have a good day. Have a good day.
Why this silence, Karti? From the press conference, Mr. Gandhi was raising the issue, Mr. Ashok Gehlot was raising the issue of ED investigation. Why name Mr. Motilal Vora when he's not there? Please answer these questions. We have Mr. Karti Chidambaram with us. I'm not haranguing. Congress raised the issue. Congress raised the issue of ED. Congress raised the issue of ED investigation. You are under ED investigation.
Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? Rahul, involvement of the shell companies, Rahul.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
And here is some news in brief from across the country. Slamming Congress's intimidation claims, the BJP said that the Congress's Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are afraid to answer questions.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को। लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है।
After leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress General Secretary K. Venugopal underlined in the upper house of the Parliament.
Please let me ask this question to him. मुझे सवाल पूछने दीजिए, वो देंगे जवाब, आप आने दीजिए ना उधर। ये काले प्रोटेस्ट, Mr. Gandhi, would you take couple of questions on ED?
Please don't waste your time. Please don't waste your time.
Mr. Gandhi, would you take couple of questions on ED?
Rahul, would you take a couple of questions on ED? Rahul, did you put the onus on Motilal Vora, who is no more to defend himself? Mr. Gandhi, did you put the onus during questioning on Motilal Vora, who is no more there to defend himself? He raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
Obviously, you don't understand English. What can I do?
I understand English, sir. That's why I'm asking. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. When ED goes after you, these protests don't...
Your English is wrong.
And here is some news in brief from across the country. Slamming Congress's intimidation claims, the BJP said that the Congress's Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are afraid to answer questions.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को। लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है।
After leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress General Secretary K. Venugopal underlined the upper house of the Parliament was in session and Kharge was taking part in a debate when he was summoned by the ED, reiterating that it was an attempt to suppress the voice of the opposition.
हम तो वेलकम किए, सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, दैट इज नथिंग, दैट इज नथिंग, वी आर सपोर्टिंग, इट शुड बी पास्ड इन, लेकिन
Troubles seem to be mounting for the National Herald and its owners as the Bhopal-based building has now come under the scanner of the Madhya Pradesh government, and the MP government claims the National Herald building in Bhopal is being misused and also hinted at sealing it.
देखिए, कांग्रेस जो है, राहुल गांधी जो है, वो एक तो चोरी है और ऊपर से कह रहे डरेंगे नहीं, है अपने आप को देश के कानून से ऊपर समझते हैं, ये अपने आप को राजा समझते हैं भारत का।
After the Enforcement Directorate sealed the Young Indian office of the National Herald House in New Delhi, instructing that the premises must not be opened without prior permission from the agency, Congress called a meeting of all Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha MPs at the Congress Parliamentary Party office to discuss the future strategy of the party.
Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, involvement of the shell companies. Rahul. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, involvement of the shell companies. Rahul.
You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic, and cornered by the ED probe, Congress MPs from both houses. As you can see, it's a black shirt protest that the Congress is carrying out there, led by Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi. Congress protesting against the ED probe into the massive National Herald scam. And a telling statement by Salman Khurshid, Congress leader Salman Khurshid. He says, "My leader saved me, I will save him." Raising many questions about what the Congress protest today is all about, even as ostensibly it's about price rise and joblessness as well as unemployment. And the Congress black shirt protest in the national capital there. All the updates here on Republic. Let's listen in to know more.
स्पष्ट है कि हम इस देश की आम जनता पर जो प्रहार हो रहे हैं उसके लिए हर जगह लड़ रहे हैं और ये लड़ाई लंबी लड़ाई है, वो चलेगी।
सोनिया गांधी होने वाली है सर इसमें प्रोटेस्ट को लेकर।
मुद्दा आपके सामने है, बेरोजगारी से बढ़कर कोई मुद्दा है, भूख से बढ़कर कोई मुद्दा है, जो बढ़ती हुई कीमतें हैं उससे बढ़कर कोई मुद्दा है। इसके अलावा कोई मुझे कष्ट है, कोई आपको कष्ट है, कोई मीडिया के साथ है, कोई आज़ादी की आपकी बात करने की उस पर आज़ादी को छीना जा रहा है, वो सारे मुद्दे हैं। लेकिन मुख्य मुद्दा जो है आज वो बेरोजगारी का है और आज बढ़ती मूल्यों का।
तमाम बीजेपी नेता कह रहे हैं परिवार को बचाने के लिए सब कुछ हो रहा है।
वो किसको बचाते हैं? उनके यहाँ परिवार नहीं है, वो परिवार नहीं रखते। परिवार को बचाने के लिए मैं क्यों आऊंगा? मैं अपने नेता को बचाने के लिए आऊंगा, मेरा नेता मुझे बचाता है। अगर इसको वो परिवार की परिभाषा बना देते हैं तो मुझे कोई उसमें कष्ट नहीं।
थैंक यू सर, थैंक यू।
And we are joined right now by BJP spokesperson Shehzad Poonawalla. Mr. Poonawalla, we were just listening in to what the Congress protest is all about. Today, it's a black shirt protest, pan-India protest, police having had to make so much, undertake so many steps in order to ensure that the common man's life proceeds smoothly. We have Salman Khurshid, veteran Congress leader, saying that I have come here to save my neta. What are we to understand? What is the BJP? What would the BJP's reaction be to this?
The cat is out of the bag. I thank Salman Khurshid for his candidness. He has said, this is not about Desh Bachao, Loktantra Bachao. This is about Parivar Bachao, Bhrashtachar Bachao, Neta Bachao. Neta को किससे बचाओ? नेता हमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन से बचाता है when we do corruption, हम नेता को बचाएंगे when they do corruption. आज जब करप्शन की जांच की आंच घर तक पहुंच गई है तो इसीलिए नेता बचाओ आंदोलन चल रहा है and this is nothing about Desh Bachao, because if it was about Desh Bachao, Loktantra Bachao, first of all, there is no Loktantra within Congress. I am a Bhuktbhogi of that. There is nothing called internal democracy in Congress. How can they do Loktantra Bachao in the country when there is no Loktantra in Congress? But this is about Neta ko Bachao, and therefore Salman Khurshid has candidly, honestly accepted that it is not about the people, it's about the parivar. In fact, in the morning, Rahul Gandhi was abusing the people. He said that the people don't understand how to vote. If I have the infrastructure in my hand, then they will realize and they will give me the vote. So is that not an insult of the mandate of the people? Is that not an insult of the wisdom of the voters? He's insulted the voters even before this. So this is nothing about the people. This is about the parivar. It is about Neta Bachao. It is about Congress Bachao. It is about Parivar Bachao. And it is about Bhrashtachari Bachao. And therefore, it is not about Desh Bachao.
Well, Mr. Poonawalla, and what about what Rahul Gandhi said today? When it comes to questions about, how AGL suddenly acquired such huge properties that amount to so much, he has no answers. What would you say that the target of today's press conference was? Firstly, coming out in a press conference after so many months of silence. Price rise, inflation, these are not new issues. Rahul Gandhi speaking at a press conference now. What does it suggest?
This was a press conference held against the people of India, against the institutions of India. He not only abused the Supreme Court, he questioned the judiciary, the election commission, the media, all institutions of the country. But if you remember what he said Hitler won elections just like this. If I have the infrastructure in my hand, institutions in my hand, I will also win elections. This means he has no faith in the wisdom of the Indian people. If they win an election in Chhattisgarh, how do they win it? Is the infrastructure in their hand? Is the institution in their hand? So when you win an election, it's all good. When you lose an election, you start abusing the people. You abuse them after you lost Abethi. You abused them when you were in Punjab. Priyanka Vajra abused North Indians along with Channi ji. And now you abuse the people of India because your parivar is being asked about questions about corruption. So this was directed against the country. It is Congress versus Constitution. It is Parivar versus people. It is Neta versus Niyat and Niti. And therefore Salman is saying we are defending Neta. We have nothing to do with niyat. We have nothing to do with niti. We have nothing to do with desh. We have nothing to do with samvidhan. We have nothing to do with constitution. This is Congress versus constitution. This is parivar versus people.
He's also said about the death of democracy, sir, that the sole agenda of ED raids, ED action is to ensure that people's issues are not raised.
It is the death of those who think that they can do corruption and get away without accountability. And by the way, death of democracy happened in 1975 when his Dadima imposed emergency. Death of democracy happened when his Dadima stifled the judiciary. Death of democracy happened when the Congress party put thousands of people into jail and imposed the emergency and stifled the free media of this country. Death of democracy happens when in the Congress party, Shehzad Poonawala asked, why are there no elections or accountability? He is thrown out of the party. Death of democracy happens when one parivar rules over the party for 40, 50 years. They have become president. No change in the president, only between mother and son. And there's no internal democracy. And then they go around telling that we are preaching democracy to the entire world. So that is when death of democracy happens. Death of democracy is the permanent feature of the Gandhi parivar. They have always killed and murdered democracy because for them, parivar tantra matters more than lok tantra.
Many thanks, Mr. Poonawala, for joining us there. And that was Shehzad Poonawala speaking on the BJP's point of view, even as shocking statements are coming in from Congress leaders. Congress loyalist, Salman Khurshid, saying that I have come to save my neta. Also, other leaders refusing and evading questions put in by Republic reporters and correspondents. Let's listen in to know more.
है कि हम इस देश की आम जनता पर जो प्रहार हो रहे हैं उसके लिए हर जगह लड़ रहे हैं और ये लड़ाई लंबी लड़ाई है, वो चलेगी।
सोनिया गांधी होने वाली है सर इसमें प्रोटेस्ट को लेकर।
मुद्दा आपके सामने है, बेरोजगारी से बढ़कर कोई मुद्दा है, भूख से बढ़कर कोई मुद्दा है, जो बढ़ती हुई कीमतें हैं उससे बढ़कर कोई मुद्दा है।
And joining us is BJP leader Nalin Kohli. Mr. Kohli, we were just listening in to Salman Khurshid there speaking, veteran Congress leader and Gandhi loyalist. He says, I have come here to save my neta, while to the entire world, to the entire nation, it has been this protest, the black shirt protest today is being touted as a protest against price rise and inflation and unemployment. Your thoughts?
Well, it clearly brings to light, and we must thank Mr. Salman Khurshid for his honesty, to at least put the facts clear. The BJP and other parties who are interested in parliament running, have been pointing out that the Congress party's first family, which is the Nehru Gandhi family, is basically doing a complete stop of all work, everything for its personal interest. They are being investigated. They should just cooperate with the investigation. Why bring parliament to a hold? Why pretend it's a satyagraha about something bigger? So it just confirms that the entire movement is only to somehow create support and drum up support for Mr. Sonia Gandhi and Mr. Rahul Gandhi, who have much to answer on the National Herald case.
And when Rahul Gandhi in his press conference says that it's the death of democracy, that's his opinion, and that ED raids, when talking about the ED raids, when talking about ED action against perpetrators of various scams within his party itself, he says people's issues are not raised. That is the aim of these raids and the ED action.
That's very
what does it suggest to you?
Because when it comes to the first family of the Congress party, which is the Nehru Gandhi family, for them, their interest is the interest for everybody else. So everything else has to be subservient to it. That's called the politics of entitlement. Now, these are two models. They are entitled to run their party on that basis, that if they feel that the whole system has to bow down to them, so be it. The other is a democratic system where you do not reach the leadership of a party only because you are from one family, and only one family will become the leader of that party. So this is their own approach. So when they talk about मैं डरता नहीं हूँ, मैं लड़ना चाहता हूँ, देश की जो चिंता है हमें ये है, it is just the देश for them is themselves. It starts from the Indra is India and India is Indra comment. So I think this thing has been there in existence for the Nehru Gandhi family from the days of Indira Gandhi ji, which is the 70s.
Well, many thanks, Mr. Kohli, for sharing your thoughts with us. So Black Shirt protest today, and Congress leaders back-to-back making those shocking statements. Salman Khurshid, veteran Congress leader, saying, "I've come to save my leader." Even as the Congress has started this as a protest, as a nationwide protest against price rise and unemployment. Meanwhile, massive police action as well there, even as this protest is taking place in the midst of prohibitory orders issued by the administration. So you're watching Live and Breaking on Republic on the ground there outside the AICC headquarters. Let's listen in to know more.
The car of the Rahul Gandhi. I'm just again trying to ask to get on the premises, and we're just trying to get in. I can see Rahul Gandhi there. I'm just trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. From there. You want to say anything on the shelter? Unsecured loan was given to young Indian. We're just trying to get in since. That is Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi. To get an answer from Rahul Gandhi that what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? These are the images they're giving you. These are the images. That's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi. We are trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. That is Rahul Gandhi there. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? Rahul, involvement of the shell companies, Rahul. So that's Rahul Gandhi who has just left from the AICC headquarters now.
Sir, how rupees 50 lakhs became rupees 2,000?
You are Republic TV. You will ask the wrong questions.
No, ED issue was raised by Mr. Ashok Gehlot, sir.
We are talking about price rise today. If you don't understand price rise, Mengai, I can't help you.
So we understand price rise, but the issue of ED was also raised, sir, in the National Herald case. Mr. Ashok Gehlot raised it. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Why these?
Republic TV can ask any number of questions. I'm not going to be...
No, but Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Sir, he raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
Obviously, you don't understand English. What can I do?
I understand English, sir. That's why I'm asking. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. When ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
I don't understand English. What can I do?
Sir, this is in English only, sir.
Your English is wrong.
Sir, the issue of ED and institutions were raised by Mr. Gandhi in the press conference.
Karthi, why is this becoming about ED? Karthi, why is it becoming about Enforcement Directorate? Karthi, why is it becoming about Enforcement Directorate? How did 50 lakh rupees and 2,000 crores would the Congress party answer? Because you raised the issue of ED in the press conference. That's why it's being asked. Karthi, you are under investigation. You should be open about speaking about it. Your party is raising the issue of ED only when the Gandhis are under scanner. This kind of protest never happened when you were under scanner, Karthi. You should be able to speak about it, Karthi. I have no comments.
Karthi, you should be able to speak about it. How did 50 lakh rupees become 2,000 crores rupees, Karthi? The Congress party should be taking some questions. When you are raising the issue of ED, those questions have to be answered. Why Mr. Motilal Vora was never named till the time he was alive? Why did he become the source of all actions only after he was dead? He's not there. He's not there to answer the questions. Karthi, you are under ED scanner. You would want to answer those questions. Karthi,
have a good day. Have a good.
Why this silence, Karthi? From the press conference, Mr. Gandhi was raising the issue. Mr. Ashok Gehlot was raising the issue of ED investigation. Why name Mr. Motilal Vora when he's not there?
Have a good day. Have a good.
Please answer these questions, Karthi.
Not obligated to answer.
Please answer these questions, Karthi. We have Mr. Karthi Chidambaram with us. I'm not haranguing. Congress raised the issue. Congress raised the issue of ED. Congress raised the issue of ED investigation. You are under ED investigation, Karthi.
I have no comments to offer. Don't harangue me now.
You are not being harangued. This is just questions which Congress party raised in the press conference. I'm asking follow-up questions. Just some follow-up questions which were not asked there. I'm asking. Would you want to answer those questions? Only when Gandhis are under scanner, these protests happened. These protests did not happen when you were under scanner. Would you want these protests to happen when the ED comes to you, Karthik?
और आप देख सकते हैं इस समय ये लाइव फ्रेम राहुल गांधी बात कर रहे हैं इस समय पीछे दिग्विजय सिंह और मिस्टर गोगोई वहां पे हैं हम उनसे सवाल करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं पुलिस उन्हें बोल रही है यहाँ पे 144 लेकिन उन्होंने प्लकार्ड गेहूं आटा दाल चावल का लेकिन ये सब हो रहा है जब ईडी का एक्शन हुआ है सो ये सब तब हो रहा है जब राहुल और सोनिया गांधी की प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी सील की गई हैं ये सब तब हो रहा है उनको प्राइस राइज तब याद आया है जब सो यहाँ पे आप देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से एक एक करके सभी कांग्रेस के वरिष्ठ नेता आ रहे हैं ये हम इस समय बिल्कुल विजय चौक पे हैं पार्लियामेंट के बिल्कुल बाहर और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं राहुल गांधी बात कर रहे हैं पी चिदम्बरम गोगोई एंड दिग्विजय सिंह से मीडिया से अभी तक उन्होंने यहाँ पे बात नहीं की है ही वाज टू बिजी इन हिज फोन ट्वीटिंग अब वो बिल्कुल हुड्डा साहब भी दिख रहे हैं तो राहुल गांधी की पूरी टीम इस समय विजय चौक पे मौजूद प्रोटेस्ट हाथ में प्लकार्ड्स जीएसटी के हाथ में प्लकार्ड्स राशन के हाथ में प्लकार्ड्स लेकिन द रियल रीजन जो असली रीजन है उसके बारे में अभी भी एक भी शब्द नहीं बोला ही इज नॉट अटेड अ वर्ड ऑन द रियल इशू ही इज नॉट अटेड अ वर्ड ऑन द रियल इशू कि व्हाट इज द रियल इशू एंड व्हाई हैज राहुल गांधी रियली कम आउट ऑन द स्ट्रीट्स इज इट बिकॉज ऑफ ईडी क्या ये ईडी की वजह से है क्या ये ईडी के एक्शन की वजह से है क्या डर गई है कांग्रेस पार्टी क्या डर गए है राहुल गांधी क्या इसलिए ये प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है इज दिस द रीजन सो ये very very clearly we have to see and these visuals are on your screens right now as we say and I'm just going to request Salil to move on मैं अभी रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूं सलिल से कि मूव करे राहुल गांधी जैसा कि मैं बार-बार बता रहा हूं he's too busy in his phone he's too busy with his own leaders and we'll try and ask him
Priyanka, do you want to say anything about the involvement of the shell companies? Priyanka, do you want to say about the involvement of the shell companies? That's Priyanka Gandhi who is just... Priyanka Gandhi, do you want to say anything about the enforcement directorate action which has been taken? Priyanka, do you want to say anything? Priyanka, do you want to say anything? Ma'am, do you want to say anything, ma'am? Ma'am, the involvement of the shell companies, ma'am. Ma'am, enforcement directorate has sealed the young Indian office, ma'am. Office bearer was not cooperating. That is something which has been stated clearly.
With Congress tightening its grip over with AD tightening its grip over the Gandhis on the alleged Freedom for Struggle scam, the Congress leaders and its workers have come on streets and have said that they are not going to wait till the time they are going to be not harassed. What is going to be the outcome of all this? Will the Congress harassment techniques actually work? For all these updates, stay tuned to Republic Media Network.
And here is some news in brief from across the country. Slamming Congress's intimidation claims, the BJP said that the Congress's Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are afraid to answer questions.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी आपको डर लगता है आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है
After leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress General Secretary K. Venugopal underlined the upper house of the Parliament was in session and Kharge was taking part in a debate when he was summoned by the ED, reiterating that it was an attempt to suppress the voice of the opposition.
हम तो वेलकम किए सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं दैट इज नथिंग वी आर सपोर्टिंग इट शुड बी पास्ड यूनानिमस लेकिन
Troubles seem to be mounting for the National Herald and its owners as the Bhopal-based building has now come under the scanner of the Madhya Pradesh government, and the MP government claims the National Herald building in Bhopal is being misused and also hinted at sealing it.
देखिए कांग्रेस जो है राहुल गांधी जो है वो एक तो चोरी की और ऊपर से कह रहे डरेंगे नहीं, ये अपने आप को देश के कानून से ऊपर समझते हैं, ये अपने आप को राजा समझते हैं भारत का।
After the Enforcement Directorate sealed the Young Indian office of the National Herald House in New Delhi, instructing that the premises must not be opened without prior permission from the agency, Congress called a meeting of all Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha MPs at the Congress Parliamentary Party office to discuss the future strategy of the party. Citing the Delhi High Court and Supreme Court's order in the National Herald case, BJP spokesperson Sanjay Raut slammed the Congress for protecting the Gandhi family. He also slammed the Congress party and its leader for their remark, "No more plea but war now," over the sealing of the Young Indian office with the Congress-owned National Herald building in the national capital.
स्वाभाविक रूप से उसमें इस प्रकार का एक व्यवहार, ड्रामा, और आज सुबह यह कहना कि अब याचना नहीं रण होगी, रण मतलब युद्ध करेंगे, अब याचना नहीं रण होगी। नहीं, आप ये बताइए, पहले तो कह रहे थे
And after no answers on the ED case, BJP hits out at Rahul Gandhi. Let's listen in. Even as earlier we had seen Rahul Gandhi and heard Rahul Gandhi's shocking comments on democracy and the democratic process in India.
सारे के सारे हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस आज आरएसएस बीजेपी के कंट्रोल में हैं। सारे के सारे, एक नहीं बचा है, सारे के सारे। तो जो ऑपोजिशन का आइडिया है, ऑपोजिशन के ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस नहीं।
आपकी पार्टी में अच्छे नेता हैं, हम भी जानते हैं, लेकिन बस सोनिया जी, राहुल जी और प्रियंका जी, यही तो तीन कहानी है। सही सवाल यह है कि कांग्रेस का लोकतंत्र भ्रष्टाचार तंत्र था। Democracy under Congress party had become an epitome of corruption.
Rahul Gandhi confronted thrice on Republic camera, unable to answer any of the questions. And P. Chidambaram answered none of the questions. All the Congress leaders, including Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi, have been detained and taken to the police station. Republic TV continues to expose Rahul Vadra Congress. And now, we on Republic TV will give you more updates. Stay tuned with us. We'll be right back after a short break.
And here is some news in brief from across the country. Slamming Congress's intimidation claims, the BJP said that the Congress's Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are afraid to answer questions.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को। लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है।
After leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress General Secretary K. Venugopal underlined the upper house of the Parliament was in session, and Kharge was taking part in a debate when he was summoned by the ED, reiterating that it was an attempt to suppress the voice of the opposition.
हम तो वेलकम किए, सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, दैट इज नथिंग, वी आर सपोर्टिंग, इट शुड बी पास्ड यूनानिमसली, लेकिन
Troubles seem to be mounting for the National Herald and its owners as the Bhopal-based building has now come under the scanner of the Madhya Pradesh government. The MP government claims the National Herald building in Bhopal is being misused and also hinted at sealing it.
देखिए कांग्रेस जो है, राहुल गांधी जो है, वो एक तो चोरी की और ऊपर से कह रहे डरेंगे नहीं, ये अपने आप को देश के कानून से ऊपर समझते हैं, ये अपने आप को राजा समझते हैं भारत का।
After the Enforcement Directorate sealed the Young Indian office of the National Herald House in New Delhi, instructing that the premises must not be opened without prior permission from the agency, Congress called a meeting of all Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha MPs at the Congress Parliamentary Party office to discuss the future strategy of the party. Citing the Delhi High Court and Supreme Court's order in the National Herald.
Well, breaking news coming in now. You're watching live and breaking. So high drama in New Delhi as Congress stages a black shirt protest. It began as a normal protest and was supposed to be a march from the AICC headquarters and from Parliament to Raisina Hill and then to the Prime Minister's residence. But in the midst of prohibitory orders and massive police action, now we are hearing that Rahul and Priyanka have been picked up by the police, getting you latest visuals of detained Congress leaders inside the police station. And our correspondent Piyush Ohri there to give us more details. Also, our senior executive editor Niranjan to tell us, give us some perspective into what's happening. Also, latest updates, information from his sources.
On the details of the case, and as we stay with those pictures, let's also bring you the details of the case of what's been happening so far. In fact, Shravan is inside the Enforcement Directorate right now. He's outside. He was reporting from outside the ED office. Should be able to get us more details right now on the raids that were ongoing. We are hearing, meanwhile, as we stay with those pictures, these are first images from inside the police station in the national capital, where all of these Congress leaders were detained and taken, and they were taken by the police as they were protesting in a coordinated manner. And it's also coming at a time when one of the Congress leaders has gone on record to say he's not protesting for any family, but he's trying to fight for his leader, trying to save his leader. I'll take a short break now. We'll come back with the live coverage. Rukma, stay with me. Piyush, stay with me. Taking a short break. Back with the live coverage from the national capital. Stay tuned.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
And here is some news in brief from across the country. Slamming Congress's intimidation claims, the BJP said that the Congress's Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are afraid to answer questions.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को। लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है।
After leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress General Secretary K. Venugopal underlined the upper house of the Parliament was in session, and Kharge was taking part in a debate when he was summoned by the ED, reiterating that it was an attempt to suppress the voice of the opposition.
हम तो वेलकम किए, सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, दैट इज नथिंग, दैट इज नथिंग, वी आर सपोर्टिंग, इट शुड बी पास्ड यूनानिमसली, लेकिन
Troubles seem to be mounting for the National Herald and its owners as the Bhopal-based building has now come under the scanner of the
institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
Obviously, you don't understand English. What can I do?
I understand English, sir. That's why I'm asking. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. When ED goes after you, these protests don't.
Your English is wrong.
Breaking news update right now, tracking the biggest story from the national capital. No answers from the Congress party on the scam, the freedom struggle for profit scam. And Rahul Gandhi doesn't take a single question from Republic TV. We try to put multiple questions to him. Rahul gets the questions. Chidambaram gives dodgy answers, won't take a single specific question on the Herald scam. Three Republic reporters asked specific questions to the Rahul Gandhi Vadra Congress combined. Not a single question was answered by them. At least 5 sequences, but not one answer. As Congress leader admits on tape, they say that this was about price rise, but Salman Khurshid is on tape saying that he's trying to save his leader. He says, I'm saving my leader who saves me. And the story broken on Republic TV, the freedom struggle for profit scam as alleged by the Enforcement Directorate, a case in which the ED claims that there is so much evidence, and despite this evidence, the Congress party's leadership, including Rahul Gandhi, Sonia Gandhi, who are protesting. They claim the protest itself is on price rise, or on the ground, they say it's about price rise, but on the ground, Salman Khurshid says he's there to save his leader. So while some Congress leaders, when we asked questions about the freedom struggle for profit scam, said that this is about price rise, we won't take any other question, Salman Khurshid being a little more candid, saying that he's there to save or shield his leader.
हम इस देश की आम जनता पर जो प्रहार हो रहे हैं उसके लिए हर जगह लड़ रहे हैं, और ये लड़ाई लंबी लड़ाई है, वो चलेगी।
सोनिया गांधी होने वाली है सर इसमें प्रोटेस्ट को लेकर।
मुद्दा आपके सामने है, बेरोजगारी से बढ़कर कोई मुद्दा है, भूख से बढ़कर कोई मुद्दा है, जो बढ़ती हुई कीमतें हैं उससे बढ़कर कोई मुद्दा है। इसके अलावा कोई मुझे कष्ट है, कोई आपको कष्ट है, कोई मीडिया के साथ है, कोई आजादी की आपकी बात करने की उस पर आजादी को छीना जा रहा है, वो सारे मुद्दे हैं। लेकिन मुख्य मुद्दा जो है आज वो बेरोजगारी का है और आज बढ़ती मूल्यों का।
सर, तमाम बीजेपी नेता कह रहे हैं कि परिवार को बचाने के लिए सब कुछ हो रहा है।
वो किसको बचाते हैं? उनके यहाँ परिवार नहीं है, वो परिवार नहीं रखते। परिवार को बचाने के लिए मैं क्यों आऊंगा? मैं अपने नेता को बचाने के लिए आऊंगा, मेरा नेता मुझे बचाता है। अगर इसको वो परिवार की परिभाषा बना देते हैं तो मुझे कोई उसमें कष्ट नहीं।
And through the day, as they went from one location to another, first of all, Republic TV was not allowed at that Congress news conference. For some reason, they don't like to let our reporters in because we ask them the straight questions. They don't like that. They don't like to be asked straightforward questions. So when they came out on the streets, we tried asking the questions. In fact, we had 6 specific questions asked by at least 5 or 6 of our reporters on the ground. Anuj, Abhishek, Aishwarya, Madhurima, and all our reporters on the ground tried asking the Congress leadership, namely Rahul Gandhi, Priyanka Vadra, Chidambaram, all of these leaders, Karti Chidambaram, some of whom most of whom have been now probed by the ED. Here's what they said when we asked the specific question. Listen to the question and then decide.
I am at the car of the Rahul Gandhi. There, Rahul Gandhi. I'm just again trying to ask to get in the premises, and they're just trying to get in fresh. I can see Rahul Gandhi there. I'm just trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. From there. You want to say anything on the shell company? Unsecured loan was given to young Indian. We're just trying to get in since. That is Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi. Get an answer from Rahul Gandhi that what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell company? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell company? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell company? These are the images they're giving you. These are the images. That's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi. We are trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. That is Rahul Gandhi there. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? Rahul, involvement of the shell companies, Rahul.
करिए, जांच एजेंसियों का सहयोग कीजिए।
Okay, that was Information and Broadcasting Minister. Okay, that's Anurag Thakur who was speaking. Let's go back and play those sequences when we asked them the questions. Let's play out the sequences once again.
How rupees 50 lakhs became rupees 2,000 crores?
You are Republic TV. You will ask the wrong questions.
No, ED issue was raised by Mr. Ashok Gehlot, sir.
We are talking about price rise today. If you don't understand price rise, mehengai, I can't help you.
So we understand price rise, but the issue of ED was also raised, sir, in the National Herald case. Mr. Ashok Gehlot raised it. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Why these?
Republic TV can ask any number of questions. I'm not going to be...
Sir, but Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Sir, he raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
Obviously, you don't understand English. What can I do?
I understand English, sir. That's why I'm asking. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. When ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
I don't understand English. What can I do?
Sir, this is in English only, sir.
Your English is wrong.
Sir, the issue of ED and institutions were raised by Mr. Gandhi in the press conference. Mr. Gandhi.
More breaking news right now. Shravan Sen breaking the story that the raids are not complete. The Herald raids are incomplete. The freedom struggle for profit scam. The raids continue. Herald raids will continue. Shravan joining us with the details. Let me go across to, I think, Priyanka Vadra speaking. Let's cut across to that. And then we'll go across to Shravan.
क्यों करें हम तो एक मकसद से है ना यहाँ। हमारा मकसद ये है कि हम इनके मंत्री कह रहे हैं इनको महंगाई नहीं दिखती, तो हम पीएम हाउस तक चल के महंगाई दिखाना चाहते हैं, गैस का सिलेंडर दिखाना चाहते हैं जो आज कोई खरीद नहीं सकता है। इतनी महंगाई है, चाहे गरीब हो चाहे मिडिल क्लास के हो, सब तरस रहे हैं, सब तड़प रहे हैं और कोई कुछ ना बोले। उनके लिए महंगाई तो है नहीं। उन्होंने तो पूरी देश की संपत्ति, मोदी जी ने पूरे देश की संपत्ति अपने दोस्तों को दे दी है। उन पे कभी कोई कार्रवाई नहीं है। 2-4 लोग रईस हो गए हैं, उनके महल बने हुए हैं, लेकिन जो आम जनता है वो तरस रही है, तड़प रही है। ये ठीक है क्या? उनको महंगाई इसलिए नहीं दिखती, उनके लिए है ही नहीं। उनके पास पैसा ही पैसा है, जो चाहे जब खरीदे। सब्जी खरीद सकते हैं, दाल, आटा, चावल, सरसों का तेल, सब कुछ महंगा हो गया। गैस सिलेंडर किस लिए उठा के ले जा रहे हैं हम? क्योंकि नहीं दिख रही है ना महंगाई। देखिए ये सिलेंडर कितना महंगा हो गया कि कोई खरीद ही नहीं सकता।
Okay, that was Priyanka Vadra there just talking about price rise. They claim it's about price rise, but they perhaps don't listen to their own leaders who admit it's about saving the leadership, namely the Vadra Gandhis. Breaking news update. Let's go back now. Let's go back and get you the breaking news update. The raids will continue. The Herald raids, the freedom struggle for profit scam, the raids are incomplete. We are hearing from our sources in the Enforcement Directorate that the raids in the case of National Herald, in the case of the freedom struggle for profit scam, will continue. And that's the big breaking news update that Shawan is getting us right now. I'm going across to Shawan. Shawan, if you can hear me, are these raids on today or will these raids continue? I want to go across to Shawan. Shawan is the reporter breaking the story for us. Shawan. I'm just going across to Shawan. But I'm getting the details right now that the Herald raids are incomplete, irrespective of what they say, what they try to do. We are hearing that the National Herald raids are incomplete and the raids will continue. And these are raids in the freedom struggle for profit scam. And there are several properties that are under the scanner, from Delhi to Noida. The Madhya Pradesh government says they're looking at the properties in Bhopal. I think there's a sequence of Priyanka Vadra. Let's cut across to A9. Okay, so that was a sequence coming in, not the full sequence, not the complete sequence, but a short sequence of Priyanka Vadra sitting there, and before she was eventually detained by the police. We'll play out that sequence again. In fact, she was picked up there by the police, and that was a news agency, A9. We'll try and go back to that. To that sequence coming in from the national capital, and let's keep playing out the details. I'm going across to Shawan. Shawan was getting us the details. Shawan, yes, let's stay with these shots. The BJP has alleged that she misbehaved with the police. That's what the BJP is claiming. We can't confirm that. I'd like to go across to Shawan. Shawan breaking the details that these raids will continue. I'd like to play out all the sequences once again, please. When we questioned Chidambaram, when we questioned Karti Chidambaram, when we try to put a few specific questions to also Priyanka Vadra earlier. Take a look at this.
Karti, why is this becoming about ED? Karti, why is it becoming about Enforcement Directorate? Karti, why is it becoming about Enforcement Directorate? How did 50 lakh rupees become 2,000 crores with the Congress party answer? Because you raised the issue of ED in the press conference. That's why it's being asked. Karti, you are under investigation. You should be open about speaking about it. Your party is raising the issue of ED only when the Gandhis are under scanner. This kind of protest never happened when you were under scanner, Karti. You should be able to speak about it, Karti.
I have no comments.
Karti, you should be able to speak about it. How did 50 lakh rupees become 2,000 crores rupees, Karti? The Congress party should be taking some questions. When you are raising the issue of ED, those questions have to be answered. Why Mr. Motilal Vora was never named till the time he was alive? Why did he become the source of all actions only after he was dead? He's not there to answer the questions. Karti, you are under ED scanner, you would want to answer those questions. Karti,
have a good day.
Why this silence, Karti? From the press conference, Mr. Gandhi was raising the issue, Mr. Ashok Gehlot was raising the issue of ED investigation. Why name Mr. Motilal Vora when he's not there?
Have a good day.
Please answer these questions, Karti.
Not obligated to answer.
Please answer these questions, Karti. We have Mr. Karti Chidambaram with us. I'm not haranguing. Congress raised the issue. Congress raised the issue of ED. Congress raised the issue of ED investigation. You are under ED investigation, Karti.
I have no comments to offer. Don't harangue me now.
You are not being harangued. This is just questions which Congress party raised in the press conference. I'm asking follow-up questions. It's just some follow-up questions which were not asked there. I'm asking Karti. Would you want to answer those questions, Karti? Only when Gandhis are under scanner, these protests happen. These protests did not happen when you were under scanner. Would you want these protests to happen when the ED comes to you, Karti?
और आप देख सकते हैं इस समय ये लाइव फ्रेम, राहुल गांधी बात कर रहे हैं इस समय, पी चिदम्बरम, दिग्विजय सिंह और मिस्टर गोगोई वहां पे हैं। हम उनसे सवाल करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। पुलिस उन्हें बोल रहे हैं यहाँ पे 144, लेकिन उन्होंने प्लकार्ड गेहूं, आटा, दाल, चावल का, लेकिन ये सब हो रहा है जब ईडी का एक्शन हुआ है। सो ये सब तब हो रहा है जब राहुल और सोनिया गांधी की प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी सील की गई है। ये सब तब हो रहा है, उनको प्राइस राइज तब याद आया है जब। सो यहाँ पे आप देख रहे हैं कि किस तरीके से एक एक करके सभी कांग्रेस के वरिष्ठ नेता आ रहे हैं। ये हम इस समय बिल्कुल विजय चौक पे हैं, पार्लियामेंट के बिल्कुल बाहर, और यहाँ पे आप देख सकते हैं राहुल गांधी बात कर रहे हैं पी चिदम्बरम, गोगोई एंड दिग्विजय सिंह से। मीडिया से अभी तक उन्होंने यहाँ पे बात नहीं की है। ही वाज टू बिजी इन हिज फोन ट्वीटिंग। अब वो बिल्कुल हुड्डा साहब भी दिख रहे हैं। तो राहुल गांधी की पूरी टीम इस समय विजय चौक पे मौजूद, प्रोटेस्ट, हाथ में प्लकार्ड्स, जीएसटी के हाथ में प्लकार्ड्स, राशन के हाथ में प्लकार्ड्स। लेकिन द रियल रीजन, जो असली रीजन है, उसके बारे में अभी भी एक भी शब्द नहीं बोला। ही इज नॉट अटेड अ वर्ड ऑन द रियल इशू। ही इज नॉट अटेड अ वर्ड ऑन द रियल इशू कि what is the real issue and why has Rahul Gandhi really come out on the streets? Is it because of ED? क्या ये ED की वजह से है? क्या ये ED के एक्शन की वजह से है? क्या डर गई है कांग्रेस पार्टी? क्या डर गए हैं राहुल गांधी? क्या इसलिए ये प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है? Is this the reason? So ये very very clearly we have to see, and these visuals are on your screens right now as we say, and I'm just going to request Salil to move on. मैं अभी रिक्वेस्ट कर रहा हूं सलिल से कि मूव करे। राहुल गांधी, जैसा कि मैं बार बार बता रहा हूं, he's too busy in his phone, he's too busy with his own leaders, and we'll try and ask him.
Priyanka, do you want to say anything about the involvement of the shell companies? Priyanka, do you want to say about the involvement of the shell companies? That's Priyanka Gandhi who is just. Priyanka Gandhi, do you want to say anything about the enforcement directorate action which has been taken? Priyanka, do you want to say anything? Priyanka, do you want to say anything? Ma'am, do you want to say anything, ma'am? Ma'am, the involvement of the shell companies, ma'am. Ma'am, enforcement directorate has sealed the young Indian office, ma'am. Office bearer was not cooperating. That is something which has been stated clearly.
हम शांति से राष्ट्रपति भवन जाना चाह रहे थे। सारे के सारे एमपीज हैं राज्यसभा और लोकसभा के, मगर यहाँ पे हमें अलाउ नहीं किया जा रहा। हम महंगाई के मुद्दे पे, बेरोजगारी के मुद्दे पे हम यहाँ खड़े हैं।
ये आपको जाने क्यों नहीं दे रहे हैं?
ये आप उनसे पूछिए।
वो तो बोलते हैं
लोकतंत्र की हत्या हो रही है।
वो तो बोल रहे हैं 144 लगी, इसलिए आप लोग यहाँ पे नहीं खड़े हो सकते।
मगर हम हैं यहाँ पे, मतलब हम एमपीज हैं। Yeah, that's fine. No problem. I'm happy to be manhandled.
What is your next step? Now they have.
I mean, we'll try and go. We'll keep trying go.
They are not even responding. Anyone from the side of government is not even responding.
It doesn't matter. Our job is to resist these forces. Our job is to make sure that Indian democracy is protected. Our job is to raise issues of the people like unemployment and crisis, and we are doing that.
आप बोल रहे हैं महंगाई के मुद्दे पर सरकार बोल रही है कि महंगाई देश में
आप लोगों को आगे जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, पूरे का बैरिकेड कर दिया गया है। आपको इस पर क्या कहना है सर?
नहीं, हम तो यहाँ खड़े हैं, अब क्या करें? पुलिस वाले रोक रहे हैं, हम खड़े हैं। ठीक है।
आपके जो एमपी जिनको डिटेन भी किया गया है,
हाँ, वो यहाँ पे हम सब आए थे, एक एक करके घसीट के ले गए। 2-3 को मारा भी है।
सर, जिस वजह से महिला सांसदों को डिटेन किया जा रहा है, उस पर आपको क्या कहना है? जो एमपी फीमेल एमपी है, उनको जिस तरीके से ड्रैग करके लेके जाया जा रहा है, पहले भी आपकी एमपी से क्या दिखाने से?
राहुल जी, क्या बोले? महंगाई के मुद्दे पर सरकार के जवाब संतुष्ट नहीं है। सरकार का कहना है कि
धन्यवाद भैया। हम महंगाई की बात कर रहे हैं, हम बेरोजगारी की बात कर रहे हैं।
Anuj is joining me live. Let me go cross straight to Anuj. Anuj tried to ask some questions to Rahul Gandhi earlier today. No answers coming. For some reason, they did not allow Anuj inside the news conference where Rahul Gandhi said it's a news conference, came in, spoke for a few seconds and said he's open to questions. Didn't hear him talk about price rise until he was asked a few questions. Why are they not taking your questions on the scam?
Well, Niranjan, that is the bigger question, that they are not taking the questions. We are continuously trying to ask them the question. I confronted Rahul Gandhi. I tried to ask him the question that what exactly he has to say about the involvement of the shell companies, what exactly he has to say about the office which has been sealed because office bearer was not cooperating with the enforcement directorate. I asked the same to Priyanka Gandhi also. So we were just trying to get reaction from Rahul Gandhi, to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi, from Priyanka Gandhi, but this was the dramatic visuals which was witnessed today on the streets of the national capital, right from here AICC headquarters towards the Akbar Road Circle, and from the Parliament towards the Vijay Chowk. We have seen the dramatic visuals. We have seen the Congress Karyakartas, Congress leaders, Congress top leaders, Congress workers there on the street fighting for their own reasons, but do not want to answer the exact question that what are they fighting for? What do they want? Why are they upset with the action that has been taken by the enforcement directorate? These were the questions which was asked by Republic TV by none other but Rahul Gandhi himself, by Priyanka Gandhi. So we were continuously asking the questions to the top brasses of the Congress party that what exactly the reason is, but they were not having the answer. We do remember, Niranjan, how exactly this all has happened and why this frustration is something which could be seen on the streets of the national capital, because this was ED who came in action. Enforcement Directorate called Rahul Gandhi for the questioning in this particular case. Enforcement Directorate called Sonia Gandhi for the questioning in the Herald scam, and finally office has been sealed. Office of Young Indian has been sealed because the dots has been connected, the investigation has been taken a step ahead, and now Enforcement Directorate is working on the same, and that's the frustration what we are seeing of the Congress party on the streets of the national capital, where who is suffering? Who is suffering? The common man is suffering. The layman is suffering. The very getting. Yes.
Yeah. The questions, the points that were made by Rahul Gandhi were responded to by the BJP a few minutes back. Ravi Shankar Prasad spoke. Here's what he said in response to what Rahul Gandhi said. In fact, some very funny statements were made by Rahul Gandhi, including he said at one point that this is a fight against India's infrastructure. He said all institutions have been captured. He said if we had institutions in our control, we could have won elections. Take a listen.
सारे के सारे हिंदुस्तान के इंस्टीट्यूशंस आज आरएसएस बीजेपी के कंट्रोल में हैं. सारे के सारे, एक नहीं बचा है. सारे के सारे. तो जो ऑपोजिशन का आइडिया है, ऑपोजिशन के ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस नहीं.
आपकी पार्टी में अच्छे नेता हैं, हम भी जानते हैं, लेकिन बस सोनिया जी, राहुल जी और प्रियंका जी, ये जो तीन कहानी है. सही सवाल ये है कि कांग्रेस का लोकतंत्र भ्रष्टाचार तंत्र था. Democracy under Congress party has become an epitome of corruption.
Congress party, frustrated after the action which has been taken by the enforcement directorate, was again seen on the streets of the national capital. Keep watching Republic TV. We are reporting live on the story. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after a short break.
In the CBSE 2022 boards, the toppers for classes 12 and 10 are from Amity once again. At Amity, we are privileged to educate brilliant students and express our gratitude to our teachers and school leaders who passionately work for the success of our children.
And here is some news in brief from across the country. Slamming Congress's intimidation claims, the BJP said that the Congress's Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are afraid to answer questions.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को. लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है.
After leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress General Secretary K. Venugopal underlined the upper house of the Parliament was in session and Kharge was taking part in a debate when he was summoned by the ED. reiterating that it was an attempt to suppress the voice of the opposition.
हम तो वेलकम किए सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं दैट इज नथिंग वी आर सपोर्टिंग इट शुड बी पास लेकिन
Troubles seem to be mounting for the National Herald and its owners as the Bhopal-based building has now come under the scanner of the Madhya Pradesh government, and the MP government claims the National Herald building in Bhopal is being misused and also hinted at sealing it.
देखिए कांग्रेस जो है राहुल गांधी जो है वो एक तो चोरी की और ऊपर से कह रहे डरेंगे नहीं, ये अपने आप को देश के कानून से ऊपर समझते हैं, ये अपने आप को राजा समझते हैं भारत का।
After the Enforcement Directorate sealed the Young Indian office of the National Herald House in New Delhi, instructing that the premises must not be opened without prior permission from the agency, Congress called a meeting of all Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha MPs at the Congress Parliamentary Party office to discuss the future strategy of the party. Citing the Delhi High Court and Supreme Court's order in the National Herald case, BJP spokesperson Sanjay Raut slammed the Congress for protecting the Gandhi family.
Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, involvement of the shell companies. Rahul.
Pictures came in a short while back of Priyanka Vadra being picked up by the police, being detained, and she's right now at the police station, we are told. Here's what she said while she was being detained in the national capital.
गाड़ी के अंदर आप क्यों चाहते हैं कि जब मोदी डरता है पुलिस को समझौता करने के लिए तो नहीं बैठे, जब मोदी डरता है पुलिस को आगे करता है, जब मोदी डरता है पुलिस को आगे करता है, जब मोदी डरता है पुलिस को आगे करता है। प्रियंका गांधी संघर्ष करो। गांधी जिंदाबाद, प्रियंका गांधी जिंदाबाद, प्रियंका गांधी जिंदाबाद।
Stay tuned, we're taking a short break right now. We're coming back with the live coverage. There's a bigger expose also lined up at 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, big news break coming up. The next part of the investigation is coming up at 3 p.m. Stay tuned.
And here is some news in brief from across the country. Slamming Congress's intimidation claims, the BJP said that the Congress's Sonia and Rahul Gandhi are afraid to answer questions.
आपके परिवार को और पार्टी के लीडर को डर नहीं लगता है तो वो कानून तोड़ने से, और आपको डर नहीं लगता है जब आप धमकी देते हैं देश की एक जांच एजेंसी को। लेकिन यह भी सत्य है राहुल गांधी जी, आपको डर लगता है, आपको कानून से बहुत डर लगता है।
After leader of opposition in the Rajya Sabha and Congress leader Mallikarjun Kharge was summoned by the Enforcement Directorate, Congress General Secretary K. Venugopal underlined the upper house of the Parliament was in session, and Kharge was taking part in a debate when he was summoned by the ED, reiterating that it was an attempt to suppress the voice of the opposition.
हम तो वेलकम किए सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, दैट इज नथिंग वी आर सपोर्टिंग इट शुड बी पास लेकिन
Troubles seem to be mounting for the National Herald and its owners as the Bhopal-based building has now come under the scanner of the Madhya Pradesh government, and the MP government claims the National Herald building in Bhopal is being misused and also hinted at sealing it.
देखिए, कांग्रेस जो है, राहुल गांधी जो है, वो एक तो चोरी की और ऊपर से कह रहे डरेंगे नहीं, अपने आप को देश के कानून से ऊपर समझते हैं, ये अपने आप को राजा समझते हैं भारत का।
After the Enforcement Directorate sealed the Young Indian office of the National Herald House in New Delhi.
Getting in some breaking news now on the story that we've been tracking globally. China has now imposed sanctions on US Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Getting in an update now that China has declared, its foreign ministry has said now that it will sanction US Speaker Nancy Pelosi and her closest relatives, her immediate family, after the visit to Taiwan. And now this comes after also the US and Anthony Blinken called the Chinese military drills near Taiwan a serious escalation. Yesterday, Nancy Pelosi, last evening, in fact, Nancy Pelosi, the US Speaker, landed in Tokyo. And around the same time when Japan also confirmed that 5 missiles had landed in its exclusive economic zone. And these are breaking news updates now coming in that Japan has sanctioned the US Speaker Nancy Pelosi, China, I beg your pardon, small correction. China has sanctioned US Speaker Nancy Pelosi after the visit to Taiwan, and comes after hours after she landed in Japan. So that's the breaking news update coming in on Republic, tracking the story very, very closely. All right, we're trying to get some more details on the story that's developing right now. China is going to impose sanctions against Nancy Pelosi and her closest relations after the visit to Taiwan. And that's now been confirmed by the Chinese Foreign Ministry. And this comes after Nancy Pelosi last evening also landed in Tokyo. She's currently in Japan, visiting Japan. She will be meeting different leaders in Japan, including the Prime Minister of Japan and Blinken. Meanwhile, in America, the establishment and the administration in America has called the Chinese military drills near Taiwan as a serious escalation. That's the other breaking news update now coming in. And as we track the latest details, hearing that China may try to escalate this a little further. They've just gone on record a few minutes back that they will sanction Nancy Pelosi, who's the US Speaker, and her family. Now, the immediate impact of that is not known. But we should be able to get more details on this in a short while from now. Okay, Abhishek is joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, one quick word from you on the sanctions. We'll go close to Abhishek in just a short while from now. That's the breaking news update. We'll keep a close track on that story, which is also developing in the national capital. There were protests this morning. The Congress party said these were protests against price rise. It turns out that even the Congress party and its own leadership, some leaders confirmed, saying they were actually trying to save their leaders. They went on record, told the media they were actually trying to save their leaders on record. And on a day when Republic TV has been questioning these leaders, at least 5 or 6 occasions when we tried to ask straight questions to them, they called it a protest against price rise, but the real intent revealed by the Congress's own. Here's how we asked them the specific questions that they refused to take at the news conference because we were not there. They didn't allow our reporters, but we tried to ask them every single question on the freedom struggle for profits camp. Take a listen.
I am at the car of the Rahul Gandhi. I'm just hugging, trying to ask the premises, and we're just trying to get in sense. I can see Rahul Gandhi there. I'm just trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi.
unsecured loan was given to young Indian Rahul. We are just trying to get answers. That is Rahul Gandhi. Rahul Gandhi. Get an answer from Rahul Gandhi that what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies? Rahul? These are the images they're giving you. These are the images. That's Rahul Gandhi. That's Rahul Gandhi. We are trying to get an answer from Rahul Gandhi. That is Rahul Gandhi there. Rahul, what do you have to say about the involvement of the shell companies, Rahul? Rahul, involvement of the shell companies, Rahul. So that's Rahul Gandhi who has just left from the AICC headquarters now.
How rupees 50 lakhs became rupees 2,000 crores?
You are Republic TV. You will ask the wrong questions.
No, ED issue was raised by Mr. Ashok Gehlot, sir.
We are talking about price rise today. If you don't understand price rise, mengai, I can't help you.
So we understand price rise, but the issue of ED was also raised, sir, in the National Herald case. Mr. Ashok Gehlot raised it. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Why these?
Republic TV can ask any number of questions. I'm not going to be...
Sir, but Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. Sir, he raised the issue of institutions. When the ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
Obviously, you don't understand English. What can I do?
I understand English, sir. That's why I'm asking. Mr. Rahul Gandhi raised the issue of institutions. When ED goes after you, these protests don't happen.
I don't understand English. What can I do?
Sir, this is in English only, sir.
Your English is wrong.
Sir, the issue of ED and institutions were raised by Mr.